Tonight's coverage of the NLRL Console Endurance Series is brought to you by Malwa Transport, oversized cargo and trucking logistics specialists of Quebec. Visit their website on www.malwa-transport.ca. Good evening, race fans, and welcome to Season 2, Round 4 of the NLRL Console Endurance Series, powered by Malwa Transport and live exclusively on TRTN. As always, I am Regan Clark, and you join us here at a track very near and dear to us here on TRTN, straddling the county lines between Northamptonshire and Buckinghamshire at the site of the British Grand Prix, and the genesis of Formula 1 as a genre is the legendary Grand Prix circuit Silverstone. Founded in 1948 and consistent of 36 miles and 18 turns of FIA Grade 1, the Silverstone circuit is the epicentre of all things British motorsports, home to not only the British Grand Prix in Formula 1 but also MotoGP, as well as being a major set piece on many of Britain's national motorsports calendars, including being the largest event of the British GT Championship, known as the Silverstone 500. It started its life as a Class A airfield and strategic installation of the Royal Air Force during World War II. RAF Silverstone served the war effort as the home base of the Royal Air Force's 17th Operational Training Unit, a company dedicated to the training of pilots of the Vickers Wellington long-range medium bomber. This legacy carries on with the Wellington and Hangar Straits, paying homage to its former life as a military base. With the end of the Second World War and hostilities in Europe, RAF Silverstone was abandoned, left to become farmland near to the village of Silverstone itself. In 1947, it became the site of a local growing tradition amongst petrolheads in the nearby villages, whereby a group of 12 friends used the abandoned airfield as an impromptu circuit. It grew to have the nickname the Mutton Grand Prix after one such incident where a driver accidentally struck and killed a wandering sheep on the airfield, writing off their car. The plot would be sold to the Royal Automotive Club in 1948, which swiftly used it to host the first British Grand Prix since the end of World War II. Races before this point ran out of the historic Brooklands circuit, the world's oldest dedicated racing course, founded in 1907. Not long after did it become the first ever circuit to hold a race under the newly emerging Formula 1 regulations. The 1950 British Grand Prix would be won by Giuseppe Farina in the number 2 Alfa Romeo Alfetta 158. Silverstone would swap hands with Brands Hatch and Aintree as the home of the British Grand Prix in Formula 1 over its 75 years on the calendar. Ultimately, it remains the only capable circuit to this day, with Aintree disbanding its F1 ambitions in 1962 and Brands Hatch in 1986. Today, though, it's the home of Round 4 as we hit the season midway here on the Console Endurance Series Season 2 after some delays due to a PSN outage 2 weeks ago. We find ourselves now at long last returning to Silverstone. In a unique first ever event for the Console Endurance Series, we find ourselves in the midst of another 6-hour race. That makes the third this year, and it'll ultimately make the last event for the Console Endurance Series in 2025, as we'll be going on the winter break not long after. You can see plenty of drivers today are struggling with the newfound conditions, as it looks to be wet and wild conditions right here in Silverstone. And whilst we're in the midst of free practice, we'll get a look at the session itinerary in a moment's time, but before we do, let's get a look at the championship standings after the last round, the 4 hours of Bathurst. Well, it is a leading charge right now for the XCL number 788 car, 39 points in the lead, up ahead of the 787 in second place. Euro Titans in third with the 313, a single point behind in 117 points in total. 5-star in fourth place with 87 points to their name, with Tempest rounding out the top 5. The Privateer Sensations, 86 points strong, only a single point off of the 113. XCL's number 789 car finds himself in 6th place with 82 points to their name, ahead of MSA's number 414 with 79 points. A joint 8th place at the moment between Thatch GT's number 123 car with 58 points. They find themselves on level pegging here with the 77 NRW Performance car, also with 58 points. Rounding out in a joint top 10 position, the number 791, last round's race winner, with 54 points. Looking at the Privateers Championship standings here, as we continue to stay on board with Jake Potter-Evans of AXRL Heat, we find that Tempest leads the charge by 29 points in the Privateers division, ahead of NRW's number 77 in a joint second place with Race Vision's number 9 car, both with 130 points in division. In fourth place, Majestic Racing's number 94 with 111 points, rounding out the top 5. We see here the Delave Maria number 5 Ferrari with 96 points in the Privateers wing. Team Raceline Motorsports find themselves in 6th place with the number 60 car with 81 points to their name, ahead of Black Nitro Racing's number 69 car, only off of them by, as it looks here, a very bizarre margin. I think 2.5 points as it stands right now. Actually 1.5 points, very close indeed. NRW's 777 in 8th place with 76 points. with the KTJ Motorsports team in 9th place, number 37 with 30 points, Nexus GT in 10th, the 222 with 24 points. Looking at the Teams Championship then, as we cut away from the folks at NLRL, we'll find ourselves in the midst of the championship standings for the teams outright. And we see here it's a much more broad scope of things in the Teams Championship, a 91-point lead for Exclusive Esports over Euro Titans Endurance 5-star, dropping down to 3rd place with Fatch GT in 4th. It was a disastrous round in Bathurst in round 3 of the championship, 5-star dropping now to the back of those podium positions. MSA Racing at the back of the top 5 at the moment with 87 points, a single point up from Tempest Motorsports. Wrap your head around that one, folks. And they're only 5 points up the road from NRW Performance in 7th place. Malwa Racing Team in 8th place with Race Vision in 9th. Majestic 10th. Sparko CTA in 11th. XRL Heat looking to come back into the top 10 here after a hiatus at their home race. They're down to 12th. Delave Maria in 13th with Black Nitro in 14th. Team Raceline 15th. KTJ in 16th with Nexus in 17th place. Finally, getting onto the session itinerary as we come towards the end of free practice, of which was 10 minutes long at the very start of it. We're on to 20 minutes of qualifying not far from now, and a whopping 360 minutes for the race length itself. Of course, the same stint limits as always, 70 minutes with a fixed refueling time of 25 seconds. So a lot to wrap our heads around here, and we see here with the number 789, one of the exclusive cars inside of that top 10. This is Jake Goldman now behind the wheel, and there's plenty of new faces joining us on the grid as there was a massive reworking of things over the course of the last 3 weeks after the original delays for round 4 of the championship. We'll stay on board with the 789 as we recount the previous wins, as it's been an all XCL affair so far. Fazzy Binks and Nat Bennett won in Zolder, with Florian Oxman and Nat Bennett winning in the Nürburgring. Australia, of course, the Mount Panorama circuit gave us a very bizarre win, the first of its kind for Porsche in the Console Endurance Series, the XCL number 791 of Fabio Farr and Tyler Vermack. Will it be another XCL car to the front row, or could it be someone else entirely? Qualifying predictions coming up not far from now, about 2.5 minutes left in free practice, and we just cannot wait to dive into this. We've been looking forward to this event all season long. Right now at the season midway, things are going to start heating up, or I suppose more relevantly cooling down, as we not only head towards the end of operations for 2025, but we're also in one of the wettest races of the season. So we see here, this is John Williams with Fatch GT making his way through Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel. Up the road from him is Christian LeBay in the 119. And getting a look at those balance of performance statistics tell us a very, very unique story, as it's a majority positive grid, only one car losing any kind of weight, and this will be in ear-to-ear grins all round at Malwa Racing, because it's the Bentley Continental losing weight for this race, 13 kilos shed from the 2018 Continental, and then into the positives, Ford gaining 7, Aston Martin and Porsche gaining 10, BMW gaining 14, McLaren gaining 17, Ferrari really on the short end of the stick for BOP, as they have 19 kilos to play with. That's according to the new BOP statistics from Pitskill. You see around the grid at the moment, a lot of drivers winding down for the end of qualifying. We can see LeBay, who was just up the road from Williams, makes his way down the Hamilton straight in towards the run out through what would be Sector 1 in through Abbey and Farm. But our drivers will be starting their racing ambitions and ending them down on the run on the National Pit Straight between Woodcote and Copse Corner. It is a fantastic circuit, Silverstone, one that we hold very close to us personally. We've been to this track for many, many years now here on TRTN, and it's just a pleasure to see it make its way onto a series as legendary as the Console Endurance Series. We're in for a very exciting round coming up not far from now, and coming up in the next couple of minutes will be the start of 20 minutes of qualifying. We see on board here with the 119 of Malwa Racing's Christian LeBay. He'll be joined by Axel Cassier and David Tanguay. We'll get more into the discussion of Tanguay later on, as he does find himself in those qualifying predictions, putting that 119 in a very competitive stead right at the end of free practice here, just with enough time for one more flying lap. Was briefly second, then pushed down to third by the Fatch GT car right behind them. Very close stuff between Malwa and Fatch. This could be the unique race to sort of break the hold that XCL has had so far, but if we're looking at what we're seeing here, then it could be anything but. Bentley at the top of the timing charts in their home race, of course, here in Great Britain, and the 788 of Exclusive Esports is Florian Oxman, currently leads the timing charts towards the end of free practice. few more cars left out on track among them. The 789, the 115, the 37, the 30, and the 314. We will try and catch here the 115 just to the line. And there is James Mason to 5th place. Of course, a home race for the British talent in the 115 car heading into today's round. And then we'll catch on board with a flurry of cars among them. Kieran McMillan of KTJ Motorsport. Behind them is Adam Saunders. The privateer sensations over at Tempest are in the top 5 overall in this championship. And of course, last season took a win in Barcelona. Could this be the magic formula to give them the chances of another race win today? Only time will tell. Saunders seemingly yet to have put a time on the charts here. 2:09 was the last lap by Kieran McMillan, with Ford definitely not looking particularly strong in today's session. But then you can definitely make the case that that's not the case for a lot of teams. Pretty much only the Bentleys will be seeing some kind of advantage in today's coming round. So an eye on the 788 and an eye on both the 99 and the 119 of Maloir Racing's lineup. Down to the line comes Kieran McMillan. 788 seemed to have been validated out past Luffield there, so no look of an improvement there for the current practice leader. The 789 is next toward the line, but I don't think we'll catch them in time here. So waiting for the start of 20 minutes of qualifying, we see into the pits Florian Oxman fastest at the end of free practice. And here comes a broadly different affair, folks. It is raining now. We did have wet conditions to kick off this session, but now you really do get the full shebang here. Rain and quite a lot of it here in Silverstone. Anyone who's ever been to the Silverstone circuit can tell you that when it rains, it pours here in Silverstone. There is no such thing as light rain here. We sit in the midst of a very wide open valley-like structure. It means we get a lot of winds and a lot of rain. We're effectively in the water bowl of the Northamptonshire, Buckinghamshire county lines. And first out of the gates here on his home race, it's James Mason in the 115. We'll stay on board with the 5-star esports car here. It's Mason and Milbank for this round, both racing at their home venue of Silverstone. Getting a look at the qualifying predictions. Let's see who comes out on top under data alone. Now, these were taken, that's balance of performance. These were taken very early in the morning, I should mind you, so things will have definitely changed in the 18 hours following. But right now, it pitches 5-star esports at the front of the pack. And admittedly, this looks to be in much drier conditions than the ones we've been given today. A 158.360 by Carlos Deesh puts 5-star at the front of the pack, and alongside him is a new signing for Euro Titans, their 314 Mustang, currently being driven by Brooklyn Donkin. We saw a little bit of him in the Sunday League last Sunday, and he finds himself second fastest with a 158.390, 300ths of a second dividing that front row. We'll see whether or not that is the case now in much wetter conditions than what the data would reveal to us. Race Vision predicted at third, courtesy of Zen Vitus. Euro Titans in fourth, courtesy of Jack Giles. Exclusive in the 788 of Fazzy Binks, 159.035, fifth fastest, and ahead of Maloir Racing's number 119. David Tangray puts the 119 Bentley to sixth fastest in predictions, only off of the exclusive car at the back of the top 5 by 15 thousandths of a second. Fats GT's number 123 in 7th, 5-stars 111 in 8th. The 791 XCL car that won last round in Bathurst predicted at 9th, that's courtesy of Finn Gombert. And then rounding out that top 10, 5-stars number 114 of Ben Cheeseman. We'll stay on board though here with James Mason to kickstart this flying lap, and what a circuit to be at here. Starting things off on the National Straight between Woodcote and Copse, into Copse Corner then, that comprises our Turn 1. Now this is where Turn 1 used to be back before the, I think it was the early 2010s or late 2000s when they introduced the quote-unquote arena section and then moved the pit lane for Formula 1 down towards where it is now currently known as the Hamilton Straight. Down through Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel then. A set of corners so iconic, it's often referenced in newer designs in the world of Formula 1. Very clear homage was made in the 2012 iteration of the Circuit of the Americas to this very section of the track. Heading down the Hangar Straight, named, of course, after where the hangars would be located at RAF Silverstone, down towards Stowe Corner. On the run down towards what would be the Grand Prix paddock on our right-hand side there. You can see the wing. We'll not be using that pit lane, though. Make no mistake of it. It's already been barred off on the run into Vale and Club Corner. Major attacking spot every single time we've been here to Silverstone. Very eager drivers have been to get up the inside and try and get side by side, get their elbows out, as it were, out through Vale and Club Corner. Onto the Hamilton Straight we go then. Of course, named after Sir Lewis Hamilton, 7-time Formula 1 world champion. Down towards Abbey and Farm. Now, this is an area of the track, of course, the F1s can take absolutely flat out. I think our drivers, you can definitely see they are skating on ice, or I suppose more relevantly, skating on water on their way out through Abbey and Farm in towards Village. Another major overtaking spot here, and it's followed almost immediately by the run into the loop. So 2 hairpins for the price of one to the right and then the other to the left, and you get to follow through here, running out wide to the right-hand side and then looping it back in for a cut across Aintree onto the Wellington Straight, of course, named after the Vickers Wellington. Heading up towards Brooklands and Luffield, you can see in the background there, that's Stefan Nikolai, the number 116 for 5-Star Esports. And as our baseline time here, the number 115 of Mason and Millbank takes us down through Brooklands into Luffield. And it's a very sketchy opening lap, and we'll only expect to see the times get better and better as a dry line forms up, but they've done very, very well in what looks like very, very uneasy conditions for the start of qualifying here at Silverstone. Down towards the line we go then with the 115. Our benchmark time today at 2 minutes 10.353, so that shows you how far off the mark we were from qualifying prediction data. Nikolai to the line. And up to second fastest, right behind them there, you can see that's one of the Euro Titans cars, Anthony Rodriguez, second fastest. Then from behind them, we have a Mustang emerging into centre frame there, but didn't put a time on the charts. That's the 332 VEC Esports car. More on that later on. The 791 to the line. Here comes Gianluca Zamponi to second fastest. Then from behind them, one of the Euro Titans cars there, I believe that to be the 315. Who seemingly didn't put a time on the charts there. The 94, on the other hand, did, and that is Leon Geisler with Majestic Racing. Heading to the line, the number 5, Michael Picconi, 5th fastest for Delave Maria. The number 3 next to the line, it's Jake Potter-Evans with AXRL Heat. Then from behind him, another McLaren onto the line there. I believe that to be, yes, that is Josh Welbelove of Nexus GT. Now 6th fastest. 77 across the line a moment ago. And, oh, there's 2 77s there. I had me confused for a pinch. And that is Dennis Kuhleman. Up to second fastest now is Jorbe van Herle. Jake Goldman to third fastest. Brooklyn Donkin, though, onto the fastest step and currently leading this session by 260 milliseconds. Very, very close stuff here between himself and the 5-Star Esports is Jorbe van Herle. The two who started this session now out of that top 5, not by a long way, though, to Gianluca Zamponi up the road from them now comprising the end of that top 5. The number 123 to the line a moment ago, and that was fastest for John Williams by 95 thousandths of a second, 209.527. The number 30 next to the line, it comes Tempest Motorsports, but so I'm told, couldn't see a time emerge on the charts there. What happened for Tempest? Brooklyn Donkin maintains that second position for the time being. Plenty of drivers still back towards the line here. Among them was the number 10, Zen Vitas, formerly the number 9 of Race Vision Motorsports, now in 12th place. The 112 across the line a moment ago. You can really see the hustle on display right now from the 5-Star Esports team. They've swapped out Carlos Disch for Yannick Fredericks for this flying lap. So the 112 Aston Martin on home territory, I should remind you, just across from Dadford Road here at Silverstone is the home base for the Aston Martin Formula 1 team. So Aston Martin has a very close and pronounced presence in this area of the world, right here in what is Britain's Motorsports Valley. You'll find, I think it's about 8 teams now. The F1 grid are located within 40 miles of this circuit. The furthest out among them is McLaren over in Woking, Surrey. Gianluca Zamponi, now fastest by 245 thousandths of a second. Rodriguez to second. Van Herle down to third. We see there just making a leap up to 4th. Michael Picconi with Delave Maria. You really got to hand it to them. They find themselves 150 thousandths of a second up the road of John Williams with Fats GT. Ferrari making almost, I was about to say there, 3 of those top 5 positions. The 788 across the line, and Bentley reminds everyone whose track they're at. The 788 fastest by 217 thousandths. It's an XCL 1-2, but let's not take away from what's clearly on display here, and that's the rise of Euro Titans' Brooklyn Donkin. It might have been a gamble worth making. The new signing in the 314, we got to see a little bit of the action out of him last Sunday in the Sunday League, and now we get to see on his first endurance debut on TRTN. He's third fastest and really not too far off of being on that front row here. Ford could have, despite their BOP being on the short end of the stick, as it were, could find themselves in great stead heading into 6 hours of racing here at Silverstone. Down to the line comes John Williams of Fats GT. Had a great start, follows that up with an even better run back into the top 5 just before the session midway. The number 30 coming to the line, that's Tempest Motorsports. Let's see where they put themselves on the charts there. And rather bemusingly, hang on just a moment, we are struggling to find where they actually are positioned on the charts, as it completely just I don't even know how to describe that. It completely blew past us. It was so fast we couldn't even react to it in time. Adam Saunders with Tempest Motorsports fastest by 75 thousandths of a second. Could this be their second chance in 2 seasons, mind you, to win a race? Well, we've got 6 hours of racing coming up after this qualifying session, so never say never on the chances there. It has been already an impressive start to the session for the number 30 team of Letford, Saunders and Beefgartner. A whole new swarm of times coming in. Jobbe van Herle to third fastest, but up to the fastest time, the 3:15, then the 7:91. It's a Porsche 1-2. Gianluca Zamponi and Alan Alexander. Hats off to these two. They're putting Porsche right where they need to be. That front row completely shrouded by the 911 992. Number 5 across the line a moment ago. Michael Picconi maintains a top 10 position with De La Ave Maria. They're in Division 2nd right now for the start of this race in the Privateers wing. The 222 across the line a moment ago. And we also saw the 788 among them. That's Florian Oxman to second fastest. The 222 was, I believe, the Nexus GT car, if I'm not mistaken. I will have to double check that on my notes here. Right now, though, as it stands, XCL, Euro Titans. Not a single smaller team is getting a wedge in there on those 2 front rows. Front row entirely XCL, second row entirely Euro Titans. The nearest to them, the Privateer Sensations at Tempest Motorsports, 5th fastest. Just past that session halfway, you've really got to hand it to these drivers here in really, really poor conditions at Silverstone. They are putting on one hell of a show, and the data already suggested a close qualifying, and now you can see into third place goes Saunders in the 30. The 111 across the line. Then following them, the 114 of 5-Star Esports. Ben Cheeseman to 11th after that last lap. The number 10 across the line, Zen Vitus to 9th place. Nearest to the line then, the 112, the Aston Martin on home territory. Yannick Fredericks having a spot to bother out through Luffield. Following on his wake there, the 115, another 5-Star Esports car. That's Mason and Milbank, who started the session off. The 115 did make a brief return there to the top 10. Was actually sick for but a moment, then forced down to 7th. Now up to second fastest now. This has been a long time coming. I was not expecting this one. William Bajor in the 332. Now, he's been a rookie sensation in the Sunday League. Now as he joins the lineup of VEC Esports' number 332 car. Let's stay on board with these 3 for just a moment here. Taking a look for their placards, you'll see the lineup for VEC this round of the championship. It's William Bajor, Grayson Borware and Shahan Karim. Now, these 3 are looking for a very, very enthusiastic start. They're about 13 thousandths of a second up the road from Florian Oxman, and it does take quite a lot to force a wedge between yourself and the 788, and I knew it wasn't going to be that long-lived, as by 2 thousandths ahead of that Mustang. Make sense of that. Oxman up to second. 314 across the line a moment ago. Brooklyn Donkin 7th with 8 minutes left to go in this session. The number 3 coming to the line, and after a long hiatus from the series, AXRL Heat across the line from 24th place and stay there. Jake Potter-Evans behind the wheel. He'll be joined by Mitchell Scott and Liam Mutz for this round of the championship. Back in the number 3 brand new design as well on that car, heading in to a very rainy Silverstone. It's almost a pity that we couldn't see them in their home race last round. The 114 nearby to the line, just in front of them there, you can see the 111 of Jan Bettentrup. So 5-star on a 2-prong defensive here from their cars in 15th and 16th, both looking for a chance to be within that top 10 by the end of this session. 7.5, just under 7.5 minutes left to go. Bettentrup to the line from 16th, then Cheeseman in pursuit there from 15th, and both of them stay exactly where they are. Number 10 nearby to the line, Zen Vitus. We've seen routinely breach into that top 10 amongst a myriad of major team entries. Privateers at Race Vision are looking for a solid result today. Down to the line from 13th place, Zen Vitus. Does he go ahead of Josh Wellbeloved? Not this time around. The 112 across the line from behind them. Now making a mark up towards 16th place, Yannick Fredericks in Aston Martin. The 313 not far from the line as we speak. Let's see if we can catch them just before the line. I don't think we will here. just across the line, and oh my word, just in time there to pole position for about half a second. Anthony Rodriguez and Cas van Velzen second fastest now, as Gianluca Zamponi retakes pole by nearly half a second, a 2:06.982. I think we could definitely see a chance here of a high 2:05 by the end of the session. By the way that the track has been progressing, it has been progressing at a rate of knots here, and that Porsche is literally sliding its way around Maggots, Beckett and Chapel, so it's right to the ragged edge here for the 791 team. Whole new swarm of cars coming in, among them the number 5 of Michael Picconi, Delave Maria leading that charge. Bunch of new cars down across the line there to see where the nearest changes are coming from. Inside of that top 10, we see Dennis Kuhlmann into 10th place as he crossed the line there. The number 3 not far away from them, back on board with Potter Evans. Then from behind them, the 1, 2, 3 of Fatch GT. From 25th, Potter Evans across the line to 23rd. Then the 1, 2, 3, if we can catch them before the line here. That's John Williams from behind them up to 7th place. The number 30 nearby to the line. Here comes Adam Saunders. Then the 115 from 5 Star Esports. That being James Mason down in 12th. Saunders to the line from 5th place across the line and stays there. It's 45 thousandths of a second between himself and the nearest car. The 115 next across the line stays in 12th place. From behind them was one of the XCL cars. Trying to get a look on the map as to who the 787 would have been the car in question. Across the line a moment ago, Christian Lebay of Maloir Racing, 14th fastest. You can see the margins are incredibly tight just around the back of that top 15. Number 10 across the line a moment ago, Zenvitas maintains 12th place. 112 with Aston Martin across the line. As of right now, Yannick Fredericks 19th. The 116 nearest to the line. We'll see if we can catch them. I don't think that's going to be the case, though, to be completely honest with you. Across the line, here comes Stefan Nicolai. We did manage to catch them just before they got to the line there at 20th. From behind them, there you can see Gianluca Zamponi. Does he open the taps up past the 4/10 of a second gap? Not this time around. The 315 is in pursuit, and up to third goes Alan Alexander. Euro Titans are starting to advance on the front row here. They already have one stake in it, courtesy of Anthony Rodriguez and Cas van Velzen. Now Alan Alexander in the 315 car is looking to have a go here. He's alongside Ben Meredith in the lineup in what is definitely a bit of a bizarre-looking Ferrari. The graphics there, we really did have about, I think it was about 45 minutes to get all of that updated, so I'm not surprised there's a few inaccuracies in there. Moreover, that move to Porsche has been a gamble clearly worth making away from Ferrari, as now they find themselves stuck in that top 5 proper. It's now been forced back out to XCL's favour. Just to keep an update here on what's going on in that top 5, it's still an XCL all front row, with Rodriguez now forced down to third. The 2 leading XCL cars divided by less than 0.2 of a second. We were just on board here with Jorbe van Herlo, who crossed the line a moment ago, up to 6th place, a single 100th up the road from Adam Saunders, and the number 30, his nearest target, 35 thousandths of a second away from him, but we'll have to keep an eye now on Adam Saunders across the line, and you really just don't know where to look here. Any which way, someone is gaining an advantage, and we now see the number 30, Privateers leaders, up to second in this session. They'll be starting, if they can stay here, right alongside the pole sitters of the 791. And we know in terms of acceleration, the Ford can pitch that Porsche, especially on the run down through Maggots, Beckett and Chapel. Nearest to the line at the moment, the 112 will try and catch on board here with Yannick Fredericks. And it's been a bit of a down in the dumps performance. They were predicted towards the front, but I think these guys have put a lot of their eggs in the basket that it was going to be a dry race here in Silverstone. That doesn't seem to be the case whatsoever. From 20th, come 18th now for the 112. 789 next to the line. We'll see if we can catch them here. And that's Jake Goldman with McLaren on his way to line from 24th on the grid. From behind him is Brooklyn Donkin in the 314. From 10th place stays there. Then from behind them as well, the 116 of Stefan Nicolai in 21st. Then here comes the 316. We've just seen as well Alan Alexander now up to fastest by less than 1/10 of a second here. 55 thousandths between himself and Gianluca Zamponi. The Porsches are really going at it now for command of pole position. 2 minutes left to go. Every minute ticking by like an hour in its own right. And bear in mind, we have 6 hours to contend with coming up in this round of the championship. Heading to the line next, the number 69 of Black Nitro Racing's offerings from Keanu Geiger. 26th across the line and stays there with about 1 more lap left to go. The 787 near nearest to the line. We'll see what they can do as they cross the line, looking inside of that top 10 at the moment. And didn't appear to be anything. Number 5 nearest to the line then, what was a routine visitor to the top 10 in the early parts of qualifying today, Michael Picconi of De La Maria. Sadly doesn't find an advance up past Brooklyn Donkin. The 1-2-3 does find an advance, and that is John Williams up to 6th with Ferrari and Fatch GT. The 1-1-3 next across the line there was Jorby van Herle, maintains 8th place on the grid. The number 30 across the line, Adam Saunders from 3rd, stays there just behind the 2 Porsches. The 1-1-5 next across the line a moment ago, and up into the top 10 on his home race, James Mason into 9th place ahead of Tyler Vermack in the 787. Mistakenly there, shown on our charts as the 57, that's the 787 of Vermack, part of a new lineup for the 787. He's alongside Federico Zamblera. So a lot to break down here as we enter these final minutes of qualifying. Well, the final minutes of qualifying, more reasonably. The 77 across the line a moment ago. And onto their final lap goes Dennis Kuhleman with NRW Performance. The 1-1-2 is into the pit lane, so Aston Martin calls it quits here at their home race in qualifying. The 1-1-2 at the best of times here, starting 19th. Yannick Fredericks did what he could, but the conditions are just not enough for the Aston Martin to flourish. The 3-1-4 looks to be potentially heading to the line here from a moment ago. From behind them as well, the 1-1-6. The 3-1-5 across the line. Can it be an extension over their fastest by 2,000ths, I should say, of a second? They've just about managed it there, but they're onto one more flying lap. Gianluca Zamponi is in pursuit. He's joined by Matteo Mastromaro in that 791. Mastromaro saw a victory last season with Ford, if memory serves correctly, back in Watkins Glen in conditions, actually, I'd say not too far off from this. 3-1-3 across the line a moment ago. Anthony Rodriguez to 4th fastest there. So that's now 2 of those top 5 positions occupied by Euro Titans machinery. Onto that second row then. Goes the 3-1-3. From behind them to 16th is Christian Lebay with Malois. 787 not far from the line. Here comes Tyler Vermack to the line from 11th place up to 6th. Great improvement there for the South African talent. Across the line to 6th place, just up and ahead of his teammate Jay Goldman. Nearest to the line on a valid flying lap, the 1-1-3, Jorby van Herle and Elias Svenningsson on their way to the line for 5-Star Esports, out through Woodcock Corner, right to the very end of a wet and wild quali session here at the 6 Hours of Silverstone. To the line from 10th, stays there. The 30 from across the line, and it's pole! It's pole position for Adam Saunders. What is the fighting words here from the 3-1-5 and the 791 across the line a moment ago? The 1-1-5 of Mason and Milbank to 5th fastest. An exceptional result for them at the end of qualifying. The 1-1-4 nearest to the line, Ben Schiessman, then followed by the 77, then the 222. Schiessman from 19th to 10th, halves his distance there in one fell swoop. The 77 coming up on the line. Here comes Dennis Kuhleman. I think we had a bit of a disconnect problem for someone on the grid there. Up to 13th for NRW. Then the 222 from behind them into the pit lane. But here comes the 789, Jay Goldman. Then the 3-1-4 as well following in their wake. That being Brooklyn Donkin had a great start to the session. We'll see if they can follow that up on a great exit. Goldman to the line from 8th to 3rd. And then Donkin from behind. Where does the 3-1-4 end up? And it's from, to 10th there, just at the end of the session. The 3-1-5 comes to the line. Can it be pole for Alan Alexander? No, not this time around. Jake Goldman, 3rd fastest. Gianluca Zamponi, 4th. It's pole position for Adam Saunders and Tempest Motorsports. The privateers have shown size, in fact, does not matter in this argument. Unbelievable. The single entry of Tempest Motorsports, 5th in the championship, up against actual literal titans, if the names are to suggest anything, has now shown all of them up here in Silverstone. Adam Saunders on pole. An unbelievable turn of events here. The 3-1-5 of Euro Titans is Alan Alexander. A real gamble to move to Porsche. One absolutely worth making. Their 2nd fastest. They're up the road from XCL, who completely occupy the 2nd row. Jay Goldman and Gianluca Zamponi. Anthony Rodriguez and Cas van Veltzen in 5th place. James Mason in 6th. Florian Oxman 7th. Tyler Vermack 8th. And John Williams in 9th, Brooklyn Donkin in 10th. Euro Titans, Fatch, XCL, 5-Star. All of them couldn't hold a candle to the number 30. One car against an army, that was all they needed. What a performance by Saunders, the one-man army, alongside his two compatriots, Connor Letford and Zolt Beefgartner. We'll be seeing those two hopefully later on in this session. Saunders has done more than enough here to put Tempest at the top step. This is set to be an incredibly exciting round. Now, bear in mind, there's quite a lot of historical significance to this team. They were the only privateers to have ever won in the Console Endurance Series. They won so back in Barcelona in Season 1 when they were still with McLaren. In their move to Ford, it was one highly speculated on, and whether or not it was ever going to be as much a success as their McLaren era. They've shown us today that that is absolutely the case. They are back and they are ready to fight. 6 hours ahead of them, war is coming. What a qualifying session though, folks, really. And that has really been quite a turn of events there. Saunders, Letford and Beefgartner have now got the world's weight on their shoulders as they are on pole. This is going to be an astronomical grid. Make no mistake of it there. In fact, it is so good, I had a voice crack trying to explain it there. That is just how much an exciting prospect this grid is right here in Silverstone. Absolutely brutal weather as well to follow. As you heard there, wet conditions for the race start, and let's get a look at the grid at hand. 5 minutes before the start of the formation lap. Sadly, no news to discuss today for those of you who tuned in earlier this broadcast day for the coverage of the HCCL Carousel Cup. You would have heard our discussion that Johan Rossell and Nikolai Greisen have been signed to Lancia for the 2026 WRC2 Championship. That's going to be very exciting in the near future, coming up for making their debut at the 94th running of the Monte Carlo Rally with Lancia. So, on to the discussion of the grid today. Adam Saunders on a historic pole position for Tempest, up against an entire legion here, multiple different major teams, a full army at his heels. The number 30 atop the timing charts alongside him then for the start of this race, and we're reading them as the names come out. So, if it does happen to change in the nearby 4 minutes before the start of this, then we do apologise, and that will be updated as and when necessary. Ben Meredith then in second place, Jake Goldman third with Gianluca Zamponi in fourth, Anthony Rodriguez in fifth with Scott Milbank in sixth, Florian Oxman seventh, Tyler Vermack in eighth with John Williams ninth, and Brooklyn Donkin to round out the top 10. Ben Cheeseman in 11th with William Bajor in 12th, Jorge Van Herle in 13th, Dennis Kuhleman in 14th, Archie Bowen rounds out the top 15 with Euro Titans. Spencer Brown in 16th ahead of Christian LeBay in 17th, Jan Bettentrup in 18th, Zen Vitus 19th, and Carlos Disch rounds out the top 20. A less than ideal qualifying session for Aston Martin, who were previously predicted at the front of the pack in drier conditions. Stefan Nikolai in 21st ahead of Josh Wellbeloved in 22nd, Leon Geisler in 23rd ahead of Jake Potter-Evans in 24th. Keanu Geiger in 25th ahead of Kieran McMillan in 26th, and rounding out a 27-car grid here at Silverstone is Michael Picconi. So that's a real disappointment for De Lava Maria. They had an exceptional qualifying performance, and they were the ones who ended up with that disconnect problem right at the very end. We did note that there was someone having disconnect trouble inside of that top 10 as it would stand. It was the the 5. So this is going to be quite an exciting start to this race. I have been thoroughly looking forward to this event since it was announced on the calendar for Season 2. 6 hours of racing here in a wet and wild Silverstone. Current weather predictions have it in at least the first 30 minutes. The weather is set to get worse here on what is already a bit of a warm track, despite its wet conditions. So you are definitely in for that textbook British mugginess we get towards the autumn season. 24 degrees on track, 21 ambient and raining. If I were at the trackside, it would be literal hell. Right now, though, I'm not. I'm at home, and these drivers are all playing at home, so they won't have to feel any of that heading into this race. The worst thing coming for them, though, is in 30 minutes' time. If the rain is set to pick up even more, Silverstone quickly becomes an ice rink. So make no mistake of it, expect for a wild start, expect for an even more wild opening hour. We'll be keeping progress updates every 30 or so minutes for the next 6 hours of racing here, with the racing set to conclude at around midnight, if not 1 in the morning. This is going to be quite exciting here, folks. The last time we ran a 6-hour event was the 6 hours of the Nürburgring. That was won by the 788 team. And the round after that, the 4 hours of Bathurst, gave us even more action and even less time. That was won by the 791. Right now, exclusive, don't look at either of the two top steps of today's grid. That's currently occupied by Tempest and Euro Titans. XCL's got their sort of work cut out for them for this round of the championship. We've seen that their strategy has been near flawless. 3 rounds on the trot now and leading by a landslide in almost every category bar the privateers. They are not to be trifled with coming into Season 2. They have made it very clear they're on the warpath. They're hunting heads. They're hunting trophies. Make no mistake of that. 1 minute left to go before the start of the formation lap. We're still on with the 2 leading cars then. Ford and Porsche. I would say the 65. That's what it says on the chart. It said the 30 and the 315 of Saunders and Meredith. See someone there in chat saying, I lost my position. You wouldn't happen to be part of the number 5 or number 37 teams, would you not? So I believe there we did see from the number 5 of Picconi and Salvatore Borgetto of the Dell'Ave Maria team. They lost their, I think it was close to a top 10 start. It might have been in the top 10 if I'm not mistaken. That is quite a sad set of conditions for them. That is one of the brutal reminders of the instability of ACC. As you can see, there is actually a gap on the grid there where that number 5 would have been had it not lined up at the back after its disconnect. So we're on board with Adam Saunders. He's alongside Connor Letford and Zolt Beefgartner for the start of the formation lap here. A real crowd splitter. The number 30 on pole. Alan Alexander alongside them then. He'll be joined in that car by Ben Meredith. It was originally going to be Meredith taking the initiative there, but Alexander's gotten back behind the wheel and he had an exceptional qualifying session. Went toe-to-toe with the 791 of Gianluca Zamponi of Exclusive Esports. Make very little mistake of that. It takes a lot of guts to go toe-to-toe with XCL in the state they're in at the moment. They have been moving as a coordinated unit. They have been moving almost military-esque for the last couple of months here. It's been very, very hard to topple what has been an unmistakable performance by them, but we are being given the little glimmer of hope that is Silverstone, as it has given us one of the most bizarre turnouts for the grid we've seen in a good while. We've seen a recent renaissance for the Euro Titans team, a much more pronounced presence in the Sunday League, and today looks to be the first of many chapters on their road to glory here. And heralding that charge, the 315, right alongside our pole sitters at Tempest Motorsports. Looking at where we'll be on the calendar then, of course, we're here in round 4, the season midway at the Silverstone 6 Hour, and this will be the last race of the Console Endurance Series for 2025. Then we'll be heading into the winter break. You'll next see us for the 24th of January 2026 at a brand new event, the shortest of the season, round 5 of the Console Endurance Series Season 2, powered by Malwar Transport, the Imola 3 Hours, set to be what is effectively, by contrast to today, a sprint race coming up at the end of January. Then in February, the Monza 6 Hours on round 7, and the start of March we find ourselves at the Suzuka 4 Hours, a returning legacy event that was won by MSA in a last second clinch between themselves and XCL last season. And then with the new introduction of a new 6 hour round for the season finale, the 21st of March, the Indianapolis 6 Hours. Right now, though, we're here in round 4, not far from the start of 6 hours of racing here at the genesis of Grand Prix racing in Great Britain. As we know it, the genesis of F1, the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. This is going to be a very exciting grid indeed. You can see that sort of swarm of purple out past that front row. XCL is going to be looking, well, I suppose Exclusive, moreover, is going to be looking at their chances to try and recuperate on their losses today. It has been a real crowd splitter to see not only Euro Titans up to the front row, but leading the charge, the privateers, the single car entry. What you see is what you get. The number 30 on pole. For those of you just joining us now, this is a historic first for them onto pole position in Season 2 in their move to Ford. Last season, they won outright in Barcelona with McLaren. Now Tempest look at their chance for a second ever win in the Console Endurance Series. But between them and the chance to be put back into the history books is 6 hours of racing in a worsening Silverstone. They're going to have to brave the storm, and so too is 26 other cars on this 27 car grid today. You can see there several cars of the Exclusive Esports team eyeing up positions ahead. They've got quite an ensemble to battle with in these opening laps of round 4. This is where it all comes down to it, folks. The start of the storm of steel, as it were, here at Silverstone. 6 hours of racing. Wrap your head around that one. I'm sure that it has become a lot more accustomed to our drivers than it has to us here on TRTN. Prepare to be amazed or prepare to be horrified. Really, the only two comments I can make for the start of this race. It can either go very, very well or very, very poorly in these wet and wild conditions. So without further ado, exiting Luffield Corner down towards Woodcote, we begin the formation 2 abreast here on the run down towards Copse Corner, parallel to the national pits on the old pit straight, as it were, here at the Grand Prix Circuit Silverstone. 6 hours of racing to follow, 27 cars in all on this grid. Leading the charge, the privateers of Tempest Motorsports. Without further ado then, here for round 4, the Console Endurance Series, the 6 hours of Silverstone, as we make our way down towards the line, is officially underway, and a 115 already with a starting penalty there. A drive-through for the number 115 of James Mason and Scott Milbank. Making a great getaway, though, the Tempest car of Adam Saunders. Following in their wake, Alan Alexander of Euro Titans. Then from behind them, you can see Gianluca Zamponi, and out sliding sideways there off the track goes the 115. It's gone from bad to worse at the start for James Mason. A whole swarm of cars caught up in the midst of things here down through Maggots, Beckett and Chapel. We see with William Bajor getting swamped through by the approaching twin McLarens, the 113 and 114 of 5-Star Esports' Jorbe van Hurle and Ben Cheeseman. Suffering the worst out of them all there did seem to be James Mason. We can see, watching from the view here, of Spencer Brown looking to go up the inside on Archie Bowen down towards Stowe Corner. Avoids contact there because he washed out wide. Was that the 313 of Rodriguez? Yes, it was. Down at Stowe Corner, already disaster brewing for Euro Titans. Trying to get a look on track here to see what's going on inside of the top 5 here. The 791 is starting to break away from Jake Goldman as he claws up to the back end of Alan Alexander. We're seeing here with the 789, it's exclusive 3rd, 4th and 5th and 6th for that matter. Further down the line, you can see some side-by-side action starting to brew there. One of the Fats GT cars trying to get the leg up over Archie Bowen. See down the line here, this is James Mason and Scott Milbank. It has been a disaster for them so far, but they can see getting a move up over Leon Geisler of Majestic Racing. BMW against BMW here down towards Village. Bunch of cars bumping and grinding there on the way in towards the loop up the inside. Oh, just out in front there, contact, and then more contact as Geisler collides with Mason. Mason collides with Potter Evans, then Mason collides with the 114 of Cheeseman. It has been disaster on the start of things here in Silverstone. Get a look at this on the replay. Heading down into the loop. First it was contact between Wellbeloved and Vitas, and then as Mason turns in, he's collided with by Geisler, and then by Potter Evans, and that sends him spiraling into his own teammate in the 114. The 94 of Leon Geisler could have nose damage after that incident there. As we see, it's been a very chaotic opening lap and now caught up out through Luffield. Looked to have been, that was the 119 of Christian LeBay down to 24th on the grid. See here the 111 pressed up to the back of his teammate, the 112 of Carlos Dish. Up the road from them, that's Anthony Rodriguez. The 115 still has to serve their drive-through penalty into Maggots, Beckett and Chapel. It's NRW versus 5-Star. The 112 trying to defend from his own teammate by looks of things here, I should say, on the way in towards Chapel Corner. The 77 has the chance here to move up against Jan Bettentrup as we make our way onto the hangar straight, trying to get a look up the road as well to see what's going on in our front row. You can see starting to break away is Adam Saunders away from the twin Porsches of Alan Alexander and Gianluca Zamponi. Euro Titans and Exclusive could be fighting on the podium not far from now, but Ford is starting to break away and Porsche has but a fickle amount of time to keep wind with them before they lose them entirely. They know that straight line speed is not to their advantage. It's stopping power and corners. So for all 18 of them, they need to absolutely flat it here in hopes to stay with Ford by the time they get to a heavy braking zone. First of which coming up here on the exit of the Hamilton straight out through the run of Abbey and Farm down towards Village. This is where Alexander has the opportunity to start bringing the distance back in. 2 heavy braking zones. He can go later than the Ford for the start of both of these. Out through the loop, you can see keeps distance there. A little bit of an upset on the 30. Now allows the 315 to come and take a chance here to try and take the lead off of the number 30. We stay here with the 315, Ben Meredith and Alan Alexander fighting for the race lead against Adam Saunders. Tempest versus Euro Titans, and you can see the purple train behind them there. Zamponi, Goldman, Vermack and Oxman. Running out wide there, looked to have been actually the 57 of Vermaak, running into a spot of bother there down the line. Nearly bleeds position out past his teammate Florian Oxman. This has been an absolutely tremendous start to things here at Silverstone. A lot of the drivers, they're braving the storm, and that has got to be a frightening sight for our leading pair here. Saunders and Alexander are up against the full, unadulterated might of the exclusive esports team. All four of them in order. Oh, off in the background. That's one of the exclusive cars. Who is that there? That's the 789. It's Goldman. Goldman in trouble. 5 minutes into the session, Goldman turned around at cops. What has happened here? It's disaster for exclusive. The 789 fortunately able to get back going and gets on the slip road on the exit of the pit lane. Nearly collides there with the NLRL heat car, looking to get around them. What on earth has happened for them there? Jay Goldman, disaster for the 789. The 57 now up to 5th place. And from the comments I see in Twitch chat there, could it be the case that the 57, technically the 787, was involved in that incident? I'd hope to not think so. See behind them, Brooklyn Donkin and John Williams looking to challenge here. The cracks are starting to form in the exclusive facade. And let's see if Euro Titans and Fat can come and have a go. Because up the line here, we're starting to see an advanced fourth between Alexander and more namely out of that of Saunders. He's nearly a second up at the last interval in towards Village. Oh, 2 separate messages there from Klopter, so misconstruing the information there to confirm no involvement between the 57 and the incident befalling the 787. Not 787, 789. So looking at things here, it's Saunders from Alexander. Zamponi with the fastest time so far. 7 minutes into this 6-hour race. Oxman 4th, Vermaak 5th. Donkin 6th, Williams 7th. Right behind them there, you can see Jorbe van Herle in 8th. Where things had definitely gone sour at the start for some of the other members of the 5-star esports team, namely the 115 that had that starting infraction. It is now the opportunity for a revenge drive from the 113. Some of the youngest members of their lineup and some of the newest additions, I should remind you as well. Jorbe van Herle and Elias Svenningsson. Looking to try and get the leg up here on John Williams. Now, this is definitely not the place to make it. Even in Formula 1, we've seen drivers go side by side and it not end well. Out through Copse Corner. Down towards Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel. Looking up the line as well, you can see Zamponi in a tough spot here. He's just lost that fastest time off to his teammate Florian Oxman, one of 3 drivers in that 788 alongside Fazzy Binks and Nat Bennett. Current championship leaders by a factor of 39 points in the overall standings. Right now, they find themselves in a tough spot as well. Neither of them able to make ground on this rampaging duo up front. As I say that, this could be the opportunity for Zamponi to challenge Alexander. We want to try and get a look here, side by side between the pair of them. We'll stay on board with Gianluca Zamponi of the 791 lineup here. This is in the fight for 2nd place against Alan Alexander. Bear in mind, that 791 car was previously driven... Oh, look at that in the background. What a slide by Vermaak. That is some proper Petter Solberg stuff there out of that BMW. So, staying on board with that 5 second to bring back up on the subject, that number 791 previously driven by Tyler Vermaak and also Fabio Farr was taken to Porsche's first ever CES victory in the 4 Hours of Bathurst a couple weeks ago. Now it finds a completely brand new lineup from some returning names of the XCL itinerary, Gianluca Zamponi and Matteo Mastromaro. Mastromaro is a recent name on the record as well. Of course, he was a signing out of, if I remember correctly, it was out of MSA last season. He joined the exclusive lineup and then went on to win in Watkins Glen with Ford. You see here, still following his fellow Porsche. The 791 is getting more and more eager here, but as we've seen, the conditions are not getting any more favorable. It's a very easy gambit now as you start to become more confident with the track to start pushing the envelope out. But as we've seen here, Silverstone does not take prisoners, only trophies. 1 minute you'll think you're safe here at Silverstone, and then the track is really going to throw something in your direction. It's very easy to underestimate this circuit because, unlike its fellow British contemporaries, some can claim that it lacks features, some can claim that it lacks complexity and profile, really, over some other tracks. We'll have to catch on with that in due course because we have got yellow flags out. It's for the 316 in trouble. So one of the Euro Titans cars in trouble. That's Archie Bowen and Jack Giles, now down to 18th place. We can see in the background, fighting with Leon Geisler. And looking at it here, the number 119 of Christian LeBay. Here's Jake Goldman. Now, last time we saw him, he was facing almost the wrong way on the exit of Copse Corner. We just saw in the background as well was trouble for Zen Vitus with Race Vision. Watching here, though, side by side, squeezed to the left-hand side here. Jake Goldman against Leon Geisler. This is for 19th on the grid. He's alongside Chris Farish in the 789 lineup. Now looking to challenge the 94 here. Looking to switch him back, but that BMW is going to hold the inside, and I highly doubt Leon Geisler is going down without a fight here. The 119 right behind them as well, the Bentley, but swinging high and swinging around the outside. The 789 up to 19th place, so the revenge drive has begun here for Exclusive. Out through Club Corner, still pursued by the BMW and the Bentley there, running all the way off track. My word, in the background there, one of the 5-star McLarens narrowly avoids taking himself to a very early trip to the pit wall, and the wrong one at that. Oh, it's all got a bit hairy here for the 789. Big step out. Oh, it's contact between himself and the 116, and it collides with the 10. It's disaster down at Village. Oh my word, look at this on the replay. That was brutal. Slid back in the road. By this point, even if the 116 tried to brake, there was nothing he could have done there. The braking distance would have been too far with the wet and wild conditions. Then the number 10 hits the 116, spirals into the 789, and they fall together like dominoes. For Jay Goldman, he's now got the looks of it here. Ben Cheeseman behind him. Stefan Nikolai up in front. He's sandwiched in between two 5-star esports cars and what has been a run from bad to worse for Exclusive. He's found himself really on the short end of the stick in here for Silverstone. And there you can see making his way to the pit lane appropriately so, with damage by looks of things there as well. I'd be surprised if he's coming into the pit lane in mint condition after an incident like that. In goes the 789. So, getting a look around the grid. And right now, the state of affairs up front is as follows. Saunders, Alexander, and Zamponi, your top three at the moment, all separated by less than 3 seconds front to back. Florian Oxman not far off them either. Less than a second between himself and his fellow XCL car. Tyler Vermack has dropped some distance to them, though, in the 787. John Williams could be gaining on the Beamer by the end of the opening hour. To note as well, a recent move up to 7th, William Bajor against Jorbe van Hurle. VEC Esports versus 5-star. So let's see if we can get a look at some of the nearby fights on track. We can see one in the background there. Brooklyn Donkin's got his hands full. Let's see if we can catch that one. So we see here another fight as well. LeBay v Geisler. But I want to see on board here with Donkin. It's the fight for 9th place on board with Brooklyn Donkin. And he's fighting with Carlos Disch. Aston Martin versus Ford. So stay on board here. The Euro Titans number 314 car. Fighting right now for 9th on the grid. So Kieran Rodd, Harry Palmer and Brooklyn Donkin, the trio in that 314 Mustang, have got their work cut out for them with the 112. Also a trio, Carlos Disch, Yannick Fredericks and Riyad Yasarevich in the 112 5-star esports Aston Martin. It may not have been their day for qualifying, but you can see that Aston is sailing away with 9th place right now. I would not even say there is that consideration of a battle of 9th right about now. Something to know about the Aston Martin, it is pound for pound one of the best cars to have when push comes to shove. When the track starts flooding, you need a boat. And really, the Aston Martin, under most pretenses, I would say, is a bit of a boat on most days. Today, though, that might work very nicely into the 112's hands. They're not far from this fight going on at the moment. Yeah, Jorbe van Hurle versus William Bajor, VEC versus 5-star. Now, we saw the aftermath of that move up past Stowe Corner, the 332, now up into 7th ahead of Van Hurle. We will catch on with those two in due course. Still looking around the field to see where the nearest fights are coming from. We see here Stefan Nikolai, who was caught up in that massive incident earlier on. Just to remind you of that incident, this was earlier on, just a few laps, as a matter of fact. This was for Jake Goldman. Collided there as he re-entered the track. went up over the nose of the 116. And then all of them came together with the number 10. That was the incident from earlier on in this race. Now we see here the 116 down in 23rd, fighting with his own teammates in the 114 up in front. Let's see if we can get a look, though, in the pit lane at the moment, still serving those damages. And as I say that, there's more trouble. Yellow flags are out. It's the 788. Oh, my. Look here, off the exit of Club. Let's see if we can catch on with them there. That's Florian Oxman. Those are the championship leaders in trouble after Club Corner. And by looks of it there, damage too. Now, can we piece together what's gone on there? Highly unlikely. We just weren't at the site when it happened. We could see with conditions worsening, it wouldn't be entirely out of the realm of possibility to suggest that this could have been self-inflicted, but that damage over the nose would indicate another party involved, especially from where he was positioned on the track. I don't find it liable that he collides with the inside wall, and the 787's in trouble now as well, so it's absolute bedlam. As seen re-entering the track, that's Tyler Vermack very nearly clipping his teammate on their way down the Wellington. What is going on here for Exclusive? As the rain pours down, these drivers are struggling. So we see right now the only XCL car remaining in this fight for the lead, Gianluca Zamponi, has outlasted his teammates. Currently finds himself third fastest, and at the last interval there, just over a second away from Alan Alexander in second place, still vehemently pursuing the leading Tempest Motorsports Ford of Adam Saunders. As we can see, the tally starts to come in now. The 1-2-3 to 4th. William Bajon, the 3-3-2 to 5th. Jobbe van Hurle to 6th. Carlos Diesch to 7th. As Florian Oxman drops down to 8th. Could lose that out as he stays out on track with Brooklyn Donkin right behind him. And Jan Bettentrup also in pursuit. What on earth has gone on here? Much in the same way that it happened last round for 5-star Esports, Silverstone has become the kryptonite of XCL. Or I suppose Exclusive. I keep getting the names mixed up here. XCL's the league. Exclusive is the team. See here, Brooklyn Donkin trying to find a way at the inside with a tremendous amount of spray generated up in front of him. Very, very hard to make sense of it all. We see from Florian Oxman's point of view, he still continues to try and fend off Donkin. Donkin looking for the inside down towards Vale. Backs out of it. He's trying to get inside the 788's head here, trying to play with his mind. And this was the very same area of the track the 788 found problems in not long ago, making his way out through Club Corner. This is looking to be real trouble for the number 788 of Exclusive Esports as Florian Oxman, Nat Bennett and Fazzy Binks leading the championship by 39 points. But from where they stand right now, they stand liable to lose some of that gap by the time we hit the second half of the championship. Right now, they're forced to defend for 8th place. And really, you take one look at it, and it is a losing battle as out towards Aintree. Up there inside goes the 314 Brooklyn Donkin up to 8th place. The 788 looking to try and fight things back. More trouble down the line. This time for the 114 down. Oh! Who was that in the background there? We'll take one look down, and one car has been absolutely annihilated. Was that? That was the Euro Titans 313. That's Rodriguez. What happened there? Get a look at this on the replays. You also saw a great move, by the way, just to point that out from looking at it there, the 111 of Bettentrup. What a move there. What on earth happened, though? Down the line, I think he was just... did he catch a bit of water? Look at that on the replay again. You can still see the fight going on up in front. So off in the background, yeah, he just caught water, so he wasn't turned around. That was off the exit of Aintree. Oh, wow, that is very bizarre indeed. Exclusive Esports really forced into a tough spot here. They're now stuck trying to fight back for 9th place. They're pushed to the back of the top 10, having recently lost that position out to Jan Bettentrup in the 111. Things are looking dicey as the weather just continues to get worse and worse and worse. These are by and large the worst conditions we've ever seen in the history of the Console Endurance Series. The last proper notable wet race we had was all the way back in, I believe, looking back to it, one that springs to mind was the trailing end of the 4 Hours of Suzuka back in Season 1, where it really did hammer down in Mia Prefecture. But here in Northamptonshire, it is absolute tsunami conditions. So you see, looking back up the inside, he's got the opportunity, and he makes contact, though, with Bettentrup. It gets elbows out between the two. Meanwhile, Tyler Vermack trying to make his way back into the top 10. A lot of the exclusive cars, still having to wrap my head around that one, are struggling to make ground into the top 10 after most recent troubles. They're stuck playing second fiddle right now to a great defense by Bettentrup with 5-star esports. But how long will this continue on for? Oxman looking potentially to have a look up the inside, backs out of it there. It's the amount of spray. There's no visibility to be had from his point of view. Let's get a look on board from the helmet camera just to show you what's going on here behind the eyes of Florian Oxman. There is, I mean, it's less what you can see and less what you can't. And right now, barely visible in front of this Bentley is a whole additional car. That's over 550,000 euros of race car stuck over the nose, and he can barely see him. Sliding around behind him as well, also caught in the tremendous amount of spray. I imagine even more generated from these Bentleys is that BMW behind him, Tyler Vermack. And you see, oh, it's getting close now. You're seeing these little micro corrections out of the drivers here. Looking back up front, Adam Saunders is now actually forced to defend for position here. Otherwise, he's had that Porsche follow him for the greater part of this race. You can see, though, really getting a wriggle on now. That 315 of Meredith and Alexander of Euro Titans is starting to make a proper move towards the leading 30. It has been a tremendous start to this race, one riddled with incidents and controversy, and we've only covered actually less than 30 minutes, just over 20 minutes as it stands right now. So we have a long, long road to travel upon here, folks. The number 10 into the pit lane goes Zen Vitus of Race Vision Motorsport. The conditions are only getting worse here in Silverstone. We'll get a weather radar update in a moment's time. And the 77 is in trouble. We're going to have to cut away here from Tempest just to quickly catch what is the scope of things for the 313 and the 77. All in trouble there. So let's just get on to the overheads to see if we can start to figure out what's going on here. NRW Performance, Dennis Kuhleman, number 77, and then the 313, Anthony Rodriguez and Cas van Veltzen of Euro Titans. Both of them still seem operable at the moment. You can see there, sizable damage for the number 10. That's them out. So we've just got word there. The number 10 Race Vision car is out of this race. Meanwhile, we catch back on board with Jan Bettentrup, as now making his way back up to 9th goes Florian Oxman. But now as we make our way onto the Wellington Straight, all the way onto the grass there, the Bentley almost sent himself careening across track like we saw a few laps ago for the 313. Up the inside goes Jan Bettentrup. This is for 9th place in this race so far. Down towards Brooklands, into Luffield. It's two exclusive cars versus one 5-star. The 111 versus the 788 versus the 787 on the exit of Luffield. The BMW leads the charge ahead of the swarm of purple cars behind him. The number 3 most recently in trouble. That's on the exit of Club Corner. That was for AXRL Heat. Down towards Cops Corner we go then. BMW from Bentley from BMW. And a bit of oversteer there. You can see it is not an easy ride for that 111 in his defense of 9th place. Jan Bettentrup and Til Schwering have got the world's weight upon their shoulders here to try and defend against these two. Not an easy act to follow on, I should remind you. You can see both of these cars are slipping and sliding out through Chapel, struggling for even an ounce of grip available in through that opening flurry of corners. Down the hanger straight, you can see the BMW is able to hold the Bentley at arm's length there towards Stowe. Later on the brakes, goes the 111. Is that going to play into his hands? Stowe corner, very easy to spin out on here as well. The 77 in trouble again. Let's get a look over towards the point of view right now of Dennis Kuhleman. Also caught up there, another Ferrari by looks of it. Was trying to re-emerge to the track, the number 5. So the Delave Maria car, Michael Picconi, caught up in an incident with Dennis Kuhleman's number 77 just on the exit of Chapel. What has gone on there? Meanwhile, up front, it's still the 30 from the 315 from the 791, and they have grown distant from the rest of the grid, and then some. We're looking here at the fight towards the back of the top 10 on what has been a very controversial start to things, much to the chagrin, really, of the exclusive esports team. They now find themselves staring down the barrel here of the back of the top 10. It's been disaster for the championship leaders. They can recover this one in 5.5 hours. I would be pleasantly surprised to see that be the case right now, because things are looking dire. fight on they must. And even with a damaged front end, that Bentley is still in the top 10. Down through Brooklands in a left field. The 111 swings out a little bit wide past the apex there. Really, I don't think this is much by choice at all. These are passengers, moreover, now in this race. Every corner they take, they're at Mother Nature's indiscriminate mercy. Down towards Copse Corner we go. You can see here, there's these pockets of standing water the drivers are trying to avoid. See, they're trying every possible chance to close distance on that BMW for the run into the hangar straight. On the exit of Chapel Corner we go now. And that Bentley might have just done enough there. He's in the slipstream. He's got the run, but has he got the power? 4-litre twin turbo versus inline 6. Very nearly contact between the pair of them holding the inside. Good defense by the 111. Good area denial. But that 788 might have just had him on the way in through Stowe Corner. He's got the inside, but then having the inside again, the 111 in towards Vale and Club. Which way does this one go? Tucking back in behind. The 111 drops down to 10th. Now sandwiched in between two exclusive cars with Tyler Vermack right behind him. Florian Oxman now up to 9th. Great fight back by the championship leaders. So now this has become less the fight for 9th, more the defensive fight of 10th between two BMWs in all. Vermack versus Bettentrup. We've seen already how patient the 788 has been. What's the demeanour of the 787? Anything but, because leaping up the inside in towards Village goes Tyler Vermack. Does he hold the position by the time we hit the loop? Trying for a switcheroo here. The 111 might just have the run on the 787 in towards Aintree. Looking up his rear bumper, can practically see his MFD through the rear windscreen out through Aintree. That was a very ambitious move by Vermack, but one that has paid off. Or so we're led to believe. Looking up the inside, my word. Here goes the 111, and one leap is contradicted by another. In towards Brooklands. That was elbows out. Had an I'd seen one. This is some touring cars level stuff here at Silverstone. Had I any mind about it, I'd thought we'd still in the 3 series cars as opposed to the M4s. That is proper white knuckle stuff here. That's giving me flashbacks to the BTCC. Brilliant stuff between these two. We'll catch on with them in a little while's time. We take a look around the track. We saw from behind here an exchange of positions. Rodriguez past Bowen, 13th and 14th now. You see here, potential fight for 20th. Stefan Nicolai versus Michael Picconi. Looking up the inside at Woodcote. The Dell'Ave Maria Ferrari of Picconi and Borgetto. Looking up the inside here at Copse. Oh, it's contact! We just knew that one was going to happen. Heading down to Copse Corner. I wasn't expecting it to go quite like that, but it's contact between the two in the fight of 20th. What is going on here in Silverstone? I tell you, it has been cursed for these drivers. Was the Dell'Ave Maria really ever trying to make the corner? As it looked like, at least from what the cameras are showing us here, the 115 was, not the 115, sorry, the 116 was turning for the corner, and the number 5 just was not. Let's get a look here. Yeah, he turned the other way. Am I going insane? Let's look at that on the replay again. We're just watching there in the bottom right. Potential fight for the lead here. Tempest versus Euro Titans. They've broken away from exclusive by quite some distance there. Very ambitious opening hour for the two. Correct me if I'm wrong. He turned away. He turned away from the corner. What was the number 5 thinking there? Was it perhaps a spot of water? Maybe dragged the car? I can't fathom what would cause that to happen. As we see here, heading down towards the very same section of the track, Copse Corner. Alan Alexander pursuing Adam Saunders. 0.7 of a second. They have maintained a careful sub-second gap over the course of the entirety of this race so far. Nearly 30 minutes in of the 6 hours of Silverstone, and it has kicked off with a bang. You can see that up in front of them. That was the 69. Keanu Geiger of Black Nitro Racing runs off the track in through Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel. The 791 not far from their current position, but is out from the leading pair by over 4 seconds. How has this happened here? The wet conditions have thrown asunder what is the normal sort of massive moving parts, the coordinated machine that is the exclusive esports team, have been brought under by rain. It's been their kryptonite here. Not many people actually quite like Silverstone here on ACC, and I'm shocked and frankly upset. Fantastic circuit, and I'm not biased whatsoever. In towards Vale and Club Corner. Through it all, though, now of all the top 5 positions, only one of them is currently claimed by a car from the exclusive esports team, Gianluca Zamponi and Matteo Mastromaro, 3rd place. Behind them, John Williams in the 1-2-3, William Bajor in 5th place, and up in front of them, Alan Alexander in 2nd, Adam Saunders in the race lead. These two divided by such a short gap here. These two looking to fight very, very soon. The 315 is gaining momentum on that number 30. Things have been icy cool so far for Tempest. They've not been trying to push the car out too far here, knowing that the conditions are going to get worse. They've just got to settle into a rhythm, and if it doesn't work, then simply put, it doesn't work. It is really a case here, especially when the conditions are getting worse by the minute here in Silverstone, with very little sign right now that it's going to clear up. They've just got to stick to it and pray that they outlast the rest of the field. They've got the pace to prove it already. Now comes the argument of consistency. We'll stay on board here with Alan Alexander in what looks to be the brewing fight for the race lead. Currently on board with the Euro Titans number 315. Still a very bizarre looking Ferrari, if you ask me. And looking at the current standing of things inside of that top, well, I'd say that's the top 10, and then we'll expand further on that. Saunders in the lead with Alexander in 2nd, Zamponi 3rd with Williams 4th, Bajor 5th, 6th, Van Hurle 7th, Donkin 8th, Oxman 9th, and Bettentrup in 10th. Rodriguez in 11th, McMillan in 12th, Bowen 13th, Brown 14th, Vermack down to 15th place, so something seriously untoward had to have happened there for the 787 team. They now find themselves being pressured for the back of the top 15 positions by Christian Lebay of Maloir Racing, one of the other Bentleys in this session. And then behind them, Josh Welbelove in the 222 Nexus GT car, otherwise branded there on the charts as the number 720 incorrectly. In 18th place, Leon Geisler ahead of Michael Picconi, who looks to be getting pressured for position anytime soon by the 114 of Ben Cheeseman of 5-Star Esports. James Mason down at 21st, Stefan Nicolai in 22nd, Dennis Kuhlman 23rd, Jake Potter-Evans of AXRL Heat down in 24th, Keanu Geiger in 25th, struggling for grip here on the Hangar Straight. And then Chris Farish down in 26th place. So Goldman swapped for Farish by the looks of things here, because that mandatory pit stop marker has now changed to green, meaning they have swapped drivers. Also, just to advise on the weather, it is set to pick up and then stabilize in the next 30 minutes. So it will pick up in 15 minutes and then stay there by the 30-minute mark from now. So by the time we get to the end of the first hour, it will still be raining at about a slightly higher level than what we're seeing right now. That's catastrophic for some, because this has already proven to be some of the most challenging conditions these drivers have gone up against in a long, long time. Let's see if we can catch on board with the race leaders here in the number 30. This is all in contention right now for that leading position on track. We'll stay on with these two. They make their way down the Hangar Straight just past the exit of Chapel. We're just over half an hour into this race here. It has been already a fantastic start, one that these two are adamant to continue further down the line here. They've separated themselves from the pack by upwards of north of 5 seconds, to the nearest car being Gianluca Zamponi in 3rd. Whilst we attend to something here, we'll stay on board with the race leading fight between the Porsche and the Ford. We'll take a look over the rear end of that leading Ford as well. All will be revealed in due course as to what we are actually working on in the midst of all of this.
Still see over the rear view in towards Brooklands and Luffield to start lap 16 of this race. You've got to hand it here to the consistency out of that number 30 in conditions that the Ford is definitely pressed up against to fail on. It is doing exceptionally well to hold the rest of the grid at arm's length. Fantastic area denial for these guys. Still watching with these two, and I must say, they've been holding that gap very, very impressive. Was it very, very impressively so far. You've got to hand it to the commitment out of both of these teams here. They have just completely vanished away from the rest of the field. We'll catch on with them later on as we take a look around the field to see another one of the Mustangs out on track at the moment, the 314 of Brooklyn Donkin. Now, it was a big, big gamble to put him in the seat of the 314. We saw his performance back at the Sunday League, so there was quite a high hope for this one coming into his endurance debut. We'll cut back to them in due course. The 94 in trouble. Let's see if we can go and catch on with them. That's Leon Geisler of Majestic Racing. In a very similar fashion to what we saw of Jake Goldman earlier on, he did find himself stranded out past Cops, gets back on the slip road on the exit of the pit lane there to get back on track. Looking here, side-by-side fight. Josh Wellbeloved versus Tyler Vermack out through Stowe Corner. Running it all the way around the outside. Great commitment there by Vermack. And what has definitely been a bit of an abrupt start to things in the 6 hours of Silverstone. Not the kind of start that he wanted, but one that he's going to have to accept and move forward from. Wellbeloved giving a good run for his money here out through Vale and Club Corner onto the Hamilton Straight. Okay, so fantastic news. What we were trying to do in the background has actually started working for us. We'll get onto that in due course. We do see here another fight still going on. The 77 now fighting with Stefan Nicolai's number 116 5-star esports McLaren for the back of the top 20 here. They make their way down the Wellington Straight in the background. You can see Leon Geisler, who was most recently caught up in an incident out past Cops Corner. Into Brooklands we go. Ferrari trying to hold short here of the McLaren to give himself the full run of the racing line. But as you can see, when he does tuck into it, he just can't see a damn thing. Heading in towards Luffield, very little visibility in the way of things, very little available grip either. On the exit of Luffield, he holds his nerve and is going to have to stick behind that McLaren on the run through Woodcote and Copse. You see here, tucking to the inside, I think that is potentially Nicolai allowing Kuhleman through. Forces him to go around the outside, and through he goes, up in the 20th place. 791 still tucked in on the last of those podium steps, the sole survivor, as it were, of the exclusive massacre that has been the opening hour here in Silverstone. But now looking up the road, we can finally show you what is the objective truth with the 315, as now, as you can see, it's a Porsche. And that is what we were doing in the background. Oh, I did say to myself, when I was doing all the graphics, I was like, that is a bit of a weird-looking Ferrari, is it not? But no, as you can see now, we're on board with the 315, and what better time to be on board with the 315 as it's closer than it's ever been before here. 40 minutes into the 6 hours of Silverstone, running up on what looks to be traffic there. Jake Potter-Evans up in front of them in 23rd place with a damaged nose cone over his number 3, out through Cops. Oh, it's a bit of a stab there for the number 30. That could allow the 315 in, but just not enough room. Down towards Maggots, then comes Beckett's, then comes Chappell. Bit of a stab of oversteer, not entirely sure what happened there. Can make the assumption he was off camera at the time, but ran a little wide out through Cops, caught that pocket of standing water, the back end just stabbed away from him. You see there, once he's gotten up to this distance, you just can't see all 4 corners of that Mustang. So how is the Porsche meant to strategize against this? A target he can barely see. So you're trying to navigate traffic there. That's the Black Nitro Racing car. Keanu Geiger eclipsed by the Rooster tailing off of these two. You can see he actually runs out wide out past Aintree. The 315 looking at an opportunity to spring up the inside on the 30, but not budging, not by an inch there, is Adam Saunders in the Tempest Motorsports Ford. Knowing that this is one of their best opportunities to return to the winning books here and to get a win outright in glorious fashion at the one of the longest races of the season. Tempest are not going to be sparing any expense, really. They're not going to be pulling any stops, running any unnecessary risks. This is clinically precise so far from them. One of the most consistent performances we've seen in a long, long time on this grid. I mean, this is something you come to expect out of Exclusive in their prime towards the end of Season 1, where it was moving like clockwork for them. It was almost no competition by that point, where they took 5 wins as a team back-to-back. And we're seeing this right now out of the solo privateer entry at Tempest Motorsport. Really does go to show that numbers aren't everything, and having multiple cars on the grid, it's good for a team's championship, not if you can't lead the grid. Of course, a bit rich saying that, considering that Exclusive has led the grid several times. If this is to be the one that upsets their balance, well, we thoroughly do welcome it. What a challenger it is. David versus Goliath, as it were. Right now, their nearest competition isn't even from Exclusive. It's from this one on screen, the 315, one of Euro Titans' entries. And I must say, they had a very ambitious start to this race. And much like that of Exclusive, they find themselves with only a handful of cars still in a competitive position this early on in the race. And I must say as well, these two have been in a world of their own. Never before had I seen performance where two drivers just take away from the rest of the grid in conditions this dire. Normally, it's the great unifier reign, but it has been the great divide in that top 5. Currently, their nearest target is 3.6 seconds down the road. Now, I would say that is still an improvement from where they were last time out. It was nearly 5 seconds for Gianluca Zamponi in the 791, so the chances are there. But as 17 minutes before the end of the first hour, a lot of the drivers will be coming in. Strategy will put its hand in the way of this fight not far from now. Take a look here in towards Brooklands, then comes Luffield. You can see from the point of view here that they have to stick religiously to this line, otherwise they find this huge snap of oversteer. Now, I want to point this out because if memory serves me right, Alan Alexander is playing on controller. Doing all of this, he's on controller, he's in a Porsche, and it's in the rain at Silverstone. Does this man have a death wish? One does wonder. Well, regardless, it really does show that equipment isn't everything either, because if someone on a controller can go toe-to-toe with who I assume is on wheel, that is really quite impressive stuff here. He's found a sort of the secret formula, as it were, for success here in Silverstone. And really, with these two, it's been the chances here through what has been a chaotic free practice, a chaotic qualifying, and an even more chaotic race start, that chaos creates opportunities for those who can see it. And these two have capitalized massively. They've stayed in their qualifying positions. They've been unfettered by the world around them and only focused in on each other. They've been in this almost symbiotic relationship over the course of 45 minutes. They've not separated from each other by more than a second at the most at times. They're completely in a world of their own here, and that could soon be interrupted by the approaching 791 of Gianluca Zamponi behind them. You can see gaining the distance now, 2.5 seconds away from Alan Alexander on your screens at the moment. We'll catch up with these two in a moment's time. Let's take a look around the grid to see what other fights to be concerned with. Right now, Florian Oxman, we saw him in a myriad of fights not far from now. He's now up the road from Brooklyn Donkin, 2.5 seconds between the pair, and currently looking to charge up towards the 5-star pairing of Carlos Diesch and Jobby van Herle in 6th and 7th. Speaking of Brooklyn Donkin, here's his point of view. Makes his way out through Club Corner all the way to the runoff here on the Hamilton Straight. That could have been the same incident that caught out the 788 not long ago. One silent presence here in that top 5 to consider. VEC Esports' William Bajor. Now, he's joined on that team as well. This is their sort of, I think, second competitive entry, but the first of its kind for this unit in particular, the number 332 Ford. Bajor is joined by Grayson Bulwer and Shahan Karim. Now, we've seen Karim and Bajor before on the NLRL Sunday League. They've been good talents in their own right there, especially Bajor, who's looking to gun for the Rookies Championship ahead of Sam Angel. Right now, Bajor has been given the lead here to the Ford and has let it run riot here in Silverstone. He's in the top 5. We'll have to cut away from that for the time being because we did have a temporary white flag out. We're going to see who that was for. I believe, looking at it here from 316, it was the number 3 behind them. So Jake Potter-Evans, one of the new signings for AXRL Heat, brought out a temporary rolling white flag down the Wellington just past Aintree. We see here for Archie Bowen. He's in 12th place at the moment in his time with Euro Titans. Oh, hang on just a moment. More trouble down the Wellington Straight. This time, once again, trouble for the 789. From behind them, we can see a fight going on for 18th place. Ben Cheeseman versus Josh Wellbeloved. Wellbeloved's looking up the inside here on Ben Cheeseman, but he'll run it around the outside into Brooklands. Then at Luffield, he'll be on the inside. Could there be a gap opening up on the inside through Luffield that we aren't seeing, that the 222 perhaps is? Nexus GT versus 5-star for 18th place. We'll have to catch on with those two in due course because I think we are about to see the flashpoint in the fight between the leading pair. Just as we saw, hang on a moment here, we're on board with Vermac, and as we saw in the background, that was trouble for Keanu Geiger, I think it was there, for Black Nitro. You can see emerging to the track out through Chapel Corner. Meanwhile, Vermac has got his hands full here. Michael Piccone looking to challenge for 15th place. Del Ave Maria versus Exclusive. Now, I want to get a quick look on board with what is going on up in front here. You can see it's incredibly close, but washing out wide through Luffield, the 315 is looking to potentially forfeit position to a rapidly approaching 791. He was actually sliding through Luffield. Absolutely bizarre stuff. We see, though, Vermac washed out wide through Stowe. That allows Michael Piccone to swing on through for 15th place. We'll catch up with those two later on in this race. It has been an incredibly hectic opening hour. We see on board now with Gianluca Zamponi, the 791, who's been slowly but surely creeping his way back to the fight for the race lead. The 791 looking at potential back-to-back victories. Formerly was in the hands of Fabio Farr and Tyler Vermac back in the 4 Hours of Bathurst in round 3 of the championship. Now finds itself, I should say, in the hands of Gianluca Zamponi and Matteo Mastromaro. Veterans from last season, now behind the wheel of the experimental number 791. Exclusive Esports' sort of dark horse entry to the championship. After its very competitive opening drive, it finds itself already in the top 10 of the championship outright. As you can see right now, or I suppose what you can't see, was that fight going on up in front for first place, and that is really going to be quite a
strong point mentally to wrestle with in that 791. How do we strategize against a target that which we cannot see? And we'll catch up to them in a moment's time. We do see has been trouble for the 114 Ben Schiessman, if memory serves here. Rejoining the track now behind Stefan Nicolai, nearly to be caught up and looks to actually be caught up here by Leon Geisler of Majestic Racing. The 114 holds the inside through Brooklands and he'll still hold it through Luffield. The 222 in trouble. That's Josh Wellbelove of Nexus GT. So there could be an overtake opportunity coming up very, very quickly here. But no, coming into the pit lane goes the 114 of Cheeseman. Now getting slowed down for that pit entry line could be a bit of a struggle. Oh, into the wall, up the road there. That's Stefan Nicolai. Oh my goodness, get a look here. That is disaster. The 116 is into the wall. Can we see that on the replays there? I don't know. I think it might have been a little too late for that. Actually, yeah, they're heading into the pit lane. Catching a bit of water on the outside and hits the pit lane wall. The 116 in your bottom right-hand side there just gets back running. That is the worst place on the track for that to have happened because now he's got to do one entire extra lap before he can fix this problem. If anyone prays for an incident, they'd pray it be just before the pits. And I do have to update you on something. In and amongst all of the action we just saw there, what we did miss out on is now the 315 of Alan Alexander and Ben Meredith have overtaken Adam Saunders and are now leading here in Silverstone, sliding their way through Chapel Corner. Porsche is leading, but it's not the Porsche one would think. That finds itself currently third place. Towards the end of the first hour, we could be seeing a permanent exchange of the lead for the time. Well, heading into that second hour, not permanent then. Be a bit silly. We do see more trouble, though. This time for the 787, it's at Village. Even more trouble keeps finding its way to the doors of Exclusive Esports. On what was domination in Bathurst has been dominated in Silverstone. This track has really took them for a ride. Right now, caught up behind Stefan Nicolai, Adam Saunders will be furious with the gap he has now inadvertently created between himself and the leading Porsche, Alan Alexander and Ben Meredith. Euro Titans leading here in Silverstone. Number 3 in trouble, AXRL Heat, spun off there out past Cops Corner. We stay on board, though, with this 315, because as we make our way towards the end of the first hour, these could be your new race leaders, as Saunders has dropped dramatically behind in the time since. The number 30 now finds himself 3/4 of a second from the 791, has to dodge traffic there. Keanu Geiger in trouble down the Wellington straight off in the background as well. You can see there was Stefan Nicolai in the number 116. The number 30 runs all the way wide. He's onto the grass, down at Brooklands. So is it down to third for Tempest? Yes, it is. It's all come apart. It's a Porsche 1-2 here in Silverstone, nearly towards the end of the first hour. Is this the deciding factor that brings Tempest to the pit lane? Not this time. They're going out for one more lap at the minimum. What on earth has happened here? It's all come apart at the seams after one position loss. The second fell in like clockwork. This is a rather worrying sight for Tempest, especially when they were looking on the chances early on in this race to win for the second time ever in the Console Endurance Series and their first time since their move to Ford. Of course, 5 hours still between us and the checkered flag, so let's not go jumping to conclusions too early on. It's not over until the fat lady sings. Right now, though, one of the major updates to have come out was the 315 leading this session. Nicolai is in, so the 116 is in for emergency repairs. We're not sure how long it'll take before they make their way back out on track. The 789 of Chris Farris down in 24 for this 25-car grid. He's in a long, long way from home. That's a funny comment there from 5-Star Jupiter, unfortunately, because I'm contractually obliged to be family friendly. I can't repeat it, but it's entertaining. It is entertaining. Wide Open by the Chemical Brothers was mentioned in there as well. Great song. Those of you who've played Dirt 4 know exactly what song that is. I'd be listening to that right after I collide with a lamppost at 80 miles an hour
on one of the Spanish stages, and I go berserk. Simply put. Potter Evans into the pit lane then. XRL and also 5-star still in the pits. Looking up the line here, we do see a fight with two different cars on two different lengths of the race right now. 16th and 24th, Michael Picconi and Chris Farish. Chris Farish, I should remind you, was just forced to cut part of Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel. That area of the track has really been catching McLaren out, and you'd be surprised considering this is, well, their home race this season. It's definitely come as quite an oddball thing for McLaren. Moreover, Ford's not going to be particularly happy. They're still in third place behind Porsche. Gianluca Zamponi looking to advance the goals here of the 791 lineup. So as we head towards the end of the first hour before our first major migration to the pits, we see the current state of affairs here. A bit of a stab of oversteer corrected very quickly there by Gianluca Zamponi. Still in the defensive second place over a waning performance from Saunders. Something is awry with that Mustang. He's having to play things very carefully now in the last 5 minutes of the opening hour. Right now, Alan Alexander and Ben Meredith lead in the 315 Porsche. Gianluca Zamponi second alongside Matteo Mastromaro in the 791 lineup. Adam Saunders and Conor Letford and Zolt Beefgartner third place ahead of John Williams in fourth with Fatch GT. Carlos Niche, a silent procession to the top five, much to the chagrin of William Bajor. BEC Esports is number 332 down to sixth place and looking to take up the slack here in a potential upcoming fight defensively for seventh place is going to be that of Jorbe van Herle versus Florian Oxman. Brooklyn Donkid in ninth with Anthony Rodriguez in 10th place. In 10th place, Brooklyn Donkin. Jan Bettentrup in 11th. Archie Bowen 12th. With Spencer Brown in 13th place. Christian LeBay 14th. James Mason in 15th. Michael Picconi in 16th with Dennis Kuhleman in 17th place. Tyler Vermack in 18th place with Josh Welbelove in 19th place. Leon Geisler rounds out the top 20. Ben Cheeseman in 21st. Stefan Nikolai 22nd. Mitchell Scott there behind the wheel in the number 3. Swaps in for Jack Potter Evans of XRL Heat. He's 23rd. Oh, hang on a second. Out through, by the looks of it there, Abbey. Oh, he's done well to keep it away from the wall. Not a great entry, though, to Silverstone. Bit of a baptism of, well, I would say baptism of fire. I don't think a fire could start here if you tried. Chris Farris, 24th. Keanu Geiger, 25th. Alan Alexander, though, with Euro Titans, has gone well above and beyond what they needed to do this season. Now, taking a look back to some of the previous race wins over the course of Season 1, this could be talking on the points of history here for Euro Titans. We'll stay on board, though, with that 315. Actually, nearest gap right now could be the battle going on for 7th place. We are keeping an eye on these nearby gaps. Of course, always engaging to see some fights on track. This late on, though, into the first hour, a lot of this will be strategy intensive, as we've seen there for the number 30. He'd rather lose the two positions out and gain them back later than to run the risk of spinning himself out. Perhaps that was the better decision to have been made for Tempest, but ultimately it's forfeited them the race lead for the time being. So right now, as it stands, looking back through the older results out of Season 1, Euro Titans, if they can hold on to this for the next 5 hours, are looking at their first ever CES victory. Now, their best result was second place. That's from quite a few different cars over the course of Season 1. One such example, the 696, the Aston Martin, second place in the opening race, and also second place at round 6 of the championship. Looking elsewhere for some of the progress out of Euro Titans' lineup of cars. The 813, one of their Academy cars' best result, was 5th place at the end of the Nürburgring round. That was the season finale of Season 1. So Euro Titans do stand upon the chance here of proper redemption. their first ever CES victory. About 3 laps before the end of this stint. We still watch here with Florian Oxman, fastest of any one driver on track. And I think that record is probably going to stay in place for a good while here, with rain still yet to subside. 30-minute warning, still more rain. It's actually set to pick back up and could even progress into torrential, almost inhospitable conditions for racing in the next 30 minutes. So there is an active warning out for extreme weather. Whether or not we'll see that is another question entirely, but do keep that very close in mind here going into hour 2 of this race. James Mason coming out of the pit lane just now, serving a pit stop. He's double stinting here in the 115, emerges alongside what looks to be that of the 332. That's William Bajor in 6th place. Right behind him has been that ongoing fight for 7th, Jorge van Herle versus Florian Oxman. And just get a look at the track conditions right now, or I suppose get a look at the state of the track right now. The 313 in trouble. Is back into what looks to be the pit lane. Hang on a moment here. Let's see if we can catch on board with that 313. So that's, right now, that's Anthony Rodriguez had trouble down between Woodcote and Copse Corner. So is that the same situation as we saw earlier on for Stefan Nicolai in the 116? Perhaps so. Let's get back on board, though, with that fight between Oxman and Van Herle. One to watch here, the fight of 7th place. And bear in mind, they've been gaining pretty sizable distance on William Bajor, but it all could be coming down to naught here, as we're at the end of that first hour. A lot of drivers expected to enter the pit lanes soon. The 788 has soldiered through less than favourable conditions by a long shot here to find themselves where they are right now. And that's good recovery within the first hour. The question therein remains, can they turn this into a good result in the next 4 hours, 59 minutes? I'm sure that's going to be resting quite heavy on the championship leaders. They're 8th place right now, with the risk to lose out to Euro Titans. Heading down towards Village. Still looking at a chance here on the 113 of Van Herle and Svenningsson. Now, I must say, these two have put on a formidable fight so far. And hang on just a moment here. Oh, hang on just a second here, folks. I have some important news to relay, as there look to have been trouble out through Brooklands and Luffield. Namely for the 791. Yes, as we see it there, now drops in behind Adam Saunders. So there was a big problem for the 791 car. I did have to confirm the data before reporting it, but there you can see Gianluca Zamponi is down to 3rd. Adam Saunders up to 2nd. Surely the conditions can't get much worse than this, can it? And as it would stand, it can. 791 still in pursuit, 0.4 of a second. Let's see if we can catch back on board what was going on down the order here. Fluttering through the shots here on camera. You do have to forgive us for the slightly sporadic nature of the scrolling. Had it been an ideal world, I'd have no doubt in my mind that we could just scroll through based on position on track, but that's just not how ACC operates, and it annoys me every day that it does that. The 313 and the number 3 in trouble down at Brooklands. Yellow flags down in Sector 3. As we stay on board here, Jorge van Herle currently up against Florian Oxman, not far up the road. William Bajor struggles to get around the 115 of James Mason. I find it staggering that we can end up in conditions so tremendously wet that the spray generated from these cars can be enough to hide that tremendously large Bentley. How that's even possible, I'm not even sure. I mean, that Bentley is so large, they don't use a car tarp to cover it in the winter months. They just use one of the top ends of a circus tent. Just of how large it is. As you see here, catching up to Mason. Jorge van Herle in the 113. Looking to work his way around traffic here. William Bajor is already up the road, 1.3 seconds from the 113. Now, heading into the final couple of laps of his opening stint, you can see moving over to give him the position as the 115. The question therein remains, is he tucking back in? Very cheeky. Very cheeky. He'll have to find a way to move over to that 788, but he's not going to make this one easy. Little bit of tacticianry here for that 115. I don't think he realizes how much he's helping Jorge Van Herle, but now we can see it has allowed Van Herle just before onto the pit lane. Could have been within a chance to fight for 6th place. Coming in, though, comes Jorge Van Herle. Careful on the line there. Or is it going to be a speeding infraction? That was very, very close to a collision in the pit lane. That wouldn't have fared well for Jorge Van Herle or Elias Svenningsson. We'll see what the going rates are for that. It looked a little bit brisk in, if you don't mind me saying so. Taking a look around the field right now, Chris Farris still in 24th. It would take a generational comeback drive to put them in competitive stead by the end of this race. We see also in the pit lane at the moment, Leon Geisler, as well as looking at it here, Anthony Rodriguez in the 313. Looking at it now, we can see a few drivers making that move to the pit lane. Most recently was Van Herle. We also see entering the pits now is Christian Lebay. I must say, has made pretty sizable progress so far with Malwar Racing. Bentley were definitely in a bit of a mixed bag position. The only manufacturer coming into today's round of the championship to be gaining any kind of advantage, but actually that's worked against them where they would have probably benefited from having more weight. And just as I suspected, it's a stop. Go 30 for speeding in the pit lane. I did say it looked a little bit brisk there, and I'm sad to be proven correct. After what was a brilliant opening stint, it's all come asunder for Jorge Van Herle. 4 hours, 54 minutes left to go here in Silverstone, and things have not gone their way at all. Looking up into that top 5 once again, you can see the gap that has since been opened between Alexander and Saunders is something unlike anything I've ever seen before in the span of only about a quarter of an hour. Saunders is down nearly 14 seconds off the back of Alan Alexander. We see Gianluca Zamponi is now out behind John Williams. Now the question therein remains, did these drivers make a sneaky run into the pit lane? They did have a sizable gap over the rest of the grid. As of course it won't light up green until there is a driver's swap in play. We see here for the 119, one such example as Lebay swaps out. We'll see who's gotten behind the wheel based off of the driver placard before it updates on ACC, because it always takes a little too long to do so. Making our way out then. And by looks of it there, that's Axel Cassier in the 119. Of course, we've seen the Belgian talent make quite a solid display of things over Season 2 of the NLRL Sunday League, so he's now behind the wheel of the 119. Axel Cassier takes to the track. We see into the pit lane comes William Bajor. With VEC Esports, we'll see whether or not there is a driver swap to be discussed in due course. We see here the battle for 3rd place, John Williams versus Gianluca Zamponi, Ferrari versus Porsche, Exclusive versus Fatch. Also in the pits at this time as well is Anthony Rodriguez, still in. We don't know whether or not there's yet going to be a driver swap over to Cas van Veltzen, or namely if there is any damages to be repaired on that Ferrari. It's been in for quite some time now. .113 just made its way into the pit lane, so that's to serve the stop-go 30-second penalty for Jorge Van Herle. The 313 is exiting the pit lane, so we do have news there regarding the Euro Titans 313 Ferrari. We're on board with the Fatch GT number 123 Ferrari, caught just 8/10 up the road from Gianluca Zamponi of Exclusive Esports. Also into the pits at this time, the race leader is in, so Alan Alexander is into the pit lane. We'll see whether or not Adam Saunders comes in or if he's going to extend on his current stint. By the looks of it at the moment, they have definitely come into the pit lane. You see the intervals confirm it there. Adam Saunders into the pit lane and these two following them in. So that battle for 3rd is effectively over. It will only exist under strategy here between Williams and Zamponi. Into the pit lane then goes both Fatch GT, Exclusive, Euro Titans and Tempest. See also in the pit lane at the moment, Dennis Kuhleman of NRW Performance, the number 77 car in the pits. Bit of a hurried run into the pit lane here. We see even more trouble for the 313. Let's see if we can go and catch on with them here. The 313 in a serious spot to bother. So too is the 222 stranded on the exit of the pit lane. Very bizarre.
for Nexus GT. We see here, this is Anthony Rodriguez, ran into serious trouble on the exit of Stowe Corner, down towards Vale and Club, just before the run into the pits on the Grand Prix paddock. Looking here with the 313, is he pulling the car to one side? I think that is the case here. Rodriguez pulling the car to one side. That could be confirmation the 313 is out of Silverstone. The number 30 picks up a stop-go 30-second penalty for speeding in the pit lane all the meanwhile. So it has come asunder here for Adam Saunders. Now emerges from the pits with a stop-go 30 to his name. He's not alone in that assumption. Jorbe van Herle still has to serve a stop-go 30. The most recent news, though, is that 313. And getting back going, Rodriguez is back in the fight. So I'm not really sure what's happened from there. He pulls it into one side. What is happening here? So he pulls it to one side now on the Hamilton straight. And what is the going word there? Back into the pit lane goes Rodriguez. Could that finally be confirmation from Euro Titans there that they are withdrawing the 313 from this race? Bear in mind, they still have 4 hours, 50 minutes. That's totally up to their drivers to decide. We see from behind them and in front of them, 2 more Euro Titans cars deployed back into the fray. That's the 314 and the 316. The 316, actually quite cheeky there, has overtaken the 314 in the pit lane. So for Archie Bowen, he's up ahead of Brooklyn Donkin. Now, bear in mind, they've both swapped drivers. So that'll be Jack Giles and either one of the other 2 drivers for the 314 lineup. Now, looking here, it could either be Kieran Rod or Harry Palmer. We'll see what the update is. We can see on the... Yes, it's Kieran Rod behind the wheel. So we look at the LED boards before the game updates it, just so that we have a bit more of a realistic understanding of what's going on. We tend to rely more on that because it's a lot more direct and it's a lot more precise. So Kieran Rod behind the wheel actually is now lost out position to Jack Giles. Not only that, in between the pair of them is Till Schwering of 5-Star Esports. Jorbe van Herle is in, and I believe has there finally served their stop-go 30-second penalty. So the 113 is back out into the fray. Quite some way down the order, I should mind you as well. The 313 still awaiting further instruction. We still don't know what is the current going rates. We do see here was a bit of a prang between Mitchell Scott and Chris Farish. Exclusive versus AXRL on their way in towards the village and the loop section down in what is known as the arena. Most recently introduced area of the Silverstone circuit was introduced with its larger scale renovations at the end of the 2000s. See here for Kieran Rod sliding that Mustang up and ahead of Till Schwering in the BMW, now forced down to 10th place. It's just been a very well coordinated operation here for Euro Titans. They have found now 3 of their cars inside of the top 10, one of which leads in-house here. That 315, Ben Meredith and Alan Alexander have had an impressive opening hour. Connor Letford now swaps in to the Tempest Motorsports car and serving their stop-go 30-second penalty. Riyad Yasarevic is going to move up to what looks to be 2nd place here on the grid. He's already done so. So 5-Stars had a great turnaround in this race. Fatch has had a great turnaround as well. We see Matteo Mastromaro behind the wheel of the 791. He's behind Baslier at this time in what looks to be a fight coming up for 3rd place on the grid. We are going to stay on board just on the widescreen here as we do see the 791 go side by side with the 123. Now, bear in mind, he'll be to the outside in towards Stowe Corner. So going very late on the brakes here, Mastromaro is willing to lick the stamp and send it he does up to 3rd place through Stowe Corner. A tremendous move out of Mastromaro. Gets into the hot seat here on the 791. Has not wasted any time to show this grid what he's made of. So while Exclusive may have had a very bad opening hour, all things considered, especially against the operation they had in Bathurst, which was clinically precise, things have come asunder in the rain here. They still have their ace in the hole, that is the 791. Looking for back-to-back race wins in a completely new crew. Mastromaro and Zamponi are not messing around here in Silverstone. They are looking to avenge the rest of that team. Something I should point out as well is Florian Oxman down in 6th place. He's repaired the damage on his nose and he's double stinting for his teammates Fazzy Binks and Nat Bennett in the 788 car. They're going to have to play this one very close to the chest for the rest of this race here if they mean to recuperate on some of the points lost out here. With Euro Titans gaining on them, nipping at their heels, this is not looking grand for Exclusive at this time. Fortunately for them, they've got at least 2 cars inside of those top 10 positions. Something to comment on, though, the 1-1-2. I did speak of this earlier. It was a bit of a disappointing qualifier for the 1-1-2 team. They were looking at a potential front row start, but bear in mind that looked to be on more changeable conditions than the torrential downpour we were greeted with here in Silverstone today. The 1-1-2, currently driven by Riyad Asarevic, one of the 3 drivers that comprises the new 1-1-2 lineup that was previously back in Zolder, the Whale Racing team with BMW. They took the Privateers wing and then joined the American firm 5-Star Esports to form the basis of the 1-1-2 car there with Aston Martin. Now, we've seen Carlos Disch before behind the wheel of this car, and that was over on the XCL Pro Series, of which he represented 5-Star with great fashion in that championship. Still going on at the moment as well, now being covered by the folks over at XCL TV. If you want to go and take a look at that. The last round was covered by us here on TRTN, round 5 of the championship in Bathurst. But for Riyad Asarevic, alongside Yannick Fredericks and Carlos Disch, they have a very good chance here to get some solid points in for the 5-Star Esports team, avenging what was a brutal end to their endeavours in Bathurst. So as it stands right now, looking at that top 10, after an hour and 15 minutes ran here, we have Euro Titans' Ben Meredith, Riyad Asarevic in second, Matteo Mastromaro with Exclusive in third, Niels Basler with Thatch GT in fourth, William Bajor with VEC in fifth. So the top 5, all different teams. And then we get into the duplicates here. Another XCL car, Florian Oxman in 6th place. Euro Titans' Kieran Rod in 7th. Connor Letford of Tempest, who started from pole, or his teammate started from pole. Adam Saunders now find themselves having served that penalty down in 8th place for the time being. Not far from them is the 5-Star Esports 111 of Till Schwering and Jan Bettentrup, their 9th place. Rounding out the top 10 at the moment, Jack Giles and Archie Bowen. We've got a word in from the folks over in the 119 Malwar Racing Bentley. I've got word through here. Axel Cassier has problems with his pedals in the last 10 minutes. And has now been forced to come into the pit lane. You can see now this will be an emergency stop for the 119. This has not gone well for them. They had a pretty solid opening part here, but this is one of the most brutal realities teams face in the world of sim racing, is hardware failure. It is the #1 killer of races here, and it is outright. You could make the argument maybe incidents would kill someone's race. Incidents can be avoided. Hardware failures you just can't predict. Into the pit lane comes Axel Cassier. There could be a swap over to David Tanguay then. Next on the roster for the 119, or it could be back into the hands of Christian Lebay for this next part of the stint. Otherwise, it's just not gone well for Bentley today. Concede, looking to return to the top 5, not far from now. 10.3 seconds to William Bajor. We're on board right now with Florian Oxman in the 788. Still, so current word from the 119, they're in the pit lane, and oh, no, I think that is the worst of it. No, hang on, hang on. No need to panic. We don't need to panic. They haven't retired. Okay, no, they have. Ah, that's a shame. I saw them still on the map there, so I was like, oh, surely, yes, no, they're still alive. Haha, they're still here. So David Tanguay behind the wheel. That was a bit of a flicker there. I'm not really sure what's going on, but they're back out on track. The 119 still in this race. We're happy to see that one. They've been able to move on the fly, really, and early into the seat goes Tanguay. They've been able to make that decision in a split second, so much so that we thought they crashed from the server. That genuinely had a bit of a heart attack there. But they're back out on track. Bajor, 3/4 of a second from Mastromaro, who himself is not far off from Basler. We're looking at a 3-way fight for the last of those podium positions. Let's go and catch on board with these 3. I want to see the one in the middle here get the best view in-house. Let's get on board with the Porsches. Where is the 791? Here he is, Matteo Mastromaro behind the wheel of the 791. 3-way fight for 3rd place at the moment, making their way down the Wellington. Ford, Porsche and Ferrari. 3 legacy manufacturers in the world of GT racing. I would say more so in the world of endurance racing. I think GT, Ford's done it, what, 3 times? In the grand scheme, you had the GT from the sort of GT1 days, and where that was, they made like 2 or 3 of them. You had the GT that ran at Le Mans in 2017. I'm not counting, that was technically a prototype, the original one, wasn't it? I'm talking about the GTE one.
And then they've got, of course, the Mustang. Three of the most reputable names, though, in endurance racing in terms of their legacy. Oh, my goodness. Out in the background there. That was William Bajor, was looking to get side by side with Matteo Mastromaro, but his Ford is kicked out wide. The Mustang is not happy. Trying to sort of buck the driver off of him. That's given a great opportunity here to single out this fight for third place. The 791 with a little bit of breathing space now can fully distribute his efforts now to target Niels Basler, looking for a switchback here at Stowe Corner, but bear in mind it'll be to the outside. We've seen this move work several times before. Can it work this time around? He'll need to get very late on the brakes to make this one stick. Up the inside, the 123, around the outside, the 791 catches a pocket of water there, loses out to Basler. Does he lose out to the likes of Bajor? Looks to be the case, side by side on the exit of Club Corner. Very nearly contact between the pair. This is effectively looking at fourth place. All of it still in aggregate for third. But heading down through to Abbey into Farm. The Ford clawing its way back into this fight. Defending for fourth. Mastromaro up against it here against VEC Esports. Down towards the village. Now the loop. Very, very close indeed. We're definitely back up in that fight for third, but forfeiting position around the outside. Goes to 332. Can he hold on to it? By the time we get to Aintree, they're side by side. The 791 and the 332. This could end really poorly if they don't place themselves right. On the exit of Aintree, a little bit of a stab of oversteer. Back up to fourth goes Mastromaro. How on earth has this happened here? So fine, the margins between these drivers, and spinning out. Running out wide through Brooklands. That allows the 332 up the inside. It'll be to the outside at Luffield. Snaps early on the brakes there to put himself to the inside on the 791. Constantly pressuring Mastromaro on the exit of Luffield. We see in the pit lane going in behind him there. The 789. That's Chris Farish with Exclusive Esports McLaren. Actually, as I say that, I think he was just moving over to... No, he is in the pit lane. So, yeah, first correction there. This is a tremendous scrap we're seeing here for the last of those podium positions. And this is fantastic news for Riyad Yasarevich and his team in the 112 at 5-Star Esports Aston Martin. They are going to continue to build that gap open as these three tear each other apart here in Silverstone. It looked very nearly to be contact. This is more so looking at that fight overall for third place. Just bear in mind, Niels Basler is not too far up the road, but this could be the flashpoint in the fight between Mastromaro and William Bajor for the fight of fourth place. The Mustang has got him for straight line speed, and it's who dares wins on the run down towards Stowe Corner. The gap up the inside is there, but he's sticking to the racing line. He daren't risk it up the inside in an incredibly wet section of the track right now. On the exit of Stowe, holding on to position. Mastromaro looking to regain some time here over Niels Basler. Fats GT looking at a very rich opportunity to fight for position, but the 791, what happened there for him? Down at Vale and Club, he drops not one, but two positions, as now he falls in behind Florian Oxman. Looking here for the Bentley, this has given them a great opportunity to come and fight for what could be a return to the podium. This would be a real turnaround for them today after a dismal start for the majority of the Exclusive Esports team, caught out by the wet, wild weather of Silverstone in the opening hour. We find ourselves now halfway through the second hour of racing here in Silverstone, and the 788 is on the charge. Oxman, Bennett and Binks, the three drivers right now for the 788, leading their championship in the overall standings by 39 points. One of the major contributors to Exclusive Esports' current lead of the team's championship. They lead by 91 points over the nearest team. Right now, we're staying on board with the 788. Now a new customer to the fight overall for third, but right now for fourth. Bajor right in front of them. 5.4 litre Ford Coyote V8 engine versus 4 litre Bentley M Sport co-engineered twin turbo V8. Bit of stab of oversteer there. He had to correct the car. And I think this is about to bleed over into a fight of third place. I've got a pretty good mind about it here. You can see just how much of the gap That 332 has been able to claw in on Niels Bassler. We watch here from the Bentley's point of view. Not that we're going to be able to see an awful lot here on the exit of Chapel. The tremendous amount of spray generated from the Ferrari and the Ford put together. You can see, though, Bajor's looking for it up the inside. We'll stay on board from the view of Florian Oxman to see what we can try to put together of this move up the inside in towards Stowe Corner. Looking up there, VEC Esports up the inside on... Oh, my word! What a move there by the 788. 2 for the price of 1. I am speechless on the run round Stowe. I could barely put that one together. Oh, my word. Get a look at that on the replay. Absolutely flabbergasted there. VEC up the inside on Fatch Forces, both of them out wide. Through comes Exclusive to 3rd. Oh, my goodness. What a move. It's one of those kind of moves that even when you try and maintain professional integrity, you just can't hold it together with a move that glorious. What a charge by the 788. More on that in a moment. Trouble for the number 3. AXRL in trouble out past Stowe Corner. Mitchell Scott behind the wheel at the moment, trying to get himself back on the track here. That was an unbelievable move. Still just thinking back to that one. That was really something there from the Bentley. Seeing here down the line, Federico Zamblera in the 787 now filling in for Tyler Vermack. Under siege for a fight of 13th place on track, having just recently passed up James Mason in the 115. We'll also see another fight going on towards the back of the top 10. The number 23 Mustang of Levi Warner going toe-to-toe here with the 111, actually gaining some distance over Till Schwering and Jan Bettentrup with 5-star esports off in the background. You can see there's David Tangway in the 119 down in 19th place. But just to pitch back in on that fight, oh my goodness gracious me, what a move that was, my word. It was very rarely is it a time as a commentator where you see a move and you are left just completely enamored by it. And I think that's kind of what ended up there. I was trying to find the words to properly describe what I was seeing, but just taken aback by a move like that. That was actually very similar to a move we've seen in F1 back in the 2022 British Grand Prix as it stands. It wasn't in anywhere near as wet conditions as this one, though the qualifying was. I was there for that race, and it was down here in Vale and Club. It was a fight between Perez, Leclerc and Hamilton, and Leclerc and Perez went off track, and we all know the rest. Through goes Hamilton. Now that was at this corner here out through Club. He ultimately ended up losing that position in the next couple of corners thereafter, but that didn't stop it from being one of the most outstanding moves of the season, if not for the last couple of seasons. It's still referred to this day as it stands. But that move we just saw there, it reminded me a lot of it, because what a charge it was. We saw Bajor force Bassler out wide in his efforts to defend for position. The two caught up in each other's sort of tailwind there to forget the 788 right at their heels, and through came Florian Oxman for a double overtake through Stowe Corner. That was really something else. So as we claw on to the hour-and-a-half mark here in Silverstone, we'll get on board with the race leaders at the moment, and still leading by a landslide at this current time. If we can catch them here, the Porsche number 315 of Ben Meredith and Alan Alexander of Euro Titans Endurance. They lead ahead of Riyad Yasarevich with Florian Oxman now up to 3rd after that brilliant move from the 788 Bentley. Up and ahead now of William Bajor in 4th, and Matteo Mastromaro now up and ahead of Niels Bassler to 5th place. So Exclusive back on the run here. 2 cars in the top 5, nothing to scoff at, and definitely quite the recovery early doors in this race. Niels Bassler down to 6th, Kieran Rodd in 7th, Conor Letford in 8th, and Jack Giles in 9th place. Levi Warner in 10th, Till Schwering in 11th, Jorbe Van Herle in 12th place, Federico Zamblera in 13th, James Mason 14th, Ben Cheeseman 15th, Michael Picconi 16th, Martin Kramer in 17th, Nick Mashk in 18th, David Tangway 19th, and Stefan Nicolai in 20th, Jake Goldman 21st, Mitchell Scott 22nd, and Ben Hart in 20th.
23rd on this grid. In terms of weather projections, it's set to pick up even more in the next 30 minutes. It's stabilized since the more dire conditions we saw out through the opening hour and a half here, and now we are only getting worse for it because it's set to pick up even more in the next 30 or so minutes. So heading in to the next hour and towards that midway mark of the race later down the line, the rain is set to stay and it is set to pick up here in Silverstone. I think the worst we saw of it was about, I want to say about 20 to 30 minutes ago, where it was the rain was so thick on track, it was creating almost this curtain in front of everyone. You couldn't see where each other were on the run down, even a wide open straight like the hangar here we see with David Tanguay. Seeing here with Florian Oxman, 14 seconds away from Riyad Yasarevic. So on this stint, unlikely to catch the Aston Martin up in second place. You've got to hand it to 5-Star Esports. Whatever they've done in the opening hour and a half strategically has worked quite a long way there. Yasarevic, I want to point this out. That 1-1-2 Aston Martin did not start in a particularly great spot at the end of qualifying. It just wasn't their day, as it were, for qualifying. They have turned this around and then some to something unheard of for the Aston Martin. I believe last time Aston Martin were on for a podium was back when we had the 696 of Euro Titans Endurance. We are seeing here trouble for Levi Warner of the number 23 Fats GT lineup. He and Spencer Brown have seen tremendous difficulties here keeping this Mustang on the track. You can see from the onboard is serious steering damage on that 23. He lets Meredith on by. Not far from him is Jobbe van Herle, set to take 11th place off of him, but he can barely keep the car in the white lines here on his way down through Abbey in towards Village. You can see he's just taking the appropriate runoff line. He's trying to keep himself well clear of competition from behind. We see Federico Zamblera and James Mason set to join the fray here. As you can see, this is a bit of a odd line, but you can see what the reasoning behind it was. It's very dangerous, though, I will say that much, but they're taking the necessary risks involved in keeping the car just away from everyone else. We've seen in the meantime, great move by Mason, now up and ahead of Federico Zamblera. Actually, let's see if we can go and catch on board with these two. They are looking to have quite a whale of a time here. He ultimately ends up losing out position to Zamblera, gets back up ahead of him in towards Brooklands and Luffield. You can see now approaching that incredibly wounded Mustang. Now has to run all the way out wide. Very nearly got himself in the way of this fight for 12th place. In the pit lane at the moment, the 111 of Til Schwering and the 94 of Nick Mashk. So Majestic and 5-Star fielding cars to the pit lane here at the halfway mark of the second hour. Catching on board with the race leader here, this is Ben Meredith. He's just in a world of his own. I don't even know quite how to put this here, but they have done what was a seemingly impossible feat. They had a hell of a qualifying session. It was a tremendous gamble to put them in the Porsche in wet conditions at Silverstone, but that seems to... Oh, my word, off in the background there. That's the number 3. That is AXRL Heat. Mitchell Scott washed out there in through Stowe Corner. He gets back running down in 23rd place at the moment. Looking around the field, we can safely say now that the number 23 is back into the pit lane. So there's Levi Warner. He's been able to get the car into the pit lane, so we're happy to hear that one. That really did look like dire conditions for Fats GT. They've done a very good job to get the car back into the pits. With damaged steering, damaged aerodynamics, pretty much damaged everything over the nose of that car. I wouldn't be surprised if the radiator's gone as well. See here, William Bajor. Again, I've got to say this for VEC Esports. This has been a turnaround of a century for them. VEC came into this championship relatively unknown, but through the efforts of Bajor so far, double stinting here in Silverstone before he hands over to either of his two teammates in the 332 car. That being either Grayson Ballware or Shahan Karim. He's done a very, very sizable job to keep them in competitive stead. Bear in mind, they're competing down in the Privateers wing. Smaller division to work with right now. Leading in said division
right now is VEC Esports under strategy. We don't know whether or not the 30 will catch up to them later on in this session. Right now, Connor Letford has got his hands full, being challenged for 8th place by Jack Giles in the 316. We saw an impressive opening stint by Archie Bowen, now taking the baton and running with it. The 316 now commanded by Jack Giles. You see these two fighting for 8th place. Now, I'm still trying to piece together what on earth went on for the number 30 towards the end of that opening stint. They had one of the most remarkable opening stints of the season. And then in the last 10 or so minutes, it just came apart at the seams when Saunders was behind the wheel. We don't know exactly what's happened there. We'd love to know what happened. If you are happening to be from the number 30 team and you want to write in, do feel free to do so, because very curious to know what went on. Not often is it a case where something like that just happens out of the blue. It's a very sudden thing. Normally it would have been caused by an incident, but not that we saw anything of the sort for the number 30. Now, meanwhile, going on up and ahead of this fight is a fight between Kieran Rod and Niels Baslier on their way out through Luffield, getting the move up through Brooklands. Rod up to 6th place, Baslier down to 7th. Getting a look here. Euro Titans furthermore trying to advance up past another car here. Connor Letford next in their iron sights, courtesy of Jack Giles. This has really been their day in, I was going to say their day in the sun, but since we are under the most predictable sort of British weather, the sun is evidently not here, right here in Silverstone. But I've got to say, this has been a real time in the limelight for Euro Titans. This has been one of their most competitive performances, if not their most competitive performance of the season at large, moreover in the entirety of the Console Endurance Series. Now, we've seen a few very impressive results over the course of Season 1 for Euro Titans. This is definitely something else entirely. You take a look at the breadth of their operations right now. 3 cars in the top 10, one of which just moved up to 6th place. The other is leading, and the one we're watching with at the moment is looking at a chance of 8th place. With the way that they've been performing throughout the season, I really didn't expect of any team to come along and challenge Exclusive at the peak of what is their current performance heading out of Bathurst, where it was absolute world domination in the land down under. Heading into Silverstone, you're on Euro Titans territory now, and they are not taking it too kindly that anyone would try and take this off of them. So right now, after an hour and a half of racing, Meredith still leads, Jasarevich 2nd, Oxman 3rd, Bajor 4th, Mastromaro 5th, Rod 6th, Baslier 7th, Letford under siege here from 8th place, still continues to hold position, goes right behind him and charging for 8th from 9th place, Jack Giles. Jorbe van Herle rounds out the top 10. Nearby fight going on, Zamblera versus Mason. They get up and around there what looks to be I want to say that's the Nexus GT car. No, it is not. It's the NLRL Heat car of Mitchell Scott down through Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel. He's caught in the middle of it all here. Right now, that has actually forced a bit of a wedge between the two BMWs, so actually quite thankful for it is going to be James Mason of 5-Star Esports. He continues to hold on to 11th there. Federico Zamblera makes his way up and around Stowe Corner in 12th place, 1.6 seconds from the 115 at this time. Looking back to the fight of 8th place just quickly, between Letford and Giles on the exit of Luffield. Neither of these two looking for a charge into the pit lane this early on. Of course, they've still got about 22 odd minutes before they're realistically looking for their next pit lane run. The two separated at the last interval by 0.4 of a second. Right now, that retains to be one of the closest fights on track, so let's get back on board with the number 30, Connor Letford, defending for 8th place on track here. You can see just hovering in the slipstream there is the 316 of Giles. That was a very late run on the brakes, but that's definitely paid dividends for him. Out through Stowe Corner, he's still with the number 30 on the run down towards Vale and Club Corner. Seeing if we can catch on board here with the 316, the attacking of 2. Now on board with the Euro Titans number 316 car, Jack Giles and Archie Bowen. We'll leave you on with these two for just a moment. We'll be back in just a second. Still watching here with a fight of 8th place between Tempest Motorsports' Connor Letford and Euro Titans Endurance's Jack Giles. We've seen it coming to a head here in towards Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel. All the meanwhile, yellow flags are out down at the village and the loop sections for the 116 5-star esports car. We continue to watch these two. Watching from the inside view here of Giles. A just blinding amount of spray generated from that Mustang. Incredibly hard to see around him. So it makes these moves very surprising from both angles. Very nearly with contact in through Stowe corner. Great reaction timings there from Giles. That could have been certain disaster for them heading down in towards Stowe. Up and over the curbs. There goes the number 316. Catch on with these two in due course. We do want to try and get a look in here with that 116. Was in a spot of bother earlier on in this lap. And there is Stefan Nicolai double stinting before he hands over to his teammates. Finds himself currently 18th after that most recent incident there. Looking for nearby fights on track. You'd be starved for choices outside of what we've seen already. We are starting to see moving back in to reignite their fight is Mason v Zamblera. Federico Zamblera, of course, joining Tyler Vermack in that 787 car, charging on the heels here of the 115 out the exit of Chapel corner onto the hangar straight up the road there. You can see Jorby Van Herder and Elias Svenningsson off in the background, though. Look at that there in the background. That's the AXRL car. We just quickly cut on board with the 111. Jan Bettentrup with sizable nose damage. So a lot is going on in various different ends of the track here. Very hard to keep wind of it all. We do watch here a civil war amongst the Ferraris now as we check in towards the back of the top 15. Martin Kramer versus Michael Picconi. Del Ave Maria versus NRW Performance. Meanwhile, spectating the pair would rather be up and ahead of them than watching them fight here. Looks to be Matteo Mastromaro in the number 791. You see here Picconi forced to subside to allow that 791 through. Losing vital time over Kramer. It's going to look back on board with some of the other fights on track here. Mason v Zamblera. Definitely one to keep in the back of one's mind heading down towards Village. I will just note this much. Now, it could just be fog of war, perhaps, but I've noticed that conditions are starting to get a little bit on the lighter end, especially compared to that opening hour. Maybe it's just acclimatizing oneself with how dreadful the weather has been today. This is actually your happiest and sunniest day in a British summertime. We do have more trouble here for the 114. Let's just quickly catch on board. We also have trouble here. Look at this. The 788 was caught up in a spot above. They're down in 3rd place and are now dropping several chunks of time off to William Bajor. What happened there for the 788? Something had to have happened there because you can see he's dropped it now to nearly within 5 seconds of the Mustang in 4th place. Here for the 788 running out wide through Luffield in towards Woodcote. Could it be an early pit stop for the 788 team? They think otherwise. Out through Woodcote, they'll stay out for lap 46 here at Silverstone. Oh, pardon me. Axel Cassier subscribed at tier 1 for, and this is their 5-month streak. So big thank you to Axel Cassier in chat, and he's reported in there, problem with my pedals. So the suspicions confirmed. We first got word off of the sort of crew chief of the 119, Christian LeBay, that Cassier was having problems with his pedal setup. And there we hear it from the driver himself. Sad to hear it. Many thanks for the subscription at tier 1. It's 5 months in a row now. Big thanks. Down the hangar straight we see here with Oxman. Number 3 out behind him there, Mitchell Scott in 22nd. Bajor closing in is just south of 5 seconds to the number 788 here. Things are looking a little bit dire for Bentley. They could be losing out on the podium in its entirety if things continue the way they are. Watching around the field to see where the nearest fights are concerned with. We see that Letford down in 8th place at the moment. Giles in pursuit. We do appear to have, now I don't actually know how these things work on Twitch, you'll have to forgive me, but now we have what appears to be a hype train going on. RG702 in chat subscribed at tier 1, thank you very much. All support is greatly appreciated here on TRTN.
So apparently this is Hype Train Level 1. You have to forgive me because I'm still kind of new to the interactive side of Twitch streaming. It's mostly been used by me as a platform for doing sports commentary. I still struggle with the actual Twitch streamer side of all of it. That's a Hype Train Level 1 at 62%. Still watching here with Letford. One does really wonder what happened for Tempest. I mean, this has been definitely a bit of an eye-opener for them. They had an ecstatic opening stint, but it all came asunder at the arrival of that stop-go 30-second penalty. It really has set them back quite a distance. Now, bear in mind, of course, 4 hours, 15 minutes, 20 seconds. That's a long old time before we hit the checkered flag. Anything can and will happen in this expansive time. So let's not rule them out here, but really, let's start speculating how on earth are they going to turn this one around. This is definitely an odd set of circumstances. As for the gap concerning the podium, Florian Oxman has now opened things back up to north of 5 seconds over William Bajor of VEC Esports. After a recent incident, fell the number 788 down through Village and the Loop in what would be Sector 1 is actually Sector 2, just before the run of Sector 3 here on the National Pit configuration. Looking around the field then to see where the nearest fights are coming from. It could be an infight here at the 5-star esports team, as currently in between Mason and Zamblera appears to be that of Ben Hart of Nexus GT, the 222 McLaren, forcing a wedge between the two BMWs. It actually brings the Beamer much closer in to his teammate Jorbe van Herle and Elias Svenningsson on your screens at the moment in the 113 cars. You make the way down through the Wellington straight all the way out wide to the right-hand side. There was the 115 of Mason and Milbank. Am I seeing things correctly here? Is that... Yes, it's contact. What has gone on here? Nexus GT, in their efforts to unlap, have spun around Federico Zamblera in the 787. Get a look at this on the replays. What on earth happened there? Heading down the Wellington, you can see they were actually muscling each other around there. And I think the first part of that was not voluntary. I want to maybe play a bit of devil's advocate here, say what you want. But looking at it there, he got over up on the curbs. You can see we're watching in the background is even more troubles before. And by looks of it there, one of the Porsches of Exclusive Esports. That first part, when he got onto the rumble strips, I think that caught him. I'm not 100% there. And we've seen already some of the drivers tuning into the Twitch chat have had choice words about it. The 787 now in trouble. And we've just seen that Axel Cassier gifted a tier 1 sub I should say, to TTV Rip Indigo. So thank you, Axel, for all of your contributions to the Twitch chat. Very, very big thanks. Still struggling on how to say thanks about all of this, but really we do appreciate it. Any kind of support we get. You see here, the 791 down to 5th place. Oxman up to 3rd, Bajor to 4th. All the meanwhile here. And he could be losing out top 5, as you can see, screaming up to the back end of that 791. That's Kieran Rod. On a level 2 hype train now. I don't know what to say, guys. Thank you. You see, though, been a really, really grand old day for Euro Titans. Making their way down through to Brooklands and Lovefield, nearly 2 hours strong into the 6 hours of Silverstone, and they are leading by a landslide here. Meredith and Alexander are looking upon the chances 4 hours from now. If they can keep up what they have done so far, in 4 hours' time, Euro Titans Endurance could be looking at their first ever Console Endurance Series victory, riding on a succession of firsts. Last round, it was Porsche's first ever one at the hands of the 791 team of Exclusive Esports as Fabio Farr and Tyler Vermack. This time around, it could be the first for this team. Only time will tell, though. Let's not write things off too early. So we see here for Malwar Racing, they're good to be back up on the charts here. They've already gained 2 positions from their re-entry to the track. David Tangway up to 17th place on track at the moment, and looking at a target here of 16th. It's not far up the road from him, running wide into Vale and Club Corner is a damaged 111. Jan Bettentrup could offer a free position here to the 119 team. It was a bit of a interesting start, to say the least, for Malwar Racing coming into this round. Now, they're down to 1 car. They started the season with 3. Sadly, what it appears to be the 99 couldn't make it today. So they're just stuck by their lonesome with the 119. We've just seen another gifted sub here in chat. Just quickly to address this one. I'm going to say the numbers as if they're letters. Jack Darms gifted a tier 1 sub to Next Fanatic. Guys, I really don't know what to say. I'm flattered with all of the support. I really do appreciate it from a personal standpoint, not just representative of TRTN. I really, I don't know what to say. I really don't know what to say. I'm still very new to all of this in terms of Twitch streaming. I've mostly gone down the avenue of commentary, so I'm still taken aback whenever there's any kind of support for TRTN. Started off as a very humble operation. It was just some raw screen grabs off of Xbox for F1 2021. That was way back when, and now we're up to a hype train level 3. I'm at a loss for words here, folks. I am at a loss for words. You see here for Malwar Racing's David Tangway, the chances for a fight of 16th place remains very much so on the charts here, right in the closing moments of stint number 2. We're on towards that 3rd hour mark, coming up not far from this time. We've just seen there a bunch of new gifted subs as well. Soviet Mario gifted a tier 1 sub to Elite Cassie and Brooke Donkin 17. I am at a complete loss here, folks. I do not know how to express my gratitude. Really big thank you. But the race must go on. 4 hours, 9 minutes left to go. Here in Silverstone, it has been a showstopper start. We're seeing here for Tangway the chances of 16th place up for grabs on the exit of the Club Corner. Now, this is, as you can see from the wide shots down the Hamilton Straight, the conditions here at Silverstone are getting worse. And I'm starting to get a little bit of PTSD back to the 2022 MotoGP British Grand Prix, when it absolutely caned it through with rain. And it was right. It might actually been 2023 for that matter, but still, it was this one time at Silverstone, and it just never stopped raining. We've just seen as well Axel Cassier gifted a tier 1 sub to RLM Casey Mouths. They've gifted 4 tier 1 subs. We see Archie gifting a tier 1 sub to Derp 45 C41 and to Slim Slady 17. This is truly, I'm at a loss for words here, folks. Yeah, really, I'm quite honoured to have a Twitch chat such as this. So as we see here, this is Florian Oxman. So after the recent changes on the grid, Oxman's up one of those podium positions, a real comeback. Actually, hang on just one moment. We do have an incident to report. It's down at, well, looks of it here, Village in the Loop section. Was it the 94? I think it might have been there. That's Nick Mashk down to 20th place. So we see this area of the track, and actually we want to try and catch on board. The number 5 is into the pits here. And that's Michael Picconi of Del Ave Maria. Could that have been the car caught up in the midst of it all here? What has gone on there for Michael Picconi? So I just want to take a look here. This is from Matteo Mastramaro's point of view as to why there's been so many incidents down in this sector of the track. We've just seen another one. As I say, that's Ben Cheeseman on the exit of Aintree. You can see here, down in this run of what is normally Sector 1 is Sector 2 into Sector 3 on the national layout. It's just ice. It's straight up just ice across the track here. Very little room for grip. You can even see it there from the 791 and the 314's point of view, that they come out of Aintree and are skating on a whole slick surface of water. Very little grip to be found there. They're aquaplaning upon the exit. And that is truly bizarre indeed. Almost inhospitable conditions here. What it has given, though, in the meantime, is a great shot here for Euro Titans to come and have a stab at a top 5 with their 314 car. Kieran Rod on the rise. It was a hell of an opening stint by Brooklyn Donkin. Now we see Rod behind the wheel. What can he do now up against Mastro Malro? We'll stay on board with the defending point of view here. The 791 of Zamponi and Mastro Malro. Let's not take away from the stint they've had. They find themselves towards the back of the top 5 right now, but they are not far off being podium material here in Silverstone. Right now, in a fight for 5th. Running out wide there through Chapel. It's so dicey now in Sector 1. Heading out through Chapel. Rod won't be happy with what he's just seen in front of him there. But I think in the Porsche's position, you really can't blame him with the track quite literally becoming an ocean in and of itself. Fatch GT asking in chat there. And we'll have to pick up on that in a moment's time. Up the inside comes Kieran Rod. On Matteo Mastro Malro, it's Ford versus Porsche, down towards Vale and Club Corner. Meanwhile, we've had a bunch of more gifted subs in chat as well. Where do we focus our attention on? Right here on track, out through Club Corner, sliding his way around, is both the 791 and the 314. They're skating on ice, heading down towards Abbey. Who dares yield first? The 314 goes long, in through Abbey, then into Farm. It could be fight back down at Village for the Porsche. Look at this, the amount of reflexes required to keep the car on track. It's astronomical performance from the two. The 114 has to serve a stop-go 30-second penalty. What a move there by Kieran Rod. I mean, these two are working against some of the most dire conditions this season to fight for 5th place. The 791 drops down as 6th. Up to 5th place goes Kieran Rod. Looking on with the Porsches here, we're back on with our race leaders, Alan Alexander, and currently behind the wheel, Ben Meredith of the 315 Euro Titans Endurance Porsche. Originally, at the start of this broadcast, they were shown with the graphic as a Ferrari. I was about to say, bit of an odd-looking Ferrari, if you ask me, but now we've been able to update the graphics since and accurately display it for what it is, a Porsche. We spoke about this back in the Carousel Cup briefly. We were speaking about Luca Tamburini's car. Of course, he was driving for Porsche in that 3rd and final race earlier on today. But I do find it quite curious that the Porsche 911, of course, 80 years of design DNA crumpled into its 8th generation model. And it is really the epitome of if it's not broke, don't fix it. This is the same design ethos that Ferry Porsche used to turn a Volkswagen Beetle into the Porsche 356. And then that was later evolved into the Porsche 901. And that became the basis of the Porsche 911. 8 generations later, this is your end product. One of, if not the most popular sports cars of all time. If you were to ask a child to draw a sports car, it would draw one of 2 things, a Ferrari or a Porsche. I think that goes a long way to explain the legacy this brand leaves on this grid. And right now, they have already won in Bathurst, courtesy of that 791. And from the way things are looking at the moment, they could go back-to-back in an unprecedented run in the 992 across 2 teams and looking at the sights of their potential first. Sliding their way around. I want to put this on record as well. At least in that opening stint, Alan Alexander did all of this on controller. So for those of you who want to get into sim racing and you think that the bar for entry is too high, I think it's just a case that maybe you've not been told the right information. We've just seen another tier 1 gifted sub, this time to STI Hitman 445 by Christian LeBay in chat. Thank you so much, guys. But just back onto what I was saying just then, I think a lot of people look at sim racing, they see it as this exclusive market. If you want to do well in it all, you've got to invest. You've got to put, you know, thousands, tens of thousands into your setup. I think it's a case that maybe they've not been told the right information here. Drivers like, actually, and so I've been told as well by Rip Indigo in chat there, that both Meredith and Alexander are on controller. So if you think the bar for entry is too high, you've been told severely wrong information. It's totally a matter of preference. These two can come through with a controller that you can buy on Amazon for about £20. And they're going up against rigs hundreds of times the price. Maybe not hundreds, but, you know, in that range. 50, maybe. All of the drivers for the 315 are on pad. And that is just, it's unbelievable. Absolutely unfathomed. I think it reminds me... of the early days, long before TRTN, long before even its predecessor, TRR. When I used to play Project Cars 2 on my remote, and this is long before I got a rig, and I think this sort of grassroots approach, it does harken back to that. I think it does remind me of the more innocent times of sim racing gone by, and I think it's really quite a Herculean effort from the 315 team to come out on controller and go toe-to-toe with grid operating at maximum efficiency. In the wet and wild conditions, Chaos has created opportunity, and taking advantage of it all is that 315 team. You can't take that away from them. What position is the 332, asks S-Man14729 in chat. Well, let's get a look on board with that of VEC Esports. We see here William Bajor, 4th place at the moment, behind the number 788 Bentley, and then ahead of Kieran Rod. Oh, off in the background there, that was Ben Hart. Oh, that did not look grand for him there. That actually scared me for a second. Heading out through Woodcote, looking to get around Stefan Nikolai in 16th place. VEC Esports, I think they've gone very much understated in this race right now. We touched on them a few times. But considering that this is... Now, my memory's a little bit shaky here, but I'm pretty sure this is their 2nd or 3rd race in this championship. They started off on a slightly later note. VEC Esports, right now, coming through in the 332 car. This is a brand new vehicle, by the way, so I was speaking more on a grand scale over whether or not this was their 2nd or 3rd race, but this is their first in the 332. It shows up as the 333 there, but on the charts we have, it's the 332. This Mustang currently being driven by William Bajor. Alongside him is Shahan Karim, and looking at it here as well is Grayson Ballware in that Ford. They have really made quite the impact. One that, albeit, has been shrouded around what has been going on in front and behind them, but they're in a really competitive spot on this grid right now. As we drop into that 3rd hour now, we're 2 hours strong into the 6 hours of Silverstone, and normally under any other circumstances, you'd expect the race to start dragging a little bit from here, and that's no disgrace to, it's no disrespect, sorry, I should say, to the drivers or to the way that the event has been laid out. We've had 6-hour races that end up like this. I think Nürburgring had a bit of a dry period in the middle, but I'm pleasantly surprised to say, especially considering this is my 3rd 6-hour race coverage this season, that this has actually gone along quite nicely. It doesn't feel like it's been a long time here for our drivers, well, at least for us. I can't imagine what's going on for the drivers, only insurmountable amounts of pressure. Looking for where the nearest fights are coming from. Giles v Letford, one to consider here. Number 30 versus number 316. Also to consider, potentially further around, a gap starting to close in. Milbank v Kramer. Heading down through the very same section we've just seen these two out of. Let's see if we can go and catch on board with these two just before they get side by side. We might be a little too late here into the pit lane. We just seen comes the 113. It's very late in, and he made contact with the wall. Oh my goodness. It's all a little too sketchy for us. I do expect a imminent run of pit lanes for quite a few drivers on the field right now. We'll see whether or not either of these two will be tempting fate with such. You can see neither of them considering it here. The fight of 7th place continues to rage on. We'll stay on board with the car right behind the number 316 of Jack Giles and Archie Bowen, contending for what is currently 7th place. And, oh, I've just had word there from one of the drivers at 113. Now, I can't relay their words one for one here, in the nature of wanting to stay family-friendly, PG, clean, what have you. But he had a puncture How... I'm actually a little bit of a loss here. How do you get a puncture in wets? I mean, I was of the opinion in the Pirelli P0 family, once you get onto the wet and inters, they are effectively hockey pucks or the same kind of industrial tyres you find fitted to a skid steer tractor. But I'm quite surprised there. Joining us in chat there, we can see Tom Breuer riding on the successes of 2 wins back-to-back in the Carousel Cup and the HCCL Carousel Cup Championship. So a very warm welcome to you. You join us here just after 2 hours of racing into the 6 hours of Silverstone. Right now, still leading that charge, the 315 of Euro Titans Endurance. Currently watching here the fight of 7th place. Euro Titans number 316, Jack Giles and Archie Bowen versus Connor Letford, Adam Saunders and Zolt Beefgartner in the number 30 Tempest Motorsports Ford. We also got confirmation from the drivers out of the Nexus GT car. They too also got a puncture. Car 22 has a puncture, so that's a very bizarre bit of news there. 2 punctures in the span of under, what has that been, about 15 minutes there between reports, or well, way less than 15 minutes, but let's just go with a branch term here. 222 instead of 22 there. We just had a correction out from the drivers of Nexus GT. Number 222. A very bizarre state of affairs, though. Punctures creeping in here in the wet conditions at Silverstone. You'd think a puncture would be a very hard thing to come across under conditions such as these, but you'd be pleasantly surprised what has happened. Oh, hang on a moment. Something has happened up the road. The 791 is in trouble. We'll try and catch on board here. As you can see, that's damage for Mastromaro. He's out of the top 5. Out through Chapel, the 791 was in trouble there past Copse Corner. With damage to the nose, we don't know the full extent of damages just yet on that of Matteo Mastromaro, but what it has done is drop that 791, who was looking most likely for the race win earlier on in this race, now out of the top 5 entirely. The sole hope then for a win from Exclusive resides on the shoulders of their championship leads. The 788 of Florian Oxman, Fazzy Binks and Nat Bennett. They're 3rd place, but a long way away right now from Riyad Asarevich, Carlos Dish and Yannick Fredericks. The 5-Star Esports is number 112 Aston. Now, to touch on the Aston Martin very quickly here, the last time Aston Martin were on for a solid podium position, I think was back in the hands of the Euro Titan 696 car last season, and they took 2nd place in Imola. But to touch on the Aston Martin, it is still a very reliable pick for a wet race. Where it lacks in overall pace, it makes up for in resounding stability. It has a ton of available engine maps that make this car the most accessible of its sort for a wet race scenario. So the 112 team are not starved for options in terms of how they can best min-max the fuel consumption and the tyre deg on that 112. I highly doubt that they'll be seeing any major issues over the course of the next hour or so. I'd hope not to jinx that, but commentators' curse is a real thing, and we always do have to be very careful over what we say about it. Right now for the 112 team, they're sitting in a very comfy 2nd place. Now, even if they don't go on to take the race win, this is a very solid turnaround for the 5-Star Esports team. I'm sure they're quite quick to want to move past what happened in Bathurst for them. It was quite a down-and-out performance, just a lot of trouble in a lot of places where they shouldn't have had trouble, and it was just sort of a downturn for them. It's what's kind of cost them their place in the team's championship fight before the season midway. They've still got the rest of the season, of course, to reel that back in, and what a staging point we're seeing here from the 112 to be the sort of bulwark of that charge forward. Now, to consider how the team's championship works, now if my memory serves me correctly here, it is the top 2 of each team that contribute points towards the team's championship, very similar to how it's operated in the team's championship for the NLRL Sunday League. So right now, being 2nd place and the nearest car to them out of the 5-star lineup, just by looks of it, they're outside of the top 10, is still no point seal to scoff at. 2nd and 11th, they're still doing pretty good for themselves here. Looking at it right now, the 315 yet to come back into the pit lane, so not sure when the next run to the pits is to be expected here as we drop in to the next hour of racing. We're getting closer and closer to the halfway mark, and I'm pleasantly surprised by how quickly this race has come along
Yeah, normally these 6-hour races do really drag into that third hour, but we're still not starved for available action. We've got fights to potentially go on here between Letford and Giles further down the line. We've got fights here for Tangway in the 119 fighting with Svenningsson in the 113. Bear in mind, those two not too far at all from one another. Svenningsson finally gets behind the wheel of the 113, filling in for Jorbe van Hurle, who had a double stint in his opening performance here in Silverstone. Bit of struggles there out through Stowe for the 113. Tangway in the 119 shows there as the 99, not to be confused with the actual Malwell Racing Team number 99, which would have been Byron Forrest and Carl Martel for this round. This is in fact the 119 you see here, unlike what the charts to your left tell you. They're currently fighting for 14th on track against Elias Svenningsson. 0.3 of a second at the previous interval. You can see both of them being stalked by the race lead. Now for Ben Meredith, he wants to get clear of this situation as soon as possible to open up the gap once again between himself and Riyadi Asarevich. He's at 22.4 seconds, and every second he spends behind these two is time bled away. So as he follows here with the 119 and the 113 out through Aintree, very little in the way of available room to work with here, and a big snap of oversteer just before I should say he got to Aintree, being let on through there by the 119. Will the same motion be reciprocated of the 113 in towards Brooklands? This is a much more difficult spot for him to play with here, whether or not the 113 might just hold the outside of the track and allow the 315 to roll on through. We've seen that done quite a few times, not this time around though. Meanwhile, we had another incident down the line for the number 3. Jake Potter-Evans of the AXRL Heat team had trouble down at Maggots, Beckett and Chapel. Looking here, Svenningsson in a very tough spot. He doesn't want to move over too cautiously here because it will allow Tangway to strike at 14th place. Moreover, he doesn't want to keep holding up the race lead. It's not going to be a particularly good look for him. Moreover, that 315 is going to get more and more aggressive as he stays behind. He wants out of this position as soon as possible. Oh, what was that? That's the number 5. That's Borgetto. Oh my goodness, how did we not pick that one up? See, they're holding the outside, letting the 315 just cruise on in into Stowe Corner. That was quite tactically made there by the 113. We did have some questions in chat there with why he wasn't moving over almost immediately. The notion that you have a preset number of blue flags to move over for an approaching car, I'm pretty sure is something actually out of the rule books for Formula 1, not from endurance racing. In endurance racing, as clarified there by Archie702 in chat, you're not obligated to move over. It is a case where if you can move over and it's safe to move over, then you move over, but you're not obligated to do so. It's a very common misconception for people coming in to the world of endurance racing is to assume blue flags are an immediate caution that you have to get out of the way. That's a Formula 1 thing. And a quick clarification as well, because we just had one of the members of Race Control join us in the Twitch chat as well. And this is something we'll bring up tomorrow as well. The blue flag rules in the NLRL calendar do vary from series to series. This uses endurance style ruling, where you're not obligated to move over under the blue flags, but something like the Sunday League uses the F1 styling of it, where you have to move over within a certain amount of time, otherwise it could be classed as impeding. The reason they do this is because it's shorter racing and it promotes better integration of traffic and whatnot. Right, now we see for the 113, after all things said and done, having given way to the 315 when it was safe to do so, he has still not been able to open up more of a gap over the 119. David Tangway is in pursuit here and could be looking at a chance for a move in the next couple of minutes here. Let's see if we can catch on board with Tangway in the 119 car. Currently fighting for 14th on the grid. Running out wide there, you can see it was the 113 of Svenningsson, so he's going to be in an uncomfortable spot heading down towards Vale and Club corner on the exit of Stowe. Oh, huge stab of oversteer. Great reaction by the 113 to keep himself out of trouble. Ultimately has cost him position. Up to 14th goes the 119 of David Tangway for Malwell Racing. Heading down through Vale. Not through Vale, sorry, through Abbey and Farm. We do see trouble as well for the 115. So yellow flags currently out. And as we say that, we catch on board with AXRL's Jake Potter Evans, as he runs into trouble there down at Aintree. Fortunately, he finds himself all the way to the outside of the track here, so he's not in harm's way. Yellow flags are out, though. Caution advised for drivers approaching Aintree. He's back out on track there. There's decent recovery to keep himself from the wall. He's not the only one alone in that trouble down at Aintree. We see sliding his way through was Riyad Yasarevic. .788, currently 15.5 seconds away from the 112. So at a rate like this, there is the chance, slim as it is right now, for the 788 to fight with the Aston Martin for second on this field. One thing I am quite surprised about here is just getting on board with Jan Bettentrup in the 111. With the considerable amount of damage on the nose of that BMW, I am surprised that he's been able to stay out for this long. Moreover, he's not far away. Now play your cards close to your chest here and could still be a top 10 before the end of this race. We've still got just over half the race left to play with. The chances are absolutely still there for Jan Bettentrup. Looking around the field then to see where our nearest fights are concerned. We'll get onto the big screen here to see the grand total of it all. We just saw for Ben Meredith as a bit of an upset out through Vale and Club corner. Riyad Yasarevic second with Florian Oxman in third place. Now, in terms of nearest fights on track, you'd be looking over in the direction here of Giles v Letford, one that has been going on quite silently for some time here. There's not really been too much in the way of side-by-side action in the times we've been able to pay attention to it, but I think this could change. Another one to consider as well, Tangway v Svenning. So we saw up to 14th went David Tangway. There could be the fight back soon by Elias Svenningsson, so one to keep on the bookings there. Giles v Letford, one still going on right now. We cut on board here with either of the two. We're on with Connor Letford behind the wheel of the number 30 Tempest Motorsports car, currently defending for 7th place. But as we can see, what has the run on him out through Chapel is the 316. So on board with the 30, while he's got the McLaren for straight line speed, the McLaren is practically hitched onto his rear bumper here and is not letting go for love nor money. Heading down towards Stowe, this could get dicey between the pair. Better on rotation is the McLaren. It's contact between himself and the 30, tucked around the back end at Stowe corner. The number 30 turned around, finds his way to the tarmac and is back up and running. There you can see heading down into Stowe corner just what happened. Heading around just past the apex of Stowe. Tiny little tap there as the 316 runs out wide. Connor Letford, he's down to 7th place. Jack Giles up to 6th. Letford won't be happy about that one. See here, this is Grayson Bulwer now down at 8th place after a recent swap away from Bajor. So first of our driver swaps for the VEC number 332. Sandwiched in between two of the 5-star esports cars. 115 of Scott Milbank up in front, and out behind him, Jan Bettentrup in the 111. Up the inside he goes though, and with a damaged nose cone, that's not going to stop him from getting up on the road here. Admittedly, these right now aren't for positions against the VEC car, but it's all about position on track that matters to him right now, because it's going to give him the best chance in the next 3 hours and 42 minutes of racing to follow. For Svenningsson, he's lost track of that 119, 3.6 seconds between the Bentley and the McLaren here on their way down the Hamilton straight, so very little chance at this time until at least later on that the 113's got chances to fight with Malwell Racing's David Tangway. A great hustle then by Tangway. So that really does bring about the end of our fight for position right now in the pit lane, along with several cars, including Fazzy Binks, who is a recent swap in for the 788 team, making their way back out on track. So Fazzy Binks out onto the track. Jasarevich leads in the 1-1-2. No, don't tell me. Don't tell me that was a disconnect for the 3-1-5. I will be so heartbroken. I will be so heartbroken. Do not tell me that that was the 3-1-5 disconnecting. I am praying that it ain't the case. Oh, it definitely was, wasn't it? Oh, it so was. Oh, no. It's so over. It's so over. I'm actually heartbroken. I say that with utmost certainty. That is gut-wrenching to me. I've genuinely never been more upset. Car disappeared during the driver swap, but again, I'm pretty certain they have disconnected unless they get back out on track almost immediately here. That is effectively end of the line for that 3-1-5 car. Stuck in neutral there. I'm pretty sure they've been arrested out of first gear, so they can't do anything about that right now. Jasarevich is into the pit lane from the lead of this race, mind you. The 788 is actually in trouble, so hang on a tick here. Getting a look out past Club on the run into the Hamilton straight. We see here that is Fazzy Binks on his first drive for the 788. We're watching from the view of Tyler Vermack in the 787. What happened there for Binks? Where one has fallen, another has risen. Is now into the pit lane. Now able to capitalise on the downfall of that 788. The 314 Euro Titans Mustang of Kieran Rodd is in. And there, I think it's the results we weren't hoping to see here. Was a disconnect during the driver swap process. Ben Meredith and Alan Alexander dropping down towards the back of the top 10. For Jasarevich, currently out on track at the moment. He's leaving the pit lane. By looks of things here, correct me if I'm wrong, in the lead. So after a very bizarre set of circumstances, there still stands the chance here for Kieran Rodd to emerge perhaps alongside Fazzy Binks. That is a chance quickly fleeting from him here, as now making his way down towards the start-finish line. Fazzy Binks moves up to second place ahead of Kieran Rodd, but Riyad Jasarevich, Yannick Fredericks, and Carlos Dish. We'll see exactly who it is behind the wheel here, as we will be getting a short update as to who's behind the wheel. There could have been a driver swap for the 1-1-2, and I think that is still Jasarevich behind the wheel. They lead here in Silverstone. Aston Martin leading on home soil. So this has been a very dramatic turn of events. For those of you who have missed the last 20 or so minutes of racing, it was a decisive lead for Ben Meredith and Alan Alexander, but after a disconnect during the driver swap process in the pit lane, they have now been forced down to what looks to be 10th on the field. They emerge here in a real flurry of drivers. They're actually dropped out of the top 10, not far as it stands as they continue to drop down. So we will actually update that as and when we can, because I get the feeling we're going to continue to see this as a bit of a trend here. The 315, I believe, might actually be a lap down. We'll get full confirmation of that later on. Right now, though, the standings of it are with Riyad Jasarevich leading the charge in the 1-1-2 Aston Martin, Fazzy Binks in second with Bentley. Grayson Bulwer now up to third with VEC Esports. Right behind him, Brooklyn Donkin in the number 314 Euro Titans Ford Mustang. Right down in the back of the top 5 at the moment. We can see here this number 30, Zolt Beefgartner behind the wheel of the Tempest Motorsports Mustang. Behind them is Jack Giles in the 316, Matteo Mastromauro in the 791 in 7th, John Williams in 8th, Tyler Vermack in 9th, Jan Bettentrup in 10th. Looking to get an update here, some insights out of Ben Meredith and Alan Alexander. By looks of it here, they're down in 13th place. So the chances still therein remain for these two to make their way back to the top 10, but they must pray that this does not repeat itself in the next pit lane run. In terms of nearby fight, it's Donkin v Bulwer, Mustang v Mustang. Right behind them there, you can see watching on is the 119 of David Tangway with Malwar Racing Bentley. I'm going to try and catch on board here with that Mustang, taking a look around the field just briefly. As you can see there, that is the
315. They are in currently by standing of it 13th place, so there is still salvageable chances for this race. One moment. Still watching with these two as things start to heat up in that fight for third place. Mustang v Mustang, 332 versus 314. VEC versus Euro Titans. This is for a podium position on track at the moment. 3 hours, 35 minutes left to go here in the 6 hours of Silverstone, getting ever closer to the halfway mark of round 4 of Season 2, the NLRL Console Endurance Series, powered by Malwar Transport. Out through the loop then in towards Aintree. Follow on with Brooklyn Donkin, getting back behind the wheel after a hell of a stint by his teammate Kieran Rodd. 1.1 seconds right now between himself and Grayson Ballware, the VEC Esports number 332, taking up the slack from his teammate William Bajor. Now these two are accounted for some of the closest fights on track that could soon be replaced by some other fights further down the line. As we saw, getting in and amongst the fray of it was the 119. David Tangway surfed through the pair of these two to unlap himself from the two Fords. As we see, that was all in efforts to get himself into the pit lane as soon as possible. The 119 is in from 12th place on the grid right now. Watching with these two, and this is sort of the start of it all. Down at Copse, into Maggots, Beckett and Chapel. This is where Euro Titans has the best possible advantage, with VEC having to run a very awkward line here. It's a cascade effect that just allows for them to walk on through with third place. So out through Chapel, the 314, up to third, up the road now from VEC Esports' Grayson Ballware. To address something as well for Casey Miles in chat, props to you for hanging on to the whole 6 hours. This is, I wish that were just the case that it's been 6 hours, but we've also done an additional, probably about 2, maybe 3 hours over on the Carousel Cup earlier this afternoon. And I've got 2.4 hours of a charity race tomorrow with HCCL. That's for the 2.4 hours of Spa. And that's a charity race for St. Jude's Children's Hospital. Be sure to tune into that one tomorrow, 2 p.m. GMT. And then we've also got the Sunday League. And honestly, by the end of that, by the end of all of that tomorrow evening, I don't think that there is going to be much brain left to salvage in my head. So we've just got word through over what happened for the 315, where it was originally speculated that it was a disconnect. It was a game glitch that had ruined the progress of the 315, and so says that of Alan Alexander. So we'll catch up with that fight for third a little later on. We can see not far down the line, about 8 seconds from Grayson Ballware is Zolt Beefgarner. It's a Ford 345 at the moment here as we head towards the halfway mark of the 6 hours of Silverstone. And something to report on right off the bat here is that just quickly checking in with the former race leaders in the 315 car, they are already up positions. So they were 13th, they're now 12th on the field. Ben Meredith and Alan Alexander are back on the charge. Now the chances right now are a top 10 finish. That would be the objective for the 315. And that would be one hell of a returning drive.
making their way currently down through Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel. They're 3.6 seconds up the road of the nearest car for position. Elias Svenningsson and Jorbe van Hurle in the 113 Star Esports McLaren. We do have an incident to report here. We'll actually catch on board with the 119 because we'll be able to see from their point of view what's gone on. Up the road, it's the number 3 car there. AXRL Heats, Jake Porter, I keep saying Porter, Potter Evans. We were saying it right about 3 hours ago. How it's not been the case now, I genuinely couldn't tell you. My sincerest apologies to Mr. Potter Evans. Axel Cassier swaps in for David Tangwe in the 119. So this is his, I believe, second appearance on track here. He filled in after the first stint for LeBay and had issues with his pedals, but seems to have gotten that fixed, making his way into his new proper stint, as it were. So looking on the grid at large here, after nearly half of the race distance covered, Riyad Yasarevic, Yannick Fredericks and Carlos Diesch of the 112 5-star Esports Aston Martin lead this race ahead of Fazzy Binks, Florian Oxman and Nat Bennett in the 788 exclusive Esports Bentley. Then in third place, Brooklyn Donkin, Harry Palmer and Kieran Rodd in the Euro Titans Endurance number 314 Ford Mustang. We see here Grayson Borware of VEC Esports' almost said triple 332 actually, as you can see there revealed to the side. He's in 4th place. In 5th place, Zolt Beefgartner, not too far away and within a chance here. The one buffer zone is the Fats GT number 23 Mustang in their way at the moment. That's Levi Warner in 20th place. He's currently 5th, looking at a chance to fight in the near future for 4th. Jack Giles in 6th place with Matteo Mastromaro in 7th. John Williams in 8th with Tyler Vermack in 9th. Jan Bettentrup holding on to the top 10 with a damaged 111. Scott Milbank in 11th place ahead of Ben Meredith in 12th. Elias Svenningsson in 13th with Jörg Masserat in 14th. Axel Cassier in 15th with Kyle Jenkins in 16th. Salvatore Borgetto in 17th position ahead of Charlie Harker in 18th. Right behind him there you can see is one of the NRW Performance Ferraris. That I believe is Jörg Masserat looking to unlap himself from 14th place. Down he goes into Brooklands and Luffield. Further down the line we have Nick Mask in the number 19. Levi Warner in 20th. Jake Potter Evans in 21st. Then we can see Nexus GT's. And I want to make sure I get the name right here on the lineup. Brian Borg behind the wheel of the number 20. Well, number 222. Says number 20 there. Honestly, at this point, I'm against arguing for it. Oh, trouble there for Borg, though. In towards Brooklands and Luffield. Can see, though, a continued effort right now by Levi Warner to unlap himself from Grayson Bulwer. In the meantime, the number 3 finds another temporary white flag. We see up the inside goes Bulwer on Warner. Two side by side here. Now, this is great news for Zolt Beefgartner because he hasn't really got to do an awful lot here. He can just hold on to the 23 and walk past him, take a free position. Whilst he's at it, stopped by the gift shop. Up to 4th place goes the 30. Oh, off in the background, though, colliding with what looks to be the 315. Turned around. That was VEC Esports' Grayson Bulwer. Get a look at this over Aintree. So as we exit Aintree, I want to see what went on in the background here. Okay, no, he stepped around and then was muscled out by the 315. So it's not the 315's fault. It was that slick area just on the right-hand side past Aintree. Watch this here. You'll see it appear on the right-hand side of the 30. That's where you can see already in the very far right-hand side of the screen, you saw the nose of the Mustang tip over that line. And then as he spun around, he got knocked into by the 315. So it's not on the 315 that happened because it spun into his nose. As far as our basic investigation goes, that's what it looks like at this time. So for the number 30, that's a free and easy 4th place. No arguments there. Moreover, 6.4 seconds between himself and Brooklyn Donkin. The chances are still there in the near future to fight for a podium and to salvage what's left of their drive. It also pushes Jack Giles and Archie Bowen up to the top 5 with Euro Titans. See behind them that Grayson Bulwer, despite that turnaround, is still in the fight inside the top 10 right now. Nearest target, charging up towards 6th place from behind him. In 7th is Matteo Mastromaro and Gianluca Zamponi in the 791. See, running all the way out wide in through, looking at it here, out through towards Village, past Farm. Up to 6th place then goes Matteo Mastromaro. The 222 in trouble. That's Brian Borg of Nexus GT. So decidedly so, up to 6th place goes the 791 of Matteo Mastromaro and teammate Gianluca Zamponi. The 94 has a stop-go 30-second penalty, so that's for the Majestic Racing BMW. Let's see if we can go and catch on board with them here. The number 94, that's Marvin Koch behind the wheel. The Majestic Racing BMW. I believe that was, considering that it's just been a recent swap in. It has now been for speeding in the pit lane. That's the very same trouble that found its way to the door of the 111. The 111 now swapping in for what looks to be Till Schwering. Has got to serve also a stop-go 30-second penalty for speeding in the pit lane. And I think we can start to see where a lot of those issues are coming from for these drivers. I think if we can try and catch on the next run of pit lane entries, you'll be able to see, we were able to see it earlier on in this race, it is the fact there is very little area of grip on the run into the pits. It's not an area that's been worn in a lot because not everyone is taking that line every single lap to the same extent to where you can ford a dry line on track. There is very little grip to be played with, and it is very easy, even in dry conditions, to overstep and end up on the wrong side of it and end up, moreover, speeding in the pit lane. Fazzy Binks now 45 seconds down the road from Riyad Yasarevic with a 5-star esports Aston Martin. See, they're running out wide through Copse Corner. That seems to be a routine problem for not just the Bentley, but a lot of drivers on the grid there running into issues down at Copse Corner. We've seen that, as well as Village in the Loop, 2 premier spots for the most amount of incidents right now. Copse definitely taking it by a landslide. So many drivers have spun in that area. I would also say an honourable mention to Aintree for that reason as well. Oh, hang on a tick there. That's trouble for one of the Porsches. That's Matteo Mastromaro. Turned around out the exit of Lovefield. This has all come asunder into the pit lane, so we get to actually see the run here. Following them in is also Riyad Yasarevic. Not Riyad Yasarevic, sorry. Marvin Koch. I don't know why. I think I instinctively drew my mind back to when they were still with BMW. Very bizarre. Into the pit lane comes Mastromaro after that emergency entry, and we can see the other driver that he was caught up with, Elias Svenningsson and Jorbe van Hurle of 5-star esports. So there was clearly some kind of collision down at Brooklands and Lovefield. These two reeling to the pit lane. It's going to be a broadly different second half for these two now in for repairs. Also joining them to serve their penalty is Marvin Koch of Majestic Racing. In the pits as well, Levi Warner with what looks to be damage on his Mustang. The 111 of Till Schwering's in to serve their stop-go penalty. Obviously, we know why Mastromaro's in here, and the same story for Svenningsson, and that pretty much comprises the entirety of our pit lane runners at this time. So taking up the slack off of his teammate here, unless the 791 can get out in timely fashion with, and obviously looking at the scope of repairs, it's not going to be particularly likely for them. So taking up the slack for the wounded Mastromaro. Actually, he's out. What What on earth did his team do there? What did they fix the car together with blue tack and glue? How'd you fix a car that quickly? Well, there he goes. Now on the exit of the pits. I am genuinely taken aback there. I mean, he took that thing into Los Santos Customs and he paid 500, got a brand new car. I mean, how on earth does a pit crew repair a car in such a short amount of time there? Nonetheless, what we were expecting was to take up the slack here was the 787 of Tyler Vermack. No, thank you, says Matteo Mastromaro. I'll do it myself. Now, in terms of the other car involved, we saw it was considerable nose damage for the 113 of Svenningsson and Van Herle. We've just seen them cleared of the pit lane. So clearly, of the two, emerging on what much worse stead is that 113. Now dropping outside of the top 15 as they exit the pit lane. In the background there, we can see the 123, John Williams and Niels Baslier of the 123 lineup at Fatch GT. They've had a very, very solid race so far inside of that top 10. Great points coming up for them. In terms of nearby fights right now, we do find ourselves in the scope of no man's land. So a lot of teams out there just trying to survive into that midway mark so they can start to push harder into the second half of this race and start to ramp the intensity up. Now, to give a weather report right now, rain is starting to calm down in the next 30 or so minutes. We do have a little bit of intensified rain in the next 10, but then by 30, it's going to drop away to being a slightly lighter rain by comparison. Now, it's still going to be wet. There's not a chance right now of a dry race, but there could yet still be one in the next 3 hours. Background as well, we saw a little bit of side-by-side action there between these two, the 1-2-3 of John Williams, and trailing him there appears to be one of the 5-star McLarens. And taking a look here, it's Elias Svenningsson in the 113. So you see here the 315 attempting to unlap itself from the number 30. Zolt Beefgartner is not making this any more easier for the 315 team. Now they're still looking at a chance to re-emerge in that top 10 after their... And I've been corrected on this. It was not a disconnect, but it was some kind of game glitch, as I'm told. Direct quote there from one of the drivers of the 315 as to what went on in that pit lane run. Again, very, very bizarre thing to happen for the 315 and very unfortunate for them as well. And see, though, in spite of all of those things and in spite of his efforts to try and get around, the number 30 is not budging here. He's really considering his options to fight with a car that currently sits 7 positions down from where he currently stands. It's not in his interest to go moving over because right now he's got bigger fish to fry, namely the case that he doesn't end up putting that car on a wall. Because the conditions here are so dire, it is really any man for themselves. The boat is taking on water and it's lifeboats or drowning really for a lot of people, so it's every man for themselves here in Silverstone. See here, looking for a chance. It could get very close to contact there. They're trying to keep just a few millimeters shy of the Mustang. Heading down towards Brooklands, late on the brakes. You can see the number 30 just doesn't really care that he's there at all. Into the pit lane at the moment comes Charlie Harker in the 116 of 5-Star Esports. And see you later to Skino in chat as well. Wish us the best of luck. 3 hours, 17 minutes left to go, and that's our second live stream today. Back on board with the race leaders. 5-Star Esports is number 112. It's found itself in a very bizarre situation. Now, much similar to what we saw out of the 315, you can tell that this is a very bizarre looking BMW. But this is, as a matter of fact, obviously an Aston Martin V8 Vantage. And now that's another graphic I have to go back in and check. So no one tells me these things. Nonetheless, that move away from BMW. So I wasn't crazy in assuming that when I accidentally said Jastrzębicz earlier when talking about, what's it, the BMW, the Majestic Racing one, that actually, funnily enough, has just brought out the yellow flags. I wasn't crazy in that assumption. They did used to race for BMW. They now, like Euro Titans, have made that leap across manufacturers to go to Aston Martin. And that's evidently been a point worth making for them because, as I've mentioned earlier in this race, when you want to get down to the brass tacks of it, the technology that Aston Martin has for wet racing, far more accommodating on a larger scale than the rest of the manufacturers on this grid. Now, of course, some of the manufacturers will still have a wet racing engine map. Most manufacturers will still have variable engine maps. But Aston Martin, I don't know what it is with theirs, and I speak from experience as well, having briefly raced on ACC with Aston Martin. On super wet conditions like this, the car is just a different animal with the available options in terms of traction control, in terms of engine mapping, in terms of ABS. It all clicks up to give the Aston Martin very reliable handling in the wet, and deceptively so. You wouldn't expect to be able to push the envelope out as well as one can in a different car. In fact, in most other cars, they would break you in half like a Kit Kat bar. But the Aston Martin, for whatever reason, is very plush in the wet. Very, very plush. And right now, that's being leveraged to great effect by these three. Yannick Fredericks, Riyad Jastrzębicz, and Carlos Disch in the 112 Aston, formerly the 112 BMW. Oh, off in the foreground there. That's the 222 of Brian Borg of Nexus GT. Now, something to note as well, I didn't bring immediate attention to it, but looking back around, there was another incident for Matteo Mastromauro in the 791. Now, smaller incident by comparison to some of the others that this one has been involved in most recently, but as you can see, he is now down to 9th place on this grid, about a quarter of an hour before we get towards the exact midway mark of round 4 of the NLRL Console Endurance Series. That'll actually be the perfect halfway mark of the entire championship, if I'm not mistaken there. Halfway mark of the halfway race. We've got the whole second half of the championship to get ahead of us now, and that will all be kicking off in 2026. Now, just get a brief look at the calendar once again, of course, to explain why we have some dates censored out and replaced with ones in light blue. Now, a couple weeks ago, those in the loop on ACC Console will no doubt remember PlayStation Network had a series of outages for specifically online integration for Assetto Corsa Competizione. And then, about 24 hours later, Xbox was hit by the very same problem. One theory suggests that it was routine maintenance, but we don't have any evidence to suggest that at this time. Regardless, it forced us to delay round 4 of the championship to today, which was supposed to be the slot for round 5. So everything's been shoved forward, and a new ending date has been integrated 2 weeks after round 7, bringing Indy, the final race of the championship, to the 21st of March. It also means that we tip the second half of the championship over the scales and into 2026. So it's all come a bit full circle here. I actually do kind of like the idea we get one half under our belt here in 2025. Then we all go off for our Christmas break, come back in 2026 and duke it out for 4 more rounds. I like the idea personally. I don't know what the drivers are feeling on that, but it was an emergency reaction response that we had to get underway for both the Console Endurance Series and the Sunday League, both of which were affected by those outages. It was a whole weekend where we couldn't come to you live from NLRL. It was a sad, sad weekend indeed. Looking around the field, there's more trouble for the 222. Looking around, we can see close proximity between 3 cars here. We are pleasantly surprised to be seeing close fighting all in action for 3rd. So we're on board with the 314 Ford Mustang of Brooklyn Donkin. Also joined by Harry Palmer and Kieran Rodd of Euro Titans. They're looking to go toe-to-toe here. Not only with their own teammates, Jack Giles and Archie Bowen in the 316, gets up on their inside through Beckett. Now in a chapel, they forfeit position to try and defend off
well, not really defend off, is it? You wouldn't want to defend against one of your own teammates there. There's the 3-1-5. All three of these drivers, though, looking in arms to take on Zolt Beefgartner in third place on this grid. As a matter of fact, we'll stay on board here with the 3-1-4 of Donkin, because getting on board, you can start to see as we head towards the halfway mark of this race, and we've made a point of this quite a few times here in Silverstone, but it's not what you can see on screen, but more or less what you can't, and that is a greater majority of the track. The spray has picked back up rather tremendously since the last couple of hours here, where it did start to dissipate a bit. This is now up to where it's among the worst it's been all race since the start, and it means so little visibility available. And what this means for battles, far fewer of them, realistically, far fewer of them, and far less risk taken. It makes for more cautious racing, drivers really walking on thin ice. Very heavy consequences for mistakes here, very obvious scenarios where that could happen over the course of the next 3 hours if weather is to stay as such. Getting a look at the weather report, I am delighted to tell you the weather report just then in your top right hand showed us a very compelling sign. Weather to start drying up in 30 minutes. So the rain is set to subside in 30 minutes there, according to the weather predictions and the weather forecast. The Beefgartner, he's still trying to fend off and approaching Giles here. The 316 Euro Titans McLaren. Oh, what is going on there? Is that's Potter Evans facing the wrong way? You can't park there. You can't park there. That might actually be one of the most bizarre things I've ever seen. Out through Cops, in towards Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel. Number 30, walking on eggshells here. He makes his way in towards Chapel. Giles is not relinquishing any kind of mercy over the 30 here. 10 minutes before the end of the third hour, and we get onto the halfway mark here in Silverstone, and we could be looking at a fight for third place. We'll stay on board with the defending car, the Tempest Motorsports number 30, fending off the last of the podium positions here from the 316, looking to take it for its very own. Out through Stowe, the run in towards Vale Club. Just to note as well, looks like another fight going on in the background, this time between Brooklyn Donkin and John Williams. This is for 5th place on track, Fats GT versus Euro Titans. We will be checking in with that fight as well. Just looking out behind our two here. So we see Williams challenging Donkin, looking up the inside in towards the loop. The Ferrari takes the initiative. Very nearly contact between the pair of them, but who usurps control out through Aintree? It can get dicey through here. Very little grip to be found. The 314 runs out wide, ultimately forfeits position over to Williams. A great move to get himself into the top 5 there. John Williams of Fats GT now up and ahead of Brooklyn Donkin. Looking at the road ahead of them here. Find Jack Giles still challenging Zolt Beefgartner for third on track. The question therein remains as we come towards the end of the third hour. Are either of them considering an early pit stop? No, being the simple answer. Donkin now quite out far from the back of the top 5 there. Fats GT's John Williams takes the initiative. Now up 1.4 seconds, I should say. He's currently 4.8 seconds from this fight on your screens at the moment. Giles v Beefgartner. We watched with the Tempest car for some while. We see on board here with the 316 of Giles and Bowen. These two have been capable challengers throughout the opening half here in Silverstone, out through Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel. On their way down the hangar. Now, this is an area where the McLaren, yes, it may have the cornering capacity and it may have the stopping capacity to a pinch there, but straight line speed is solely on Ford's shoulders to carry. I think this is one of the delightful things about Silverstone. It's a very well-balanced track, in my honest opinion. There's a lot there to challenge these cars. The Ford, it's a great motor, but cornering capacity it'll never have in droves over McLaren, Ferrari or Porsche. Bentley, great manufacturer, and you can see having a pretty solid time of things with a redeeming drive from Fazzy Binks in the 788 exclusive esports Bentley. And it seems to be the jack of all trades kind of cars like the Bentley and conversely the Aston Martin that are leading this charge here in Silverstone. When push comes to shove and you need a car that can do it all, you turn to these two manufacturers, at least in terms of GT racing. I think in real life you'd probably go to like Toyota or something. See, they're running a little bit deep, the 316. Hesitates for a second in his fight with the 30. 3 hours, 6 minutes, 20 seconds left to go. Out through Luffield. What is the calling rates here for these two? The number 30 and the 316. Neither of them called to the pit lane. So they're going to try and go perhaps 2, maybe 3 more laps before they consider their next pit stops. Sadly, we don't have the stint timers available for any of these cars. I think that would be a real game changer if we did. But unfortunately for us, I should say, ACC just doesn't have the facilities for that at this time. Bit of a wide run out through Cop, so that has drawn the 30 back onto the nose of the 316, getting back on board with the defending of 2 here. It's looking dire straits for Beefgartner. Now, the Mustang will be able to break open an advantage over the McLaren if he can keep it at arm's length on the way out through Chapel. As he gets down onto the throttle there, all 8 cylinders firing, 5.4 litre naturally aspirated Ford Performance Coyote motor-based co-engineered M Sport V8 engine. A lot of hands at the wheel here in terms of that engine's production. Originally based off the 5.4 litre Ford Coyote engine, introduced for the 6th generation, if I'm not mistaken, Ford Mustang back in 2015, but still exists in some variation on the 7th gen model we see here. Then it was co-engineered by Ford Performance and M Sport, so I'm told. See, though, that Giles is not wasting any more time. He is looking for a charge here, whether he chooses to make it now on the run into Abbey and Farm, or whether or not he waits, bides his time, waits for Village and the Loop. Another major overtaking opportunity for him coming up. Out through Farm and towards the Village. He's just a little too far away to be trying his luck so soon. He'll be praying for a bad run in through the Loop and Aintree. Very easy, especially in the wet conditions, for things to come asunder here, as we've seen for quite a few drivers today. Doesn't appear to be the case right now for the 30. Soldiering on through Aintree we go. Still on board with Zolt Beefgartner. This is all on the fight for the podium here in the 6 hours of Silverstone. As of right now, the 112 still leads. That's the current update from the front line. The 788 is out past the 787 and the 791, but still, as far as we've been led to believe, second place. He's just behind lapping teammates, or lapped teammates. The 222 was in trouble there as we made our way up out of Cop's corner. That was the 222. Nexus GT's Brian Borg. It's been routine troubles for quite some time here. The 94 next in trouble, and that's Marvin Koch of Majestic Racing. Whereabouts has he been stranded here in Silverstone? There you can see just emerges from the mist. Very little time to react in the way of it here, as we do find ourselves traffic central on the Hangar Straight. Scott Milbank just up in front there in the 115. So we stay on board here with Beefgartner. This is really going to be quite an awkward spot here because yes, it's not so bad in dry conditions to have a traffic car in front of you. Normally, they'll find the spot to move out of the way. But what he doesn't realise is Milbank is generating a tremendous amount of spray onto the nose of these two, limiting their ability to see him on a run into a heavy braking zone like Vale and Club Corner. It's what can lead to so many incidents and has led to quite a few incidents beforehand. Meanwhile, in the background, I just want to point this one out, that with Scott Milbank dropping behind these two, he has now opened the taps up to be caught up by the 315 of Ben Meredith and Alan Alexander. Now, they were leading this charge, but after a glitch in game during the pit stop, a couple, I think it's just about an hour ago now, actually, as it stands. So how time flies. They're now finding their way back up to a charge of the top 10. And actually, if we can, let's see if we can catch on board with these two in their fight. I'll quickly see here from Giles's point of view. There's the Aston Martin, and there is Scott Milbank
currently being intercepted by the 315. Now, if the Porsche, there we can see, was not going to be running that risk whatsoever. I was about to say, round the outside, it's a bit lofty in these conditions. Looking up the inside, later on the brakes, giving him the space there, the 115 of Scott Milbank. Now moving through, there goes Ben Meredith. Following, looking to lap the pair of them is John Williams. Looking back on with our fight for third place as we've just seen things wrap up there for the 315 now into the top 10. The chances to return to the top 10 are already at their doorstep. Seeing here with Giles, this is the fight for third place still going on. We watched for some time with the defending point of view, but now let's see if we can get inside the cockpit of the 316 to get the attacking view of things. That has got to be quite an uneasy sight for them here. Is really your only indicators of where you are in proportion to the car ahead of you are these 6 lines representing those tail lights off of that Mustang. It is nigh impossible past a certain distance to make out any other image of the car. The 791 in trouble out through Abbey and Farm, just been forced to cut through Abbey there. That was the 791 exclusive Porsche. In a spot of bother there. Doesn't look to be anything too severe. We're still watching the fight of third. Giles v Beefgartner. Beefgartner defending, Giles attacking. Now, this has been the case for quite some time. We head towards the end of the third hour, heading in towards that halfway mark. The number 5 is into the pits. That's the Dell'Ave Maria Ferrari into the pit lane. We continue to watch on with these two. It's been a pretty decent matchup here in the wet and wild conditions of Silverstone between the McLaren and Ford. Bear in mind for Tempest, this is a redeeming drive for them. They started from pole position. It was a fantastic qualifier for them. It came apart in the first 3 hours. Now this is the road to redemption. They find themselves third place, but leading by a landslide. The Aston Martin of 5-Star Esports is Riyad Yasarevich. Heading down towards... looking at it here in towards Brooklands and Luffield, just sidetracked there for a moment. Past the halfway mark of this race, things are still hotting up here in Silverstone. 8:09 p.m. local time. This does not fill me with a lot of confidence heading into the next 3 hours, because what it will mean for our drivers, while yes, the rain is set to clear up, we'll still be in dark and murky conditions, and moreover, the sun is leaving us behind. Merging alongside there, you can see is the number 5, Michael Picconi of Dell'Ave Maria. He's accidentally forced his way into the middle of this fight here. He's forced the Euro Titans car to run onto the exit ramp. Jack Giles still within half a second there of Zolt Beefgartner, so he's been able to recover from that one very quickly. Into the pit lanes, the 115. We'll see what the going rates are for the 112, the current race leader for 5-Star Esports. Currently no word from Aston Martin. So getting a look into the halfway mark of this race, I am filled with quite a bit of dread here, because while yes, the rain is set to let up, like most things with Silverstone, it's only temporary. As for about 15 minutes, you'll not be seeing any new bits of rain hit the track, but then that's immediately followed up by even more rain. So, yeah, it does tend to remind me of my time back at the Silverstone circuit, checking the Met Office app with 1 bar of connection, waiting for the rain to go away, only to find out there's even more rain, and it's worse this time. That must be what it's like to be in the paddock right now. And I don't envy it. I really don't. We continue to see the ongoing fight for third place. This has been one of the longest fights of the session, up there with the 315 versus the 30 for the race lead. It feels like an eternity ago now that was going on, and now we get to see the real new scope of things. Kyle Jenkins into the pit lane at the moment.
Watch here, slowly creeping his way into frame. That is the number 123 John Williams of Thatch GT. Is at the back of the top 5, and all whilst these two have been clashing for third place, he's been slowly reeling them in. He's got them on the hook here and is heading up to their current position. You can see the physical gap with that blue and orange Ferrari 296 off in the distance. The 123 gaining ground on the 316 and the number 30 as they make their way through Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel. Here's your race leaders, Yadea Sarevich, Yannick Fredericks and Carlos Disch with the Aston Martin, number 112. We will be updating that graphic as and when we can. Let's step back into the shoes here of our podium fighters. Because much like we've had to already edit one graphic over the course of this race, we are now inclined to do it again because no one told us they were moving to Aston Martin. It's fine. I don't hold a grudge about these sort of things, and obviously with so much information to process over the course of what has been a 2-week delay, a lot of this was cobbled together to make sure that the calendar could remain as it were. We didn't want to have a break of any longer than about 3 weeks unless it was under the auspice of Christmas and New Year's, which I highly doubt anyone wants to do a 6-hour race in the storming wet weather here at Silverstone during Christmas. I wouldn't want to. We'll stay on board with these drivers for the time being. We'll be back with sort of main coverage of the rest of the field in a moment's time. We're just quickly attending to something. You can see in the time we've been covering these two, the gap has started to break away here. Beefgartner being able to open the taps up in the moment of clarity provided by just a break in the 2 major storm cycles here at Silverstone. Right now, it sits in almost perfect stalemate between these three. That battle from third all the way to the back of the top 5 positions, currently a second apiece. In fact, it could be starting to tilt in favour here of John Williams as the clouds break just ever so slightly here in Silverstone. We do see with the 112 they're out for another lap here on track. Let's see if we can catch on board with Williams on with the Thatch GT number 123 car. Slowly reeling themselves in to be within a chance here of not only 4th place, but by proxy 3rd, as their distance really not too far from one another. They're about 1.2, 1.3 seconds, so almost in perfect unison here, front to back. 2.4 seconds. So cutting away there from the 123 to get a look back in with the top 3, as it were. And we can still see here the 112 leading, and you'll be happy to know that we've finally been able to update the graphics. So that's the second time we've had to do that this race. We completely forgot about all the car changes as well, but for the 112, now, I was saying for the longest time, bit of a weird-looking BMW, but really I would say it's much closer to a Merc with the engine that it's got, the M177 4-litre twin-turbo, under the bonnet of that Aston Martin. Racing at home here, not too far away from the Aston Martin F1 headquarters. Moreover, it's only about 60-odd miles up the road from its factory up in Gaydon, Warwickshire. Long drive, though, we'll say that much. Been over to the factory. Very long drive. Looking back in then with this precarious fight in the top 5, still in stalemate between Ford, McLaren and Ferrari. Got word of a driver into the pit lane, the 222, I believe. Yes, the Nexus GT car into the pits as it stands right now. We are keeping a live monitor on the pit lane just to see what strategy is concerning us with. Still watching, though, that fight for third place. On board with the 316, Jack Giles and Archie Bowen. Still clashing with Zolt Beefgartner, Connor Letford and Adam Saunders of Tempest Motorsports, all in contention of the last of those podium positions. 0.3 of a second between the Ford and the McLaren. You can see that, I would say I could see clearly now that the rain is gone, but the rain is very much still here in Silverstone, and I don't think it has any chance of going away. This is just the moment of respite they have before the rain returns proper. Also in the pits, the 332, the VEC Esports car, into the pit lane at the moment. We're about to see this fight come to a head here in through Aintree. Both of them sliding through, giving it the full Sterling Moss on the run down through the Wellington Straight towards Brooklands and Luffield. Looking further up the inside. Will the McLaren take the risk? Not this time around. Later on the brakes went the 30, risked it all to keep to the racing line in through Brooklands. All of this bringing Williams into the fight. It's a three-way fight here between Fats GT, Euro Titans and Tempest, between Ferrari, McLaren and Ford, all for a podium spot here in round 4. Grayson Ballware in with VEC Esports. Swaps over to Shahan Karim. So that's another driver swap for the VEC Esports team. Started off with the drive by William Bajor, then to Ballware, now to Karim. Williams runs into a spot of bother there out through Cops. And it leaves these two by their lonesome to clash through Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel. That differing line, it just brings so much anxiety to us here because you know it is one slight miscalculation that breaks away from getting turned around. And that was very nearly the case for all three of these drivers. They link back up on the exit of Chapel. And with a better run of 2, this is going to be a very close drag race between McLaren and Ford. Ford's got top end. McLaren's got momentum down towards Stowe, who takes position here. Going to the outside. I can see what he's going for from a mile out here, but kept to the outside by the 30. Can he stick it all the way around the outside? It's very likely. Staying now to what is the inside at Vale and Club, but forced to tuck back in behind. You've got to hand one thing off to Tempest Motorsports. They do not give up positions that easy. Something seriously wrong had to have happened for them in that opening hour for them to have dropped the positions that they did. But now that they're back into a podium position, they are not inclined to be letting go of it anytime soon. That much is known. Current word, the number 3 in the pit lane at the moment, AXRL Heat. See, looking up the inside here, this is in the fight for 4th. It's contact between Giles and Williams. Now returning to 4th place. Both of them knocked down a peg there from the fight with Beefgartner. He escapes up the road north of 1 second. They're 1.3 seconds into Aintree. Brief collision there between Williams and Giles down at the loop, or Village and the loop. So these three have been among the closest fights on track at the moment. We'll take a look around to see if there is any other to spike our interest here. There could be a fight coming up in the near future between Axel Cassier and James Mason for 12th place on the grid right now, with 3 cars in all contending for a podium. Oh, that's not a good sign. I'm starting to see a bit of a worrying sign there from the number 30. Connection troubles for Tempest Motorsports. Watch here from the dashboard view of that 316. That Mustang might just spontaneously disappear. See, that is a terrifying thing. Where will he be next? There, right in front of you. It does give momentary respite from the spray, but coming down into a braking zone, this is the worst place to be losing someone. And it does leave it very open-ended, very ambiguous as to what's going to happen here for Tempest Motorsports and Zolt Beefgartner. Connection troubles are not the kind of thing you want to see this late on into a race.
See there, a little bit of upset between Village and the Loop. This has been an area where the 316 has been able to capitalise for some time, so we are back into a fight for third place. As you see in the foreground there, that's trouble for Brian Borg of the 222 Nexus GT team. He's off between the Loop and Aintree. The 112 is in trouble. That is the leading Aston Martin in a real predicament here. Let's see if we can go and catch on board with the 112 team to sort of analyse the scope of the damage here. Doesn't actually look to be anything at all. I think it might have just been a spin there for the Aston. If that's the first of their mistakes and the first they probably will only risk to make so far in this race, I think they're in relatively safe hands. It's a very rare thing. Now, I can piece together with my own understanding of the track what's going on for them there, and I'd be delightfully proven wrong if any of them are feeling willing and capable to pitch in and chat as to what happened for them there. But I suspect on the exit of Club, they've gone for the curb on the inside. It's knocked the car asunder, and down past the run into the Hamilton straight, they've spun out to the left-hand side into the runoff gravel trap. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but I feel like I'm right. In the discussions of that potential fight we spoke about from earlier on, there is still the chances here. 2.6 seconds between Cassier and Mason. This is for 12th place on the field. 2 hours, 45 minutes left to go here in the 6 hours of Silverstone. But let's not waste any time and get back on board with what has been one of the real star fights of the last hour or so. And we're about to see it come to a head here out through Stowe Corner. Zolt Beefgartner on board with here, defending for third place against Jack Giles and John Williams. A two-pronged defensive from Euro Titans and Fats GT, and looking to serve a switchback here. It's contact, muscled out of position there. Jack Giles collided with by the 30 of Zolt Beefgartner. That allows John Williams to slip on through to fourth place. This is going to get incredibly sketchy if they continue to be at this kind of sort of hostility with one another. The 316 would argue that he was pushed off track deliberately there. It looked like he got shoulder checked by the Mustang. The Mustang would argue there was no room for him to move. The Ferrari's just happy to be here. You see, things are about to get very nasty. You can see in the body language on that McLaren, he's not happy at all. Moreover, that 123 is just trying to slip on through here. I think John Williams wants to get shot of the scene before things get ugly. Riding on the coattails of that Mustang, he tucks back in on the racing line. Zolt Beefgartner's going to hold the inside in towards Brooklands. Going around the outside goes John Williams. We'll watch here from the onboard of Jack Giles' point of view. Squeezed out through Brooklands. Now trying to go for a very late apex through Luffield. This has gotten very interesting very quickly between these three as they change of position. Pushes Jack Giles down to fifth. It pushes John Williams up to fourth. Let's get on board then with the Ferrari. Caught up in the middle of it all. Currently in that fight for third overall. Could be locally that fight for fourth. It's the 1-2-3 of Basslier and Williams. The 316, much better run there on the exit of Beckett's in through Chapel. On the run down the hangar, could eat up that 296. The number 123 under siege here. We are definitely much more in the considerations of the fight for fourth as of right now. Overall, again, still aggregate position up for third with the Ford up the road there. But this is locally for fourth place between the 316 and the 123. Down towards Vale and Club Corner. And I definitely say now, with the current string of things for that 1-2-3, the amount of time he gains on the run into Sector 3, we're back in that fight for third place. Heading down the Hamilton Straight then, in towards Abbey and Farm, in towards Village and the Loop, not far from now. Again, major overtaking spots coming up right around the corner here. Out through Farm, in towards Village. A little too far away for an early offensive on the Mustang, but he knows he can build the gap away from the McLaren and start to reel in that Mustang. Where it's at one of its lowest points besides Vale and Club. As we see here on the exit of the Loop, better momentum to carry around Aintree, so he'll be clinging onto the slipstream generated by the 30. Now, the chances to get up the inside are slim. No one in their right mind looks to be able to match Ford in a straight line here. So down the Wellington, heading in towards Brooklands. Looking to go around the outside, perhaps even for a super late inside lunge in towards Luffield. Very did nearly try to go for it, but the 30, I've got to say, he's really got his elbows out here. I've never seen such a vehement performance for defence here. Some could definitely argue that it's getting a little bit out there, a little bit bully-esque, but he's, you know, he's fighting for position at the end of the day. These are drivers fighting for position on track. And it's not, you know, it's not a case where they're sparring. It's not a case where they're sort of trying to lock each other in. It is literally fighting. It is visceral. It is white knuckle, especially in conditions like this where one slip can separate you from the pit lane. It's fighting is the best word for it. I mean, had I any better intuition, I'd probably be replacing these graphics instead of battle for third. It's war for third right now between these three, because that is the way it's been treated. Elbows out, no punches pulled. This is getting ugly. Really ugly here in Silverstone. This is now dripped back into a fight of fourth down through Stowe as Jack Giles claws in distance here over the number 1, 2, 3 of John Williams. Williams looking again to push this back up to the number 30 of Beefgartner. These three have been at arms for as long as I can remember now. I mean, we're looking upwards of north of 30 minutes at the minimum where these three have been in a condition like this. Absolute DEFCON 2, if not DEFCON 1. We are right at the cusp here of total nuclear Armageddon. The track is drying, but as the weather radar has us currently believing, it is set to pick back up, so it's only a moment of respite for our drivers here before they're thrust back in to absolutely torrential downpour. Now we'll get a look on the predictions, and yes, in the next 30 minutes it's heavy rain, so this is a moment where the drivers can really hammer down here, but they're going to have to play things safe in terms of tyre conservation. They don't want to overheat those tyres. It'll be pretty hard to do so, but considering we have punctures reported earlier on in this race, I wouldn't rule it out, especially with how elbows out the drivers have been so far. Looking for a late switcheroo here in through Brooklands. How well will that hold up through Luffield? He's to the outside on the 30. Could be muscled out of position here, looking for a late apex, and has to tuck in right over the nose of Jack Giles. Neither of these three looking to relinquish. None of these three holding back anymore on the run out through Woodcote. Looking on here with Williams. You can see up in front of him, not a lot of visibility now. Admittedly, much greater than it has been in the last couple of hours, but out back, you can still see how close that McLaren is to him. There will be that much to consider. These drivers, yes, they can see slightly better than they were able to in the opening hours. That does not mean that they won't be practicing at least some great degree of caution, as the spray is still very much there. Now, it might not be so pronounced from the external cameras. That's because of rendering distance. You actually get on board with the drivers. You can still see it's quite a lot to handle from the onboard. Nowhere near as bad as it was a couple hours ago. I mean, that was just... You couldn't see. You could barely see 5 meters in front of you. I'm still on the fence as to how the drivers were able to see it all. The force was guiding them by that point, perhaps. In towards Vale and Club Corner. Number 30 still leading this three-way charge for third place. It's been a very, very standout defense here by Tempest Motorsports. Of course, had a bit of an odd first hour, led the race, but then dropped back in behind, dropped down quite a few positions. Now that they're back up on the podium, they're not letting go of it. Just to bring to your attention as well, there was a fight we were discussing not long ago, the 119 versus the 115. And we are seeing it there start to kick off. That's for 12th place. We'll catch up with them in due course. We'll stay on board, though, in the fight for third. The 1, 2, 3, John Williams fighting with Zolt Beefgartner. Jack Giles trailing. The pair of them here was formerly in the position that Williams finds himself in now. He slipped his way through down at this section of the track a few laps ago. And still to the inside, he's muscled all the way onto the wet line. Oh, my word. Some could start to make the argument that this is unsafe from the 30, but he is really, really digging his heels in the sand and not letting anyone through. Right now, this might... Oh, it's contact between the 30 and the 1, 2, 3. This is where you get that flashpoint. He's had absolutely none of it on the exit of Luffield in through Woodcote. This could be the opportunity Giles is waiting for, as now he takes both positions for ransom before Cops. Dropping back in behind the 30. Goes the number 1, 2, 3. Jack Giles to third. Beefgartner to fourth. Williams to fifth. Behind him there, you can see the lapped cars, the number 315 and the number 5. That's the number 315 of right now behind the wheel. Looking on the charts here. Back into the top 10, it's Ben Meredith. Brooklyn Donkin into the pit lane in the meantime in terms of updates from Euro Titans. You have Meredith behind this fight at the moment, and also joining him from down in 17th position is Michael Picconi, the Delave Maria team.
Beefgartner is not a happy man. Make no mistake of that one. He's not going to be particularly pleased to be seeing anyone up in front of him after the defense he's put on there for third place. Out through Stowe. Still charging at the heels then of the 316, newly found onto the podium, I should say. That's Jack Giles and Archie Bowen. 2 hours, 36 minutes left to go. Currently leading that charge, Riyad Yasarevich, Yannick Fredericks, and Carlos Deej to the 5-star esports team. Fazzy Binks, Florian Oxman, and Nat Bennett in second place. Jack Giles and Archie Bowen in third. Zolt Beefgartner, Connor Letford and Adam Saunders in fourth. John Williams and Niels Bassler in fifth. We've got a real cornucopia for options here. As you can see, 5 different manufacturers in that top 5. 5 different teams, for that matter, in that top 5. Just getting an update then from the 314. Donkin still in the pit lane. We've seen as well has now been taken up for 6th place by Tyler Vermack. Williams into the pit lane by looks of it there. Also into the pits goes Jack Giles. So it leaves Zolt Beefgartner out by his lonesome. Now pressured with the risk of being undercut as we head into the 2.5 hour mark. I must say, for what has been 3.5 hours of racing so far here in Silverstone, we have not been left empty-handed. Looking at a nearby fight inside the top 10 here. We could be looking at one in the next couple of minutes between Shahan Karim and Jörg Masserat. Those two 3.1 seconds away from one another. Then behind them, we can see not too far from each other, the 114 and the 113. Now, I expect a little less of a fight, realistically, from the two 5-star cars. Of course, they are still trying to contribute points towards the team. They do want to play as a team. Ultimately, it'll be down to driver decisions as to who needs to take what position. Ultimately, I don't think that they'll be pressuring one another too much. If they feel they've got the pace, they'll get out in front, and I don't think it'll get anywhere near as elbows out as some of the fighting we've seen today. And here you can see one of the drivers formerly involved in one of the most visceral and involving fights of this race, Jack Giles of Euro Titans Endurance. Now, we've just got a brief warning of the 788 there. Fazzy Binks, Florian Oxman and Nat Bennett. High ping warning temporarily came in there. We saw that fluctuate, and they're not alone in that one. A lot of drivers' pings are fluctuating, but that one was by one of the largest margins we'd seen in some time. I think right now, all things, considered, fingers crossed, touch wood and cross your heart, whatever other things you need to do to make sure that this point stays as it is. That looks to have stabilized itself now. To give some update then on the track conditions. Yes, the track has dried out a bit, but now we have an imminent 10-minute warning for heavy rain. 30 minutes, that rain is set to pick back up. So if you thought you had it easy here, think again. This is your calm before the second storm of today. Hang on just a moment. We had word there from the Bushman. Did the 119 disconnect at some point? No. Okay, so this is something that we figured out why this was an issue. This is the 119, by the way. It's mistakenly identified as the 99. Now, the reason it does this is what I was told by race control, is dependent on who joins the session and the livery of the car they have. So if this was marked up as the 99, bear in mind, some of the drivers in this lineup, like Tanguay and Cassier, were former 99 drivers in the last round. So when they joined, they probably had the livery for the 99 on their car, not the 119. So when they joined, it auto-defaulted the leaderboard numbers to the 99 instead of the 119. More on that in a moment's time, though, as we do have recent news from the 787. And that's from Exclusive Esports' BMW. They're just making its way out of the pits. The 787 of Tyler Vermack and Federico Zamblera, as now they have a stop-go 30-second penalty to serve for speeding in the pit lane. That's not gone well for them, but they're not alone in that one. Plenty of drivers have been caught out by that one today. We also see into the pits still was the 314. He's just made his way out. That's Brooklyn Donkin.
Now, I'm trying to jog my memory here, and I try not to get ahead of myself because things have gone remarkably wrong for the 315 in my hopes to say that they were going to be race winners today. But if I'm not mistaken, if the Aston Martin wins, that will be the first time Aston Martin has ever won in the Console Endurance Series. Ever. 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 So there's the stakes on the table. Into the pit lane comes Fazzy Binks, then the 788 for Exclusive Esports. It's been a valiant fight back for these guys today. I will say that a lot of the exclusive cars have met their match here in Silverstone. It has been surprisingly a very similar story to what we saw last round, as a matter of fact, of the 4 hours of Bathurst with a 5-star esports team. It was a slaughterhouse for them. The exclusive guys have really met their match here at the home of the British Grand Prix. Into the pits then the 788. No word yet on the 787, but with every likelihood that they will be also making their way to the pit lane. We also see into the pits at this time Zolt Beefgartner of Tempest Motorsports. Now, the fears were that he'd be getting undercut on this strategy by Williams and Bowen, who's now behind the wheel instead of Jack Giles. Now, will fears come to reality here? We can see right now for John Williams, currently looking to get his way around Shahan Karim in the 332 VEC Esports Mustang, making his way in through the loop. Will the chances remain there for Beefgartner to hold on to third place? We see Binks is on his way out, and I believe to potentially a driver swap. You can see up the road by nearly a full lap into the pits comes the Aston Martin. Riyad Yasarevic, Yannick Fredericks, and Carlos Deesh. Who will they swap to this time? One does wonder. I think we did see a brief moment for Fredericks earlier this race, so my money's on Deesh. Of course, will be proven in due course. We see here now with the 788 trying to get a look here behind the wheel. Looks to be Bennett, so that's Nat Bennett behind the wheel of the 788. That'll update in due course. The number 30 is on his way out and being intercepted by Williams. I think it's just by a close enough margin. Very well done then to Tempest Motorsports, playing things tactically. They emerged from the pit lane just enough up the road there from the 1, 2, 3 of John Williams. That's who they were looking to get ahead of on the exit of the pit lane, and ahead they are. Great strategy for them there. If they keep things clear and concise, next 2 hours and 30 minutes should be a cakewalk for the number 30 team. Yasarevic on his way out then. We'll see who he's swapped to. He's still in. The LED boards indicate JAS. That's Yasarevic's abbreviated name there. And he's still out on track. I mean, you got to respect it. What is it? A triple stint now for the 112. If it's not broke, don't fix it. But surely he can't stand to do a, what would it be after quadruple, quintuple stint? Mastromaro into the pit lane then, so we're starting to see more and more drivers suggest runs to the pits here at the 2 hour 30 minute mark. So we've got word as well onto what happened for the 314 team. Very similar scenario actually to what I've been told happened for the 315, who is now into the pit lane, as well as emerging to the pit lane there looks to be the 222 Brian Borg of Nexus GT. We're seeing into the pits there Ben Meredith, likely to swap over for Alan Alexander. Mastromaro into the pit lane, so we'll see for the 791 lineup. Will it be a swap over to Gianluca Zamponi, or will he be double stinting? All will be revealed in due course. Nearby fight then as re-emerging to the track, looking to charge to the rear quarters of that 115. Oh my goodness there, great reaction timing by Federico Zamblera. How he has kept himself from colliding with the 115 of Mason there. Oof. For the background there, you can see the 112 looking to get up and around the Malwar Racing 119. Currently driven, by looks of it there, by Axel Cassier. And it's good to see Cassier back out on track as well. Of course, he was in our Twitch chat earlier. He was part of that massive hype train we saw earlier on in the stream. Again, thank you so much to all of our viewers in chat contributing towards that. Any kind of support is greatly appreciated, and I'm really honoured that any kind of support on those lines would be considered for us here on TRTN. But out through Woodcote, see now just getting up around Cassier. So it's good to see him back on track. Of course, earlier in the race, there were pedal malfunctions that forced an early run to the pit lane for the 119, forced him to swap over in a pinch there to David Tangway before he could come back in later to compete from 11th place on track at the moment.
strategy-wise, it does look likely for Malwar to see a top 10 by the end of this race. 2 hours, 27 minutes left to go, and Silverstone has provided us with many a treat. Bentley in nearly both cars in the top 10 position, I should say. Second place for Nat Bennett, 11th place for Axel Cassier. Leading the charge right now, Aston Martin, courtesy of Riyad Yasarevich. Adam Saunders now back behind the wheel of the number 30. He started things off with a great stint. Came apart at the seams a little bit towards the end of the first hour for him, but now they find themselves back on the podium. And with the strategy fair enough in their favour, keep themselves at ample distance up the road here from John Williams. With Thatch GT, Archie Bowen some distance behind there in 5th place. Then further down the line, we have Gianluca Zamponi and Ben Meredith. The two Porsches, 6th and 7th. Shahan Karim in 8th. James Mason 9th. Federico Zamblera in 10th. We've got a full run of the grid in about half an hour's time. Looking for where the nearest fights are concerned, I think at this point, with strategy playing a much heavier hand in the last 2 hours, as the rain starts to batter the track once again, we are a little bit starved for available options compared to the last 3.5 hours we've had so far here in Silverstone. That's not to say there's no fighting going on. There's just on much larger grounds than what we get from moment-to-moment action that you come to expect in series like the Sunday League, for example. Elias Svenningsson, 16th place, caught in between the fight for 9th between his teammate James Mason in the 115 and Federico Zamblera of Exclusive Esports behind him. Into the pits at the moment goes Axel Cassier, so he's into the pits in the 119 car. Also into the pits at this time as well, just taking a look to the monitors here, is Ben Hart with Nexus GTs, just slotted in there for Brian Borg, but he's almost immediately back into the pits. So it's been a bit of an interesting race so far for the 222 team at Nexus. Grueling would be one such word for them. They've really been up against it throughout the run of things here in Silverstone. It has battered them for quite some time. But you've got to respect the hustle to keep the car going, to keep the ball rolling. They're not going to throw the towel in after all of what they've been through so far. They will, be determined to see that checkered flag. And it's that kind of commitment to the race you've got to really respect in their position. This is all, for all of them, it's a learning experience. And learn they shall. We're on board here with the 788 Bentley. Nat Bennett in 2nd place. And I gotta say, it's been a good returning drive here. He did find himself looking sort of down the sights of the 2nd row, as it were, for the race start. Now he finds himself on the front, some distance from the 112. So far, so good, though, for the Bentley team. See here for Svenningsson, currently with the lapping car there, Riyad Yasarevich with Aston Martin making his way down towards Brooklands and Luffield. He has now found himself woven between 3 different states of racing here, with himself in some element being the 3rd. Well, let's see if we can catch on board then with the Aston of Riyad Yasarevich. Now, I suppose whilst we have this intermediary period during the race, now would be a great time to talk, as we've done a few times before, about the current state of the console sim racing scene. I think a lot of us were quite, maybe some were and some weren't, but the release of Project Motor Racing obviously has not been to everyone's tastes or likings, and sadly, on the wider spectrum of things, it's not been a grand consideration of being the ACC killer it was somewhat prophesied to be. Now, I'll gladly eat a slice of humble pie, as I don't believe I've exactly been on the counterpoint of this. I think I have been drumming up hype for the game myself, well, for myself and for the clients around me. I was quite excited for the game coming out. And it's kind of sad to see where it ended up, but it's good to see that they're working on it. I'm not sure how well that's going to pan out for them, considering they've sliced the number of their available devs down by quite some way. But the fact that they are working on it still speaks volumes to me. Whether or not it will ever rise to be the spiritual successor of Project Cars is another question entirely. By the way, just fantastic move up the road there from Mason. A little bit elbows out, but otherwise a move indeed. Up to 8th place. Currently fighting with Shahan Karim in the 332 VEC Esports Mustang. So I think for a lot of people, the hopes to move away from ACC now rest solely on the shoulders of how the console release to... Ooh. Never mind the discussion there for LMU. Got something interesting here. Oh, so we can actually have a look at the new regs. Well, I can, you can't. But I could... I'll have a little look at it. We'll read through this in the background whilst we continue to look around the field here. Shahan Karim now dropping in behind Riyad Yasarevich in the Aston Martin. Okay, I'm seeing some interesting points in the new regulations submitted to us by Race Control. Now, I'm assuming this is going to come into wider effect further down the line for the scope of things, not only into the future of what could be the Console Endurance Series Season 3, it could actually even come into effect for the second half of the season in 2026, but also for Sunday League Season 5 coming up later on in 2026 as well. I'm seeing some very interesting points here. I do quite like a lot of the points being made. I'll have to take a look further when the stream is over to voice my honest opinion on the matter, but there are some points I'm liking in there, and I'm not saying which ones for the sake of my NDA, of which I have not officially signed, but I'm doing so in spirit. Otherwise, I'm looking at good rules here. Rules that I don't disagree with, so I highly doubt the drivers would either. Off in the background, though, there's something I want to draw attention to here. Getting much closer to the back end of that. Oh, hang on just a second there. Did I spot a little push and shove when I was looking through the field there? Was that just perhaps cars snapping around? Never mind on that. Looking at this fight here, Shahan Karim versus Federico Zamblera, the 787 versus the 332. Let's stay on board here with the attacking car, the 787 from Exclusive Esports. On our way in through Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel. Here you can see he has to try and have a look here, looking to try and snap to the inside, stuck in the slipstream of that Mustang. Now, of the number of cars on track, the BMW is one unique among them for being able to actually get side by side in a slipstream battle with the Mustang, as these two are the sort of kings of the straight line speed game here on ACC. Making our way out through Stowe, down towards Vale and Club Corner. 787 still looking to take his chances here on the 332. Looking to potentially peg himself there up the inside to try and alert the 332, try and spook him off of the racing line. Now puts himself to the inside at Club Corner. Running all the way out wide there. Shahan Karim re-emerges on track. Good sportsmanship by the 787. Gives him the space to re-emerge. Up through Abbey and towards Farm. In towards the loop there. Smooth as silk. The 787 up to 9th place. Goes Federico Zamblera. watching from further around the grid to see if there are any other nearby fights going on. We'll end up finding ourselves full circle back into the opposite point of view here in that fight of 9th place, having reeled back in Zamblera, courtesy of its superior straight line speed. The Mustang of Shahan Karim still within a second of the fight for 9th place, but as we make our way out through Luffield in towards Woodcote and Copse, the chance for him to attack on Zamblera is going to start to shift away from him, as he knows the BMW has got him pitched for cornering capacity. It's just a little sharper over the nose in towards Copse corner. Both drivers tiptoeing through that area there. Both of them end up running out wide. A bit of a snap for the 332. Making his way down into Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel. Bear in mind, all of this has bought an ample amount of time for James Mason in the 115. He was previously set to be intercepted by the 787 of Zamblera, but over the course of the last 15 or so minutes has been given quite a lot of time to work with, courtesy of traffic and lapping cars from his own team. Svenningsson and Jasarevich doing a real solid then to the 115. As you can see now, nothing left to stand in the way between the two BMWs. 5.3 seconds and closing. The 787 is in pursuit of the 115. 2 hours, 16 minutes left to go here in Silverstone. It's been quite an interesting day. And there you can start to see the rain is back into play. And looking at the weather warnings right now, it is only going to continue to pick up. A little bit of a reduction in 10 minutes, but then hammers it down in the next 30. Rain will be an omnipresent sight on this track until at least the hour-and-a-half mark, in which we'll then have a further update as to what the weather predictions are looking like. Into the pits at the moment is the 111, Til Schwering, and what looks to be sizable front-end damage there. A little bit obscured by the charts to our left-hand side. We are not going to try and hide the UI, mostly because it immediately crashes the game. Off in the background there, you can see Shahan Karim being pressured for place on track there, trying to be unlapped by the 113 of Elias Svenningsson. Looking around the field really, and we're not met by an awful lot in terms of on-track fighting after the most recent encounters between the 787 and the 332. We see here with Adam Saunders starting to navigate traffic. Kieran Rodd up in front of him, the 314 Mustang of Euro Titans Endurance. And that makes 2 Euro Titans cars in this race to have been affected by something in the pit lane. First, it was the 315 that led this race, but sadly fell down to just outside the top 10. They, I think, as far as we know right now, are, yes, in 7th. So they've made their way back up into the top 10. So not long-standing damage. They will still walk away with this with a decent points yield, but of course lamenting what could have been of today's race. And then we also have the story of the 314, the second of 2 to be caught out by that. They were also looking for a pretty solid result today, and now find themselves in 13th. For Adam Saunders, it was a tactical deployment from his teammates. The strategy played well into their hands to keep themselves away from a potential undercut by Fats GT's John Williams and Niels Baslier and the 123 Ferrari, about 8 seconds down the road from them at this time. And deploying Saunders back into the car, this has been the Hail Mary solution they've been looking for, as they now have about an extra hour here, I think, of a push stint available for the 30, or at the very least another 30 minutes. They'll be pitting at the hour 30 mark if we were to go by current trend. Of course, with the available maximum stint time being 70 minutes, it does give about a 10-minute buffer zone there for a lot of teams. They've been able to extend on this margin, but what it ends up doing is creating a bit of an awkward scenario towards the end of the race. This is where we do get to see a little bit more of the unorthodox approaches to the pit lane. So could it be 13 minutes or could it be 43 minutes for Adam Saunders? That is the real question at hand. Looking here for Shahan Karim. He was the Mustang intercepted by Federico Zamblera, who we might have to get on board with him in a moment's time. He's now within 5 seconds of James Mason in the 115 5-star esports BMW. That's for the fight of 8th place. Karim seeing the back of the top 10 at the moment, 20 seconds clear of the nearest car for a position. That's Dennis Kuhleman of NRW Performance. On the topic of Mustangs, here's the 314 Mustang of Kieran Rodd. Of course, as we mentioned, was one of 2 Euro Titans cars to be caught out by some kind of unexplained glitch in the pit lane that has sadly forced both of them down away of their former standings in this race. right now, being accompanied by the third place Mustang, the 30 of Adam Saunders of Tempest Motorsports. Into the pit lane comes the number 23 and the number 113 for that matter as well. Elias Svenningson's into the pit lane, and following him is Spencer Brown, looking to potentially swap back over to Levi Warner. See here, sliding his way out through Vale and Club Corner, the 316 of Archie Bowen. Top 5 result, nothing to scoff at all for the 316. Great hustle so far here in Silverstone, what has been one of the most challenging races of the season, and quite a tough act to follow when you consider the last race was 4 hours at Bathurst. There wasn't even any adage of rain there, it was just Bathurst. Running out wide, there goes the AXRL McLaren again down at Village in the Loop. 316 surfs on by. Oh, hang on a tick there. I think it's run into even more trouble. There's the number 3. So no, it's just holding short the track to allow these two through. Another penalty for the 113. And by sounds of it, another stop-go for speeding in the pit lane. They just can't learn their lesson. Too much intensity into the pit lane entry, and it keeps forcing them into these easy to remedy mistakes. Just hit the brakes a little bit more. Three Mustangs in a row there. The Euro Titans in 13th place. The Tempest Motorsports car currently on screen in 3rd. Car behind them, 19th place, Levi Warner. Filling in there for Spencer Brown. The number 23 Fats GT Mustang. So for Jorbe van Herle and Elias Svenningsson, it has gone from bad to worse today. As they hit lap 100, it's 30 seconds stop-go penalties to serve in the next available pit stop. More on that in a moment, as it seems to have gone from bad to worse for another 5-star car, Charlie Harker in the 116. Trouble there down the Hamilton straight. Drops back into the field, very nearly crashes in to the approaching 123. Could that be argued as a touch of negligence there from Harker? Well, let's get a look from inside his car and see exactly what it is he's contending with here. If he's got steering damage, that would make a lot more sense. Otherwise, he just wasn't paying attention to the approaching Ferrari. Very nearly caused a huge incident down through Abbey. So it doesn't look to be steering damage, but there is some degree of damage to be spoken of for that 116. Into the pit lane as well comes Gianluca Zamponi. So we start to see another swarm of pit lane entries. Now, of course, we know the reason for Jorbe van Herle's trip to the pits. That's a stop-go 30-second penalty to be served there by the 113 team. 791 is in, by looks of it here, on a scheduled pit stop towards the end of hour number 4 here at the 6 hours of Silverstone. And give you an update on the full standing of things after the pit stops, as there's set to be quite a few changes coming up in the next 2 hours. Or in the next, I should say probably the next 8 minutes here before we hit the 2-hour mark. As of current indication, we have another troubled car here, the number 3, Mitchell Scott of AXRL Heat. And they have been running into consistent problems here on the exit of Cops Corner. Now, it's a real love it or hate it section of the track. Now, it's obviously much more oriented to its intended target audience, which is open wheel Grand Prix races of Formula 1. Otherwise, you know, the corner just wouldn't really exist anymore, would it? But for these GTs, it is a Herculean challenge. You either find yourself in the audience of cars that are somewhat slow enough round a corner to where they can take it flat out. That would be your cup races, you can even make the argument your touring cars. The GTs find themselves in a very icky spot. They can't take the area flat because they're either not fast enough or not slow enough. They have to brake or lift. Some degree of hesitance has to be practiced through that area, where in any other category it just wouldn't be a consideration. So it's still a very jarring area of the track. And we know as well, for quite a lot of drivers, the logical leap one finds, as we see here out through the exit of the pit lane, Gianluca Zamponi to what looks to be 11th. We'll gain an insight as to whether or not that is the case. It does appear to be 11th place right now for the Porsche. We know that the logical progression for a lot of budding sim racers coming up through the ranks here on console does tend to start in a relatively focused area outside of GT, namely F1. I've seen a lot of drivers come from the Codemasters F1 games and bring with them the bad habits that follow with a career currently comprised of driving open wheelers. One such case is that you don't have to brake in a GT car for the run through Copse Corner. You do. You really do. At least a little dab of the brakes, but never flat. Not in a GT. I mean, unless you really like tyre walls and you want to know what one looks like at over 100 miles an hour, be my guest. But out through that area, just not likely. So right now, strategy for the 791. What is it going to be looking like here for Exclusive Esports? Well, they're looking to gain another stronghold in that top 5 spot by the end of this race. Right now, with Zamponi just outside of the top 10. Now, they were a competent site inside of the top 10 for some time. Their current chances and where they want to be by the end of this race, ideally they want to be up where Saunders is, but right now we don't yet know if that is a possibility. Pace-wise, he's certainly got it up for scraps here against the majority of the Tempest Motorsports team, but in terms of the lineup, Adam Saunders is their strongest driver on this field so far, and right now he finds himself, at least in terms of pace-wise, he's one of their strongest drivers. I'd say for defence, you'd be looking in the direction of Zolt Beefgarner. I've never seen someone get their elbows out like that. You can make the argument it's a very aggressive defence strategy. It worked. They're on the podium. And maybe is it a case where the means do justify the ends? Regardless, the 791 has pace on the majority of that top 10 at the moment. Their aiming chances is to be on a podium. With 2 hours and 5 minutes left to go, the chances are there, but slim. Looking further around the field for the progress made by the Exclusive Esports team. Now, the reason why we put such a focal point here on Exclusive is this has been a very make or break round for them. A lot of the Exclusive cars, and we're still seeing the impact of it very late on in this race, have been feeling the full force of the impact of a less than ideal start here in Silverstone. We are starting to see the recovering act by many of them to maintain a top 10 position. It's been great pullback from this team, but let's not deny what was pretty clear and evident. A lot of them got slaughtered in that opening hour. So to see a lot of them back in that top 10, that really does take something. So we can see the 788, the 787 and the 791. I believe the 789 might actually, yes, be out of this race. So it has not been such an easy walk in the park for them. And supposedly one perhaps piece of evidence to suggest where their troubles had come from, at least this is speaking from Tyler Vermack's point of view in our Twitch chat, was the wrong setups and had to make do with what they had. Now, looking back to, and this is me starting to piece together a few things in my head here, looking back to those qualifying predictions. Now, admittedly, these are completely irrelevant now. We are 4 hours into the 6 hours of Silverstone. But looking at this, look at those times. 58, 58, 58, 58, 59, 59, 59, 59, 59, 59. These are dry times. These are, at the very worst, damp times. But these are dry times. We are in anything but dry conditions. I think a lot of teams came into this round expecting it to be dry. At the very worst, they were expecting it to be mixed conditions. It has been torrential, the worst rain we have seen all season. Perhaps some of the worst rain we've ever seen in the Console Endurance Series. The last rainy race one can spring to one's mind about this, I think, was either, and I can't remember fully, it might just be my memory starting to deteriorate after 4 hours of constantly talking. But I seem to remember Watkins Glen was rainy, but I also seem to remember in terms of the impact it had, it was the dry to wet conditions in the 4 hours of Suzuka back in Season 1. That wreaked havoc on the grid. They couldn't change the setups. They were geared up for a full dry race. It snuck in the last hour and made a huge impact on the performance on so many teams. It allowed MSA, on differing strategy to exclusive, to slip through and take their race win in Suzuka. We're seeing here with Kuhlman v Karim in through Abbey in towards Farm. To the outside at Farm, to the inside at Village. Kuhlman makes contact there with Karim. And after a little bit of bumping and scraping there, Dennis Kuhlman up to 9th. So heading towards the 2 hour mark here in the 6 hours of Silverstone. 2 hours left to go, 4 hours under our belt. Carlos Disch currently behind the wheel of the 112. 5-star esports Aston Martin leads here on home soil for Aston Martin. And leading by, at the current intervals here, 7.2 seconds from Nat Bennett of Exclusive Esports. Adam Saunders, 3rd place, with John Williams in 4th. Archie Bowen in 5th, with Ben Meredith up to 6th place. Great recovery by the 315 team. James Mason in 7th, with Federico Zamblera in 8th place. Dennis Kuhlman in 9th, with Shahan Karim in 10th. Gianluca Zamponi in 11th, with Christian LeBay in 12th. Kieran Rod in 13th, with Kyle Jenkins in 14th. Jan Bettentrup in 15th, but a real spot of bother for him there on the exit of Abbey. Round Farm and into the Village there. Still finds himself 15th. Michael Picconi in 16th place. Jorbe Van Herle 17th. Levi Warner 18th. Leon Geisler 19th. Charlie Harker in 20th. Mitchell Scott 21st. Ben Hart in 22nd. I want to discuss that leading gap, though, between Bennett and Disch at this time. It's been a widely differing strategy between Aston Martin and Bentley, between 5-star and Exclusive, but now we are starting to see the closest this gap has been in a long time. 7 seconds caught up in the traffic here. The 112 could be up within a chance of being caught by the Bentley. And it was a widely differing strategy between the 112 and the 788. At its farthest distance, these two were nearly a whole lap from one another only a few hours ago. And you can see in the same stroke of the camera, the 788 can be seen in the background from the 112 as we made our way down through Abbey and Farm. I have no doubt in my mind as we make our way down the Wellington Straight, the vivid purple of that 788 will still be present in the background. You can see emerging from behind the VEC Esports Mustang there off in the distance, a faint green glow of its auxiliary lights. That is the Bentley chasing for the race lead. Just as we drop under the 2 hour mark, we could be seeing here a clash for the race lead. The 112, which has confidently led here in the pouring wet conditions as the rain subsided for some time. Aston Martin lost their competitive edge over Bentley. As the rain picks back up, however, looking at the weather warning here with it only set to pile on in the next 30 minutes, they could once again regain their edge. For Aston Martin, they'll be praying for rain to pick up in the next 2 hours to the level it was towards the start of this race, because that is where they were able to flourish under those conditions where Bentley simply couldn't. Could it be rain to be the decision maker in this race? But it doesn't have any signs of going away right now. It's been rainy all race, only a moment of respite for about 10 to 15 minutes here in Silverstone before we've come back into, at the very least, light rain. Now we're definitely back into more standard to heavy rain, with it set to pick up in a torrential downpour by the hour-and-a-half mark. For the 112 team, they'll be praying now that it gets as worse as it was when we started off. 115 in trouble there. James Mason loses out to Federico Zamblera on his way down through Village and the loop. Now down to 8th place in the 115. acting in the pit lane at the moment, the number 5 and the number 332. That's Michael Picconi and William Bajor. John Williams still holds on to a top 5 spot here behind Saunders, but ahead of Bowen by quite some way there. The number 5 of the stop-go 30-second penalty, so that is 4. Looking at it here, Salvatore Borgetto, the Delave Maria team, his teammate, speeding into the pit lane, has brought that stop-go 30 to their front doorstep. Gianluca Zamponi back into the top 10 in the 791 car. It still hangs loosely in the balance over who could win here in Silverstone as we drop into less than 2 hours of racing. Could it be the Bentley or could it be the Aston Martin? It is the Battle of Britain we're seeing here. 2 British firms go head-to-head at the home of British motorsports. A bit of a slide there for the 788. Did I see that correctly? In through Brooklands. The back end swinging away from Nat Bennett. 112 across the line a moment ago, a 206. And as we saw there, was actually faster by some way to Nat Bennett over that last lap just gone. So there is still hope here for Carlos Deech. Now, we've seen his efforts through the XCL Pro Series in the limited number of times we've been able to cover that series. What we have been able to see out of Deech is a very solid contender when put up against it. And he knows how to go head-to-head with some of XCL's finest. So we've got a pretty good chance here in saying we could see a very, very good track. Not good track, sorry, good race on this track. So I'm told by Tyler Vermack. Now, I can't confirm this 100%. I do have to take a lot of what's being said here as, unfortunately, rumours, because we can't confirm it right now with anyone on board the 788. But according to Tyler Vermack, one of the drivers for Exclusive Esports in this race, of course, with the 787, is claiming that the 788, like the 787, is running a dry setup. So when the rain comes down, it is when the Bentley is going to start struggling more and more. That's where that stepping out has occurred for them for some time. Now, I don't know whether or not that's the same status carried forth for the 112 team, whether or not they predicted that it could rain here and made adjustments to their setup ahead of time. Again, I still think it comes down to the technical edge Aston Martin's carrying with them coming into this race. A lot of people tend to shut down the V8 Vantage for the sum of its flaws. It's a bit of a beginner's car, jack of all trades, master of none. But when the rain comes down, you'd rather be in the Aston, in my honest opinion. Having tried a few cars in this game in wet conditions and then trying an Aston Martin in flooded conditions, I've never felt more confident in the Vantage. So right now, rain could be the decision maker on successes in round 4. Could it take this off of the 788, who was looking for what looks to be here in terms of previous wins, their 3rd this season, if they can usurp the 112 with 1 hour 55 minutes left to go. Rain having no sign of going away, as according to the top right hand side of your screens but a moment ago, and it's set to pick up. This could give us one of the most compelling final chapters of a 6-hour race we have ever seen. Also hearing there off of the number 23 car that they were also running a dry setup in this race. So a lot of teams, and I think it's very poignant when you consider those qualifying predictions showing what is a primarily 158 territory. A lot of those are obviously dry times. A lot of these teams were not expecting rain coming into this round. Those who have kept their ears to the ground in the server will have no doubt seen that it has been suggested for some time that Silverstone be the wettest race of the season. And those who have stayed connected in the loop there have accidentally gained an advantage, because what was originally a bluff seems to have been called with rain battering this track. I still hold to the opinion here that the greater majority of the grid did not realise this was coming. I think it had been suggested for some time, tongue-in-cheek as more of a joke than anything else, that Silverstone was going to be 6 hours of just complete and total torrential downpour. I wasn't expecting them to be telling at least part of the truth. Of course, the weather conditions are ultimately still random, but can be made into preset configurations. where it will have rain, but they can adjust how long it rains for, how hard does it rain, what's the gap between rainstorms. It's why we had varying conditions between a wet pre-practice and a pouring wet qualifier. So intel from Tyler for Max suggests that Exclusive knew that it was going to rain. They did not know by how much, or at least that's from the personal perspective of the I can see the comment there by 5-star Jupiter in chat. You were heavily overestimating the amount of control I have over the weather. Is that not at least partially the case? You can adjust the gap between weather storms and the length of weather storms. Am I not mistaken in that? I believe I've seen the weather settings before, and I'm loosely basing this off of a hazy memory. Nonetheless, let's get back on board with the scope of things up front. So we do want to see what is the current deciding factor. 6.2 seconds between Bennett and Deesh. The sun firmly beyond the horizon. We are looking at potential night racing here. With the Aston Martin still leading this charge, so long as the rain continues to batter the track, they still hold competitive advantage over Bentley. They've got preferable engine maps and they've got more tolerable traction control systems, all of which is making the advantage pound for pound the better car to have in torrential conditions. 6.1 seconds the gap. Right now, if the 788 hopes to win here in the 6 hours of Silverstone, they will need an airtight strategy plan. The 112 right now has a great chance in the next hour and 50 minutes to take home what is 5-star's first ever win in the Console Endurance Series. Bear in mind, they had not seen a win in an endurance race in what used to be known as the XEC until their time before 5-Star Esports, when they earlier were known as K1 Esports. And that was a championship way back when that was dominated by Luke Wilson and Wesley Kuiper. Now the 112, heralded by Deesh, Yasarevich Riyad and Yannick Fredericks, look to continue that surviving legacy. Jack Darms in chat saying I would have preferred dry Silverstone and wet Imola. I feel like it makes more sense thematically. I mean, you look at Silverstone, it's in Britain, it happens to be December. I don't think I've actually seen the sun in about a week, so I feel like it would definitely make a lot more sense for it to rain here. Imola just doesn't cross me as the kind of track to have wet racing. I know it has. I mean, we've seen the last couple of years for the the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix, formerly the San Marino Grand Prix. In F1, we have had wet races there, and it has been chaotic. But I don't know what it is. I think it's just the way you envision it in your mind. It's the positioning it has in your brain. You look at a track like Monza, Misano, Imola. You think, okay, it's Italy. It's dry. It's hot. You look at Silverstone, you look at Brands, you think, okay, grey skies, it's raining. Still looking at things here. The gap now having dropped under 6 seconds. Bear in mind, strategy coming up to creep up on these two in the next 15 or so minutes here. Mitchell Scott caught out in front of the 112. Aston Martin of Carlos Deesh just off in the background. You can see there on the exit of Aintree, closing in closer and closer and closer with each lap passing the 788 of Nat Bennett. This is a daunting sight here for 5-Star Esports. They stand upon the precipice of their first ever Console Endurance Series win. The number 3 goes off in the background and nearly finds his way into the path of the approaching 788. Fortunately finds his way away from that careening McLaren. So into the pit lane goes what looks to be Nat Bennett, if I'm not mistaken there. Into the pits Actually, no. What's gone on there? Where's the 788? Why has he dropped? I thought he dropped back a considerable distance because we saw the numbers go up. No, disregard what we just said there. Not into the pits goes Nat Bennett. He does not go into the pits. Oh, Lord. I mean, it's been what? How long has it been now? 5 hours and 12 minutes. It's my second live stream today. I am going insane. I am going mental. Wouldn't miss it for the world here. Silverstone has been the most anticipated race for us here on the calendar. No personal bias whatsoever. And the 6 hours of Silverstone has not disappointed so far. Let's see if we can catch on board then with the trailing 788. Now 4.5 seconds. They're closing in because they know it's right now or never, to hold the advantage over Aston Martin's heads. Looking on a wider scale here in terms of the weather conditions, it's still looking to pick up in 30 minutes time. Looking around the field, you can see closest fights on track at the moment happen to be going on just towards the back of the top 10 there. About 5.5 seconds potentially closing between Le Bay and Millbank. 207.470 in the last lap for Deesh. 206.910. That's half a second worth of an improvement in the span of a single lap there. So that Bentley's really got a wriggle on here because he knows it's closing in on him. The more the rain beats down on the track, the less of a chance he's got to intercept. It is make or break time for the 788 of Exclusive Esports' Florian Oxman, Nat Bennett and Fazzy Binks. Currently behind the wheel is Nat Bennett, chasing down Carlos Deesh in the 112 Aston Martin. The Battle of Britain has officially begun here, folks. 1 hour, 46 minutes left to go. 9:23 p.m. local time on track here at Silverstone. The sun sets yonder the horizon and we are left alone in the dark with the imminent approach of yet another thunderstorm. A dreaded sight for many. What started this race off shall soon end it the same. And it is hammer time for the Bentley. As quoted there from Tyler Vermack in chat. Very apt use of it. Nitro Crown 28 asking for a race recap. Well, where do we start? It has been a very hectic 5 hours and 15 minutes. 4 hours and 15 minutes of racing here in Silverstone. The 6 hours of Silverstone kicked off to a real bang there with the 315 and the 30 battling for first over the course of the first hour. Ultimately, the 315 would take the lead off of the number 30 Tempest Motorsports Ford after floundering results in the opening hour. The 315 would confidently lead up until a run into the pit lane where an unexpected glitch would take them down through the order, giving the race lead up over to the drivers we find now. The 788 and the 112. Perhaps we're missing a few pieces of information in there. It has been a long race today. But what we can confirm, some of the previous race leaders here, the 315, Ben Meredith and Alan Alexander, they led outright ahead of the 30, ahead of all of the rest of the teams on the field. And they led with a pair of controllers. I mean, think about that. Controllers, Porsche, wet Silverstone. That's a death sentence for most people. These two come along and were leading the race outright. Had it not been for that weird glitch, of which we still don't currently know what kind of glitch we're talking here, they would have still been in competitive stead to lead here in Silverstone. Right now, we're drawn down to only 2 remaining competitors in the current stead of things for a lead at Silverstone. Carlos Deesh in the 112 5-star Esports Aston Martin versus Nat Bennett in the 788 Exclusive Esports Bentley. 2 British firms clashing at home here in Silverstone.
You see from Bennett's point of view, he has dropped this now to within 3 seconds. Strategy has to play into his hand now. With only, I think, 1 or 2 more pit stops before the end of this race. It has to be airtight. It has to be perfect. One slip and it's Aston Martin's race to lose. See now getting up and around Brian Borg of Nexus GT. That forces a wedge right now between himself and the 788. Gives Carlos Dish the breathing space to continue up road here. Up through Abbey and Village. Not Abbey and Village. Abbey and Farm. In into Village. Out through Farm Curve we see here heading into Village. Brian Borg running out wide through Village to allow the 788 to the inside. These two have disappeared into a world of their own, completely tunneled in on one another now. Much too similar as it was earlier on in the 6 hours of Silverstone between the 315 and the 30. We now find 2 new competitors fighting for the lead. Could it be race win number 3 for the 788? Could it be race win number 1 for the 112? 1 hour, 42 minutes left to go. And as the rain continues to beat down, I cannot stress this point enough. The wetter the track gets, the more chance Aston Martin has. Right now, rain still at manageable levels. Bear in mind, I think both of these teams are still running on wet setups. The difference between the two, much, much thinner than it was in the last couple of laps, where it was about half a second at its most. We now find that it's only about 3/10. So the competitive advantage Bentley holds is starting to wane. Whether or not we will see in the next couple of laps here before we expect another pit stop out of these two, as they do seem to be on a slightly staggered strategy here in Silverstone. Whether or not we'll start to see the gap open up away from the Bentley is another question entirely. It has been very closely measured between these two. V8 versus V8. Aston Martin versus Bentley. You couldn't ask for a fight more poetic to decide the win here in Silverstone. 2 iconic British firms head to head here. It had only been made more gratifying if we had McLaren in the mix as well. One can wonder. In through Vale and Club then, the gap at 2.4 seconds. We'll cut away from these two for the time being just to quickly take a look around the field. We just saw there 3rd place at the moment for Adam Saunders and Tempest Motorsport. A great turnaround for things for them, all things considered. Bear in mind, still a long crawl to the finish line for these three. Behind the wheel on the number 30, Saunders, Letford and Beefgartner. But to bring things back to a podium, of course, they'll lament the chances they had to be on the race leading position, to have won for the 2nd time ever in the Console Endurance Series. Their previous win in Barcelona in their time with McLaren. And that was out of Saunders and Brandon Roos, last I remember. Currently a fight going on for 13th. Bettentrup v Bajor. This could be an interesting one on the run down the Hangar straight. The Mustang obviously has the straight line speed over the 111 BMW, making their way down towards Stowe Corner. We will give updates as and when necessary on the fight of the race lead. The 112 and the 788 still at ample distance to where we won't yet consider it a battle for first as we would in other battles such as this one right now. We'll stay on board for the time we have with them here with the attacking of 2 cars. The VEC Esports number 332 car. Currently in that fight for 13th place. Out through Abbey, into Farm. In towards Village, holding centre mass of the road there. Bettentrup trying to hold up the 332. Force a mistake out of the Mustang, force him to overextend. On the exit of the loop, in towards Aintree. Now, this is normally where we've seen plenty of fight back in these fights for position. Right now, caught up in the wake of that 111. Limited visibility, but now as he emerges out to the right-hand side, the 111 holding the inside. The BMW defending for 13th over William Bajor. Down towards the line we go.
on the run into Brooklands. A great switchback there, but can he hold it out through Luffield? The chances are likely. Making our way up round Luffield. Very easy spot for contact, and these two currently holding their nerve out through Luffield corner. Very nearly contact between the pair, and very masterfully held. The 3-3-2 of Bajor up to 13th. Very, very well held then in that fight for 13th place. We'll catch on with these two in due course. We do have some information to hand here on the 112 v the 788, and that's that the gap has dropped now at a brief moment between these two to within 2 seconds on the track. So very close stuff here. Jorbe van Herle finds himself stuck in the middle between his teammates and the 112 and between their adversaries in the 788. Down towards Brooklands, then come Luffield. The Aston Martin is in a very uncomfortable spot right now. And number 3, that's Liam Mutz being given a stop, go 30 for speeding in the pit lane. The 222 in trouble again. That's the Nexus GT car down at Village. See there, running all the way around the outside at Copse Corner, the Bentley on the McLaren of Jorbe van Herle. That's accidentally given a bit of breathing space over towards Carlos Diesch. Jorbe van Herle, of course, with endurance blue flag regulations, is not obligated to move over, but will do so when the conditions are safe to do so on most cases, as we've seen throughout this race so far. The 113, of course, on the exit of Chapel, can't find the room. Very nearly was actually rammed up the back end on the exit of Chapel by the Bentley. It's now 2.6 seconds. I'm not going to go pointing fingers as to what just went on there, but that seemed a bit cheeky. 2.5 seconds, though. Bennett to Diesch. Making our way out through Club. And that actually extends out to nearly 3 seconds. So is this the turning point that the Bentley team had been fearing for the longest time, heading into the last hour and a half of racing? Taking a look here, weather set to pick up in the next 10 minutes and then recede slightly in the next 30. What this means for Aston Martin, it's go, go, go before their final run of the pits. You can see out through the loop into Aintree. It is slowly looking on the mend here for the 112 team. Could Aston Martin have just played this close enough to the chest to emerge victorious? Now, of course, we still have an hour and 36 minutes and one more run of the pit, so it could all still fall apart on one pit lane run. TTV Rip Indigo in chat asking, where is Giles now and his team? Well, getting a look over for the point of view of the 316, they find themselves at the moment in 5th place. Nearest car to them is actually the car up the road. That's for John Williams and Fats GT in the number 123 car. Stop go 30-second penalty for the number 3 at this time, just to give an advisory there. The gap between the leading pair, one that we've been monitoring very closely here, as it could swing at any moment. 2.7 seconds into Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel between Bentley and Aston Martin. .4 seconds down the hanger straight in towards Stowe. We'll catch on with them later on. Trouble for the 113 car, just something to point out here as well. And also trouble for what looks to be the number 6 of... Isn't that car red? It was. It wasn't. That's the Del Ave Maria. What, did they change the paint on the car? I think they've had to reconnect to the session, and that's hence changed the livery on the car. But I was about to say, that car used to be red. What has gone on there? And we also do have yellow flags at the moment on the exit of Cops. The 94 caught up in some trouble there. So too is the 23, but that's down through Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel. What has gone on there? The 113 is in the pit lane at this time. Jorbe van Herle and Elias Svenningsson. With the yellow flags in the pit lane, that could be the end of the line for the 5-star 113. Well, they've just dropped off the jacks there, so I'm not entirely sure what's gone on for them. They're back in the pit lane. We don't yet know what's going on for the 113 car. Let's see if we can go and catch back on board with the 112 at the front of the pack here. Just got out in front of Liam Mutz in the number 3 AXRL Heat McLaren. Now up the road from the Bentley by about 2.6 seconds on their way through Luffield. It hangs so finely over such a thin thread between these two firms, between these two teams and between these two drivers, completely in an element of their own here. An hour and a half before the checkered flag. We are still a long way from the finish line. 209.702 to a 209.617. So the times are starting to degrade from both cars, but a little quicker so for the 112. So as we stay on board with these two, just to quickly give a gander as to what's going on inside of the top 10. Deesh leading, Bennett with the fastest time in second, Saunders third, with Williams fourth, Bowen fifth, Meredith sixth, Zamblera seventh, Zamponi in eighth, Kuhlmann ninth, and LeBay into the top 10. I must say it's been a bit of a quiet procession for the 119 team, but they're up into the top 10, and that's a great turnaround for them. See, not too far away from their position as well. You see there is Kieran Rodd. Just to note as well, Bennett is closing in and closing in fast. They make their way down the Hamilton straight here. At the last interval, it was 2.1 seconds. That is one of the closest margins it has been in a good while between these two. This is possibly the most tense I think we've seen things so far for the 788, knowing how thin of the balance there is for them to play with at the moment. 30 minutes of continued rain. It's going to pick up in 10 minutes, meaning it could swing away for Aston Martin by the time we come to the pit lane. They're going to need to serve a perfect pit stop here to keep themselves not only in competitive stead with the 112 team, but also to potentially get the leg up over them. Right now on track, it's slow progress up towards the lead. If they keep at it, they may still have the time. But right now, time is definitely against them, especially on the potential to run back into the pit lane. We still have quite a few drivers expecting the pit lane not far from now. 1.9 seconds at the previous interval. In the last lap, 210.477, 209.767. So we're looking at a 7/10 difference. So that is quite dramatic for the Aston Martin. You see running out wide through Copse Corner. So too was the story for the Bentley. So both of these cars struggling for grip. .4 seconds. We are now dangerously close to there being that full DEFCON 1, that fight for first place that we have been waiting for nearly 5 hours. See, big trouble there for the Aston running down through Stowe. And that has given the Bentley a much needed spring in his step to continue fighting forward. The 111 and the 316 seem to have been in an issue down at Village and the Loop. Right now, very hard to gauge what the condition of the rain is from the external cameras. Looking on board here with the 112, you can see it is still decently heavy rain. Number 6 running into trouble up the road. That's Salvatore Borgetto, formerly the number 5 of the Delave Maria team. Down through Village into the Loop. That Ferrari looking to re-emerge here in front of the 112 and the 788. In this imminent fight for the lead. And with a slightly better exit of Aintree, he opens up to 1.6 seconds before the run into Brooklands. You can see a little late on the brakes, though, is Carlos Deesh. And that gap that he once held over Nat Bennett is starting to wither away out through Luffield.
being caught up behind Borgetto, doing him absolutely zero favours at the moment. The Aston needs to get shot of the situation, needs to get out of the way of that Ferrari. The Ferrari needs to shift to one side and let the Aston roll on through, but Borgetto doesn't seem to be adamant to do so. In through Copse, that Ferrari's all over the shop, spins out through Copse corner, does allow for Nat Bennett to potentially come and have a charge here, but both of them were playing hesitant, running in towards Maggots, Beckett and Chapel. Almost caught in between there. Emerging from the pit lane was Ben Meredith. And we are definitely looking at now the fight of the race lead. Bentley versus Aston Martin. 5-star versus Exclusive. The 112 under siege here in a straight line. Might just lose out the bid to Bentley. 4 litres versus 4 litres. Heading down towards Stowe Corner. Looking at centre mass of the road. Out through Stowe, in towards Vale and Club Corner. The Aston Martin has held on to the lead for so long now, and here comes the 788 to challenge for it. It could be the third win for the 788 on the bookings here. It could be the first for the Aston Martin. Heading down towards Abbey and Farm. We saw there a little bit of swaying from the Bentley, struggling for patches of grip on the track out through Abbey and Farm. So has it come away a little too late for the Bentley team? Is it's now up to 1.1 seconds, the gap. So right as they caught Carlos Dish, this could swing away out through Aintree. 1 second now, could drop to just within 1 second, courtesy of the superior straight line speed of the Continental. But has it come a little too late here for the 788 team to attack at the heels of the 112? Well, let's find out. 1 hour, 27 minutes left to go. These two still expected one more pit stop before the end of this race. And it hangs so finely in the balance. We cannot understate this enough. We cannot overstate this enough, I should say, is the more apt choice of words. Out through Woodcote. Just how fine the margins exist between these two are. On that last lap, it was still to Bennett's favour, as it was really down to hundredths of a second there over what is the normal tenth of a second or multiple tenth of a second margin he holds over Dish. Out through Copse into Maggots, Beckett and Chapel. Looking over the rear view of the Aston Martin, you can see just looming yonder its wing is the Bentley on the exit of Beckett's into Chapel. Onto the hangar straight. 0.6 of a second between the two in towards Stowe Corner. 112's got to keep things icy cool now. No room for errors from Dish. Question therein remains for the choice of driver for the 112 team. Who do they field for that final stint? Because I'm pretty certain we are still expecting one more pit stop run from these two cars up front. Would it be the easier choice to field Jasarevich? Would it not be particularly unfair to Jasarevich given the amount of time he's already spent behind the wheel? I mean, it's really a case of willingness from the drivers. We'll see exactly what they choose to do in the pit lane. Could it be a double stint from Dish? Let's not scoff in the face of what Dish is capable of doing here. What we do know was Jasarevich had a phenomenal stint in his time. This comes down more to circumstance. This is a salvaging run for Dish at the moment. You can see he's consistent, and that's what keeps him in the stead of this fight. And really, that's been the case for the wider performance of that 1-2 over the course of this race. It's been consistency to keep Aston Martin in the fight. Not only that, it has been a technical advantage in the wet. Aston has the best car by a long shot. As we see sliding out of Luffield, it wasn't the calling card to bring him into the pit lane, but what it did do was bring down what was otherwise a 1.3 second gap that he had heading into Luffield. Down across the line then, you can see on that last lap, still to the benefit of Bennett, and now by tenths of a second. So he is on a pushing stint here right before a potential advent to the pit lane. Heading down through Maggots, Beckett and Chapel, it has been airtight between the Bentley and the Aston for control of the lead here in Silverstone. Two new players to the stage on what was originally the fight for the lead between Tempest and Euro Titans has now boiled down to 5-star versus Exclusive. Out through Chapel. So the current case of it is if they stop before the hour and 10-minute mark, they will have to stop again. So a lot of these teams have been forced into a very, very uncomfortable situation, especially if they've been running staggered pit stops. And it'll be a situation a lot of other teams are being presently caught up with at this time. We can see already a few cars are in the pit lane. Kieran Rod in the pit lane as well. We see there behind the wheel of the 222 for his first drive with Nexus GT. Getting a look on the charts here is that of Lathan Shoemaker. For our leading pair, they need to hope they've got at least 13 minutes of available stint time left before they run to the pit lane. They're going to take this one the whole 9 yards. And if they can really have their cake and eat it too, we'll be seeing both of them pit after the 1 hour, 10-minute mark. But it's going to be very, very close on the margins here. There will need to be compromises made. Has the strategy been enough for 5-star Esports? Has it been enough for the 788? They've been playing against very uncertain circumstances. Both of these teams, I'm of the opinion, were coming into this expecting a dry race. Neither were prepared sufficiently for what just happened. Into the pit lane then goes Nat Bennett. 1 hour, 22 minutes left to go. So with, looking at it here, 12 minutes left in this race. They will have to pit again. Right now, it leaves 5-star off by their lonesome. We can see what Bennett's trying to do here. And we know how well the strategy gets often thought out by Exclusive. Was this a point of compromise for Bennett? He knows now with a maximum of 70 minutes available per driver per stint, it's a case that whoever he fields into the car, whether he goes out for another stint himself, whether or not he lets Binks into the car, whether or not he lets Oxman back into the car, it's a case where they will have to pit with 12 minutes left to go in this race. So they must pray now that that 112 is in a similar situation, because if they pit, after the hour and 10 mark, they have lost. That is the margins right now. Unless something catastrophic happens, if they pit after the hour and 10 mark, it is a very, very high chance they will lose. Quickly getting back on board with the Bentley just to see what is the status of affairs here. We also see in the pit lane Adam Saunders in the number 30 Tempest car, as we just caught on there with Christian LeBay. Got up and around Tyler Vermack, now into the 787. Runs out wide there through Stowe. Bit of a bizarre line, we'll say that much, heading down into Vale and Club. So checking back in with the Bentley. The 788 is out. We'll see who is behind the wheel. We'll get an update on that in a moment's time. If I'm led to believe correctly, it is still Nat Bennett. Yes, that is the case. The 788 still being driven by Bennett, double stinting. As it stands, he still has to pit one more time in this race. He's put himself in a very uncomfortable spot right now with that 70-minute maximum stint timer. For Carlos Dish, he needs to pray he and his compatriots at the 112 have been able to lock this strategy in airtight, because we, of course, don't know from where we stand whether or not they have 10 more minutes in their current stint. Currently, the cut-off point is going to be 1 hour, 10 minutes. If they can pit after that, they can run all the way to the checkered flag. They will not need to pit again. S-Man in chat asking for an update on the 332 car. That's the VEC Esports Mustang. William Bajor currently in 11th place. Moreover, that gives us the opportunity with some recent moves to the pits to discuss where everything stands as of right now. So Carlos Dish leads this charge, but we are not yet privy to when he'll be coming into the pit lane. He's ahead of Nat Bennett in second place and Connor Letford in third, now filling in for Adam Saunders.
they will of course have to pit again as far as the theory dictates. John Williams in 4th place with Jack Giles in 5th, Ben Meredith in 6th with Gianluca Zamponi in 7th, Christian LeBay in 8th and Tyler Vermack not far behind him in 9th. In the back of the top 10 there, Scott Milbank and James Mason in the 115. Behind them is William Bajor in the 332. Jan Bettentrup in 12th place, Martin Kramer not far off his tail there in 13th place, the 314. Brooklyn Donkin in 14th place, Ben Cheeseman 15th, Levi Warner 16th, Leon Geisler 17th, Charlie Harker 18th, Liam Mutzer in 19th, and Josh Wellbeloved in 20th, Salvatore Borgetto in 21st. I think we started on 26 or 27 cars in this race, so we're down quite a considerable tally of vehicles heading into the final pit stop runs of this race. We are about to see here, under strategy at least, Williams is intercepting Letford, but we don't yet know if they have come into the pits themselves. We did see the 30 in not long ago. We'll chase for updates on that 1-1-2. Of course, this can still play a huge role in deciding the race win today. We do have a few battles to consider right now. Williams v Letford is one among them. Into Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel we go. The 1-2-3 versus the 30, and this is properly elbows out once again by the folks at Tempest, but up the inside goes the Fat GT Ferrari in towards Chapel Corner. They'll be to the outside on the run down towards Stowe. They could find themselves once again to the inside, but there you can see holding the right-hand side of the road, forcing them to the left if they have any say about it. That Ferrari, I dare say, is trying to get into the side draft. Little do they realise what they're up against there. That Mustang is not the kind of car one simply just gets up the inside of in a corner. Very hard, especially down the hanger straight, to hold it up the inside on the Mustangs in this race so far. Ford has had that as a stranglehold point over every other team coming into this race today. Number 6 in trouble. That's the De Ave Maria car. Salvatore Borgetto. Trouble between Aintree and Brooklands down the Wellington Straight. No current update for the 1-1-2. Deesh still out on track. 7 minutes to cut off. You see here, looking at the inside, goes the 123 off in front of them there. Both dazzled by what just happened in front of them. That's Martin Kramer. Spinning around head over heels in through the village and loop section of the track here. Ultimately, he gave a moment of laps just for Letford to take position back off of Williams and hold on to third. The 119 is in. We have word from the 119 team. They're into the pit lane. Looking for an aggressive run in through Brooklands into Luffield. The 30 still trying to hold his nerve here against the 123, but maneuverability is Ferrari's centerpiece. And over Ford, they've got it by the dozen. Out through Woodcote in towards Copse, down the national pit straight then. Looking at the difference in the laps, it's to the benefit of Williams by a couple hundredths of a second there. Very fine margins at lap 128 here at Silverstone. Leaving the pits in front of them there, you can see the Maloir Bentley, David Tangway behind the wheel at the moment. And they'll still have to pit with about 6 minutes left to go if the theory is correct right now. 70-minute maximum stint time. So there will be this awkward area of compromise in the last 10 minutes for quite a few teams. I'd say in the last 15 minutes more accurately, because otherwise that would leave out the elephant in the room being the 788 needing to pit with 12 minutes left to go in this race. See here for Letford though. Navigating traffic out past Tangway, Williams on his tail. 1 hour 15 minutes left to go. 5 minutes to stint cut off. This is the golden point that the 5-star esports team leading this charge right now are looking for. If they can pit after this, they won't need to pit again. Meaning they've got a clear line of sight between themselves and the checkered flag. We're watching here, though, as upset over the sausage curbs on the exit of Vale. That drops Letford down to 4th place behind John Williams. New fight potentially coming up here. Brooklyn Donkin versus David Tangway. 1 second apiece there between the Bentley and the Ford. 116 into the pit lane, so word from the pit lane there. 5-star car number 116. I believe currently behind the wheel, Charlie Harker. Still no news from the 112. TMX Phantoms in chat asks, how far ahead is the 112 car? Well, since the stint timers are not giving us much in the way of things, sorry, not stint timers, the interval timers on the overall charts aren't giving us much to talk about, far up the road is currently our only estimate here. We don't have the precise metrics to hand. We'll see if we can grab one here, but it's not looking particularly hopeful. You can see the distance there physically. Heading into Luffield is Carlos Dish. Just heading round Vale and Club is Nat Bennett. So about half the distance of the track, a little under half the distance of the track. Sadly, we don't have the precise number on the amount of seconds, though we'd really, really like to. Currently, as it stands for them, it is 3 minutes, just under 4 minutes to the cut-off point. If they can pit after this, just to give the same point, as we've been saying a few times here, if they can pit after the 1 hour, 10 minute mark, they will not need to pit again. Regulations dictate a maximum of 70 minutes per stint. So that's an hour and 10 minutes. It gives a 10-minute buffer zone over the standard hour that they've had for the longest time here. Deesh navigating Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel. Meanwhile, there's been trouble for the 116, a fellow 5-star car. Charlie Harker on the exit of the pits ran into a serious spot of bother. To set the stage for those of you tuning in the very latter hours here of the 6 hours of Silverstone, this has emerged from the blue through the absolute madness created in the opening 3 hours at Silverstone. It's 5-star esports emerging to the front of the line here, and this is the most important pit stop of the race for them coming up. If they can pit after the 1 hour, 10 minute mark, they will not need to pit again. The nearest car to them to fight for the lead was hounding them through every turn. The 788 Bentley Continental of the exclusive esports team. If we can go and find them on track here, just to give you a look at where they're at. That's Nat Bennett, joined by Fazzy Binks and Florian Oxman. They're looking for their third race win. They're the current championship leaders here at the midway mark of Season 2. They pitted at 1 hour 22 minutes. So they have about 12 minutes of basically overdue stint time. So they will need to pit on lap 12, as otherwise they will pick up a drive-through penalty for overextending the stint. This is the real biting point that 5-star might have to contend with here, as coming up onto another lap, the 112, if he's got enough in the tank for one more lap, this will decide their fate heading into that final stint, because something will have to be done about that 12 minutes of unspent stint time for that 788. If the 112 doesn't find itself into the same problems here, he's going out for the extra lap. So as far as you or I are concerned, the stints match up for the 112. The Aston Martin could, under strategy prediction, win here in Silverstone. Now, this is a huge if, and still massively on speculation alone. We can only expect to see what the results will look like when the checkered flag drops here in Silverstone. All of this, I want to preface, is a prediction. All of this is just mapping out what the road ahead could look like here. On strategy alone, it looks like they have it, but it takes a lot more than just strategy to win a race. Looking at a potential nearby fight, one to consider here. Milbank v Bajor, 9th place up for grabs. The 115 defending, the 332, less than 4 seconds away on the attack. You see here with Tyler Vermack, the 787 down towards Stowe Corner, 25 seconds up the road from Scott Milbank. currently. No word from the 112 team, though we are expecting a pit stop run sometime soon here from the 112. Let's see if we can catch on board with the Aston Martin. They know strategy alone has got them to the advantage here. We can actually see, though, heading out through Woodcote, he's got enough for not only past the cutoff point, but a lap on top of that. So we don't really know when Deesh will be coming in. Out through Copse Corner then. We need to hope here. Oh, God, I don't like that. I don't like the look of that at all. We need to pray here, for the sake of those Aston Martin team, that they can find their way into the pits before their stint limit runs up. Otherwise, all of this will be for nothing. Bajor's still closing, and I must say he's closed by a rate of knots here. 2 seconds, just under 2 seconds for a moment as we made our way through Abbey and Farm. In a village we go, and Bajor's still on the charge here. One hour, 8 minutes left to go here in Silverstone. So looking around the field for where the nearest fights are concerned with now, of course, there was the consideration for Bajor in his fight for 9th against Millbank. In that last lap, he still has pace to his advantage, so there might be that to consider at this time. Just taking a look as well down the line here, Donkin v Tangway for 12th place. Malwart versus Euro Titans, making their way up through Brooklands and Luffield. Taking a look on the wider stage, bear in mind that they are not the only teams we've been focusing on being exclusive and 5-star in terms of the consideration for the pit lane. There are still a few more teams waiting for one last pit lane run. We've just seen into the pit lane there, I believe, went Jan Bettentrup of 5-star Esports. The 111 is in. That upgrades this fight to 11th place. Looking up the line, Tangway intercepting a Mustang there, but it's not William Bajor of VEC Esports. In fact, it's the number 30 unlapping himself from Connor Letford. Taking a look around the field, still watching with the state of affairs now up in a nearby fight. This is still going on for 9th place. Millbank v Bajor. Still no word as of yet as to what is going on for the 112 team. They are properly going the full 9 yards. Under strategy, the 788 will have to pit again if the stint timers are to be believed. 70 minutes maximum as per regulations. And right now, they've pitted with 12 minutes on top of the 70-minute mark. All teams to a pit now will not have to pit again. This puts the 788 in a very awkward spot right now. They've played very, very well here in Silverstone, but it could come apart in the final 12 minutes for them.
So we do find ourselves in a bit of a quiet period here. We also see into the pits at the moment is the 791. That's the Porsche there of Gianluca Zamponi into the pits for the final time here in the 6 hours of Silverstone. You've got to hand it off here to the 788. I mean, they have had an exceptional race to bring this one back. But under that strategy, and now if we're to believe correctly, the cut-off point for the 788 will be at the very latest 12 minutes left to go in this race. By the way that the 70-minute stint timer works for these drivers here, Nat Bennett taking this one to the nearest available pit stop, which at its latest is 12 minutes from the checkered flag. Now, they could see this one as a bit of a salvage operation to take home second place. They'll still lead the championship. The case is, do they pit early to reset their stint timer, or do they run it all the way down to 12 minutes and hope that they've extended out past that point to where no one can intercept them from third place? I mean, it's very unlikely at this point. You'd be looking in the direction of Fats GT's John Williams and Connor Letford. One such theory could dictate when they pit, just reactionary pit and hold on to second place. By the distance they have at the moment, they will hold on to second at the very worst of times, so long as they don't run into any kind of trouble here. But Connor Letford, the primary consideration at this time, only 6.4 seconds away from John Williams, is how can we retake third place? We'll be taking a look at the way things are standing, hopefully just before the main rush into the pit lane for a lot of these drivers today, in about 2 minutes' time. For the last look at the standings before the final pit stops, then we'll get one more look at it, and then we'll get to the checkered flag. I think that's the way things are going to be running at the moment. It has been a bit of a dazzling 5 hours of racing here, one that has definitely frazzled my brain. I can only imagine what's going on for some of the drivers up in that top 5. The pressure of performance there has got to be absolute. No rest for the wicked, of course. We have 2 more races tomorrow. One that we're delighted to be working alongside for the first time. It's a charity race coming up for HCCL tomorrow. 2.4 hours of Spa for St. Jude's Children's Hospital. Do be sure to tune into that one. That's tomorrow at 2 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time. That's 9 a.m. Eastern for those of you in North America. Following on from that, of course, we have another installation of the Sunday League, and among the last ones before we head into the winter break. Then into Wednesday. In the week following, we have the season finale for the Competizione Performance League Jaguar GT3 Revival Series. That's a triple sprint round coming out of Heusden-Zolder, Belgium at the Circuit Zolder. And then, of course, we have the last round of 2025 for the 10th season of VSR Phoenix. That's a 2-hour double points race coming up in the Grand Prix Circuit Kyalami. Do look forward to that one. That'll be their last race for 2025 before 5 more rounds in 2026. Me personally, I just can't wait to go to bed. It has been a very exciting race. Do not get me wrong. My goodness. My brain is starting to fall apart just a little bit. Have you ever been to one of those smokehouse restaurants where they do the brisket and it's very tender, falls off the bone? That's my brain falling out of my skull when I turn my head 90 degrees to the left or right. It just leaks out. 1 hour left to go here in Silverstone, the home stretch. On the 6 hours of Silverstone, it has been a fantastic installation of the Console Endurance Series here on NLRL. Connor Letford just holding short the distance he has between John Williams. Current information has it the 112 is in. We have information to provide then from the leading Aston Martin, 31 seconds and dropping rapidly from Nat Bennett, approaching them. But bear in mind, even if he catches them under strategy, there's that 12 minutes standing in the way of it all for the 788. So for the 112, as it stands under at least theory alone, it's a win-win situation. The 788 looks to take the lead of this race. The 112 is yet to be released. So Nat Bennett up into the lead of things here in Silverstone, but then still comes the question of that unattended 12 minutes of available extra stint time someone will need to serve. So out of the pits, it's still hopeful on theory alone.
Theory will only take you so far, however. 59.5 minutes left to go here in the 6 hours of Silverstone. Right now, leading the charge, cutting all the way across to the Bentleys. We find the 788 of Nat Bennett, Fazzy Binks, and Florian Oxman. Freddy3044 says we forgot to change drivers. Is that in terms of stint time, because it's for the car? It's I don't think it's in. I might have worded that wrong in saying it's per stint per driver. It's just, sorry, it's per car. It resets no matter who the driver is. When you come into the pits, it resets the stint limit. It doesn't matter who's behind the wheel. So that is still safe as far as we're concerned for Deesh to stay out in the car. I mean, do correct me if I'm wrong. We do have members of race control in the chat to help verify this information. Is it not the case where it just resets the stint limit for the car? It's not necessarily a driver side concern. They still have, I mean, they would have been given the penalty by now, is the way I look at it. They would have been given the penalty by now. 112, currently 12.8 seconds clear. Weather warning in place right now. It's set to recede slightly for 10 minutes, but then by 30 minutes, we find ourselves staring down the sights of even more rain. So within that 27-minute margin to the line, we will be seeing quite serious downpour. Now, this is all or nothing for Nat Bennett. However, each driver has a 4-hour max drive time. They all have to do at least one lap 2. So are we to believe they didn't swap for Yannick Fredericks? If so, then that is catastrophic news for the 112. We'll have to verify this information as and when we can. Well, let's get a look at the timetables real quick. So we have in this car, Yannick Fredericks, Riyad Jasarevich, and Carlos Deesh. So looking all the way through, Jasarevich, Deesh. Oh, no. Oh, no, 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 no. It's not looking good. It's not looking good. I will say that much. So to give some context in terms of what we're talking about here, here are the sort of brief synopsis of the regulations surrounding driver time in the car. The stint limit is dictated by the car, not the driver. So it doesn't matter who's in the seat, it will reset the stint limit. However, the drivers have each a maximum driving time of 4 hours. And they all drivers, of course, have to do at least one lap. This was the same thing that caught out Race Vision last round, as they didn't field Mbele. Ultimately, that gave them a sizable penalty at the checkered flag. So maybe we're just not privy to what the 788 was playing at here. But again, that still does leave the unanswered question of what are they going to do with that 12 minutes of overlap time. "55 minutes left to go then in Silverstone. And it seems at the last hurdle that 5-Star may have just thrown away their chances of a race win over one technicality in the rule set. Nearest fight on track at the moment looks to be going on between, it was going on between Bajor and Milbank. Milbank into the pit lane in the 115. So things are starting to water down here in Silverstone.
as the track continues to beat down here on track. Rain set to pick up, but I think, by the looks of it there, it could be a sweepstakes for the 788. Two cars currently in the pit lane, then Scott Milbank and Salvatore Borgetto. One gap that's been continuously going on for some time here has been that between the 30 and the 1-2-3. John Williams from Connor Letford. They've not been able to make much of an impact on that drive up towards third place. Now, this is all in revenge driving here for Letford. He needs that position, really. So too does Saunders and Beefgartner to at least salvage what has been a less than preferable turn of events, but one they've been able to fight back to at the very least, a bit of podium. Of course, it's still all teeters on whether or not they can close what is just under 5 seconds between themselves and Williams and Basley of the Fats GT number 123 Ferrari. 52 minutes left to go here in Silverstone, and a huge change of events. William Bajor into the pit lane, most recently with VEC Esports. Of course, dramatic news from the paddock as we learn that the 112 that was on track to lead in this race did not field all of their drivers, meaning a 120-second penalty unless they field Yannick Fredericks. Regardless of the way you put it, they are not, by this chance, going to win in Silverstone. That's under theory alone. We did say for the longest time in the promotion that they could potentially win, that of course that was all dependent upon theory. This was one part of the rule set we failed to recognize in its entirety. As of course the 112 lineup is a three-man operation. It is not just two drivers, being Riyad Yasarevich and Carlos Disch. There is also Yannick Fredericks in that 112. And as of recently, we have not seen anything of Yannick Fredericks. Now, there's no technicalities one can follow in order to give them the competitive edge they need. I don't think it's a case where it matters whether or not it was a session like free practice or qualifying or even the race itself. It had to be just the race where this all mattered. So that is quite heartbreaking to know that they are driving on effectively doomed time here, 50 minutes to the line in that Aston Martin. Looking out behind, there is what looks to be an interesting fight going on here. Having emerged from the pit lane straight into a scrap by looks of it, there is William Bajor against Ben Cheeseman. 5-star versus VEC Esports. This is for 12th place on the grid. We'll try and get a look on board with the McLaren of Cheeseman defending off from the advances of William Bajor. Looking on board here with the 114. Cheeseman and Jenkins behind the wheel of the McLaren. How far back is P3? Asks K1 Jupiter. Not K1 Jupiter, 5-star Jupiter. Jesus. Long day. It is close enough to intercept Disch if he was to take a 2-minute penalty there. If that's the question you're asking, it would be close enough. So, I mean, the one thing they've got here, I mean, it won't be close enough to intercept, I don't think, if they were to take the pit lane. But again, if they get that 120-second penalty, the bottom line is it's close enough. Stintgate 2.0, perhaps. So as you just joining us now, of course, we've seen people there saying, what did we miss? It has been a quite an interesting last 10 minutes for fans of the 5-Star Esports team. The 112 Aston Martin has now been sort of enwrapped in the centre of an ongoing drama, as now they have found themselves where it would have been strategically to their hand to play here to win in this race over the 788 that still has to pit with 12 minutes left to go, at least in terms of the theory of how long they have per stint. They have now failed to field all 3 drivers, so past what would have been their final pit stop, any and all strategic advantage they now have is gone, as it's either a 120-second penalty at the checkered flag or it's running into the pits and ultimately still losing to the 788 team. We'll leave you on board with the 788 for the time being. We'll be back in just a moment's time. So the 788 still leading, three quarters of an hour left in this race. Carlos Deesh of 5-Star Esports now drops down to a 22-second gap between himself and Bennett. Even if it had been the case now that they have the strategic advantage to win, a run through the pit lane, which would be more than enough to reset the stint limit, would still find the 788 ahead. So perhaps we're just not privy to the kind of machinations going on in that 788. But bear in mind. Oh no, never mind. We already bared that in mind. So that was the run through the pit lane. That is to reset their stint timer. I'm not sure why I was thinking of it for any other reasons other than that. Kind of goes to show what happens when you leave me to my own devices for 5 hours, 15 minutes. 2 cans of Red Bull and about 4 hours of sleep. It is heartbreak at the 5-Star Esports team. A real somber moment here in the pouring wet rain at Silverstone. Knowing that what they have done so far, the best of times, they'll still see a podium, but on the thought of what could have been a historic first in the console endurance series for both Aston Martin and 5-Star, we'll have to wait for another day. To look at where another day would be, you'd be looking past the winter break and into 2026. The next available race coming up, the shortest race of the season, the Imola 3 hours, of which we're told is suggested that it could be a dry race. The Monza 6 hour coming up at round 6 of the championship as a new event for the Console Endurance Series. That's set to be an exciting one if we were to go off of how things have been here on NLRL at our last couple of visits to Monza over on the Sunday League. Suzuka 4 hour returns to the calendar after last season. It was the second round on Season 1's calendar. A fantastic race that was won by the Ferrari number 414 of MSA Racing and a last lap dash under differing strategies. That'll come up on the 7th of March 2026, I should say. Definitely not 2025, that's this year. And the Indy 6 hour, a brand new event, and the season finale for Season 2 of the Console Endurance Series comes up on the 21st of March. And that's all going to happen next year as it stands right now. Had it been the case otherwise before the delays came in via the PlayStation Network and Xbox Live outages 2 weeks ago, we would have been seeing at least one more race here in 2026. Actually would have been today, being the Imola 3 hours in question. Now we'll have to wait after today for the next available opportunity to see all of these drivers on the grid again. We'll have to wait until after the new year. So for those of you tuning in for exclusively the NLRL Console Endurance Series, we'll be seeing you after the Christmas break. So unless we, we'll get to the outro in a due course. We've still got 43 minutes of racing. Don't go anywhere. We're not going anywhere. Recent troubles for the 114, just to bring to your attention here. The 114 in trouble out of Aintree. That looks to be right now Ben Cheeseman. And trying to scope out the look at the damage on the nose here. It looks sizable. Question there and remains on board with the 114. Is there damage to the steering system? The 314 into the pit lane at the moment. That's Brooklyn Donkin. Joining him is the 114, Ben Cheeseman, into the pit lane there with a wounded McLaren. As for the 112, it'll be a wounded Pride for Carlos Dish. 42 minutes left to go in this race. And it seemed to be a case, we said it quite a few hours ago now, that it felt like the majority of the race had gone by rather quickly. Well, now as we draw into the final 3/4 of an hour of racing, every minute is ticking by like an hour in its own right. We now wait for the drop of the flag here, the end of round 4. I'm sure a lot of these drivers are waiting for the end of this race themselves. They want to go to bed now. For a lot of the drivers, of course, they are of the European crowd, so they're a few hours ahead of us here. Right now it's midnight here in the UK where we're recording. For a lot of the drivers tuning in from all places around Europe, for some of them it could be upwards of 2 if not 3 hours ahead at some extreme cases here. Of course, that's to also consider as well the drivers quite a few hours behind. They get the benefit of the doubt. That would be our drivers tuning in from America. As a matter of fact, we have a world clock here, so we can actually take a little look at what the time is right now. So for those on Eastern Standard Time, this is about 7 in the evening, so they'll be able to, in about 40 minutes' time, settle in for, well, I was about to say a nice cup of tea, but I don't think Americans have that. Well, they have tea, but they don't. It's not that they drink it. A nice cup of milk, I guess. I don't know what Americans drink. And settle in for the evening is the point being taken here. Or a beer. You know, a beer is an option as well. In Chicago, you've got 6 o'clock. Have a dinner. Order some Uber Eats. Get a pizza or enjoy your evening. We don't. I'm going straight to bed when this is done. "40 minutes left to go then. Oh, we see you later, Archie702 in chat. He's going off to sleep. Must be nice, no? No rest for the wicked here on TRTN. 38 minutes then to the checkered flag. It has definitely dragged on a little bit now, heading into the last 38 minutes of racing. Looking around inside of that top 5 we see here, heading out of Luffield, not into the pit lane. Of course, they still have about 20, looking at it here, 26 minutes before their latest next available stop. Chances right now for Letford to find his way back up to third place are starting to slim out. As we see, not now 1 but 2 cars caught up in between himself and John Williams in third place. 6.3 seconds is the margin. You can see physically there, it's front to back of the Hamilton. Straight in front of him is Kyle Jenkins with 5-Star Esports and David Tanguay, who I would comment as well is making pretty close progress to unlap himself from the third place car. So these two effectively sparring towards the end of this race. Let's see if we can catch on board with either of these two. John Williams here, you can see only 1 second away from him is the 119 of David Tanguay. So looking at where it stands with 36 minutes left to go, we've just seen into the pit lane comes Connor Letford of the number 30 Tempest Motorsports team. So I think under strategy there, that still gives clear leeway to John Williams to take third place for Thatch GT. Right now, as it stands, before any more pit stops creep in, with 36 minutes left to go in this race, Nat Bennett leads in the 788. Carlos Deesh in second, with John Williams third. Connor Letford we've just seen run through the pits to reset their stint timer, and I believe that still gives them leeway up the road here. Quite some distance, in fact, from Jack Giles at the back of the top 5. Alan Alexander in 6th place. A fantastic turnaround, I should point out as well, for these two, Alan Alexander and Ben Meredith. They led in this race after a glitch in the pit lane. They dropped out of the top 10. Right now, to be within the top 10, moreover 6th place, is a commendable turnaround of things, all things said and done. They're ahead of Gianluca Zamponi in 7th place, the 791 ahead of Tyler Vermack, his teammate of the exclusive esports team, the 787 in 8th place ahead of David Tanguay in 9th, and William Bajor rounds out the top 10. Scott Milbank not far behind him in 11th place with Kieran Rodd in 12th, Martin Kramer in 13th with Till Schwering in 14th place, Carl Jenkins in 15th, Spencer Brown in 16th, Nick Mashk in 17th, Liam Mutz in 18th, and in 19th is Josh Wellbelove. Into the pit lane comes Tyler Vermack. Now, is this a stint reset or could this be an emergency pit? By the scope of that front bumper, I think it's the latter here. Coming into his pit box for immediate repairs comes the 787. Could this be pay dirt for the 99 team? Sorry, the 119 team. I keep reading that as the 99 because it says so on the charts. The 119 team, I should say, of the Malwell Racing lineup. Out through Brooklands into Luffield then. This could be 8th place for them. A great gain in position here. All the more merrier for them in this round here just before Christmas. It does say, though, 2 laps down from... oh, hang on just a moment. We do have information up in that top 3. So we'll catch up with Tanguay in due course. Into the pits on what looks to be a stint reset run for Williams. He's making his way down through the order. No, he's into the pit lane. Oh, no. He's tempting us here. He's tempting us. He's teasing Letford. He knows Letford is watching this stream, probably. Maybe. Down through the pit lane he goes. It's just a simple stint reset. Running all the way through. Back out on track. Letford at the moment just too far away to catch him. Just at the start of the National Pit Straight.
where Williams is on the exit of Copse. In terms of weather conditions for the last 30 minutes of racing here in Silverstone, it is set to pick up in the next 10 minutes of slightly more rain, but then set to drop back down in the next 30 minutes. So it will rain all the way to the checkered flag. There was really only a moment, about 15 to 20 minutes at the most, where there wasn't any rain. That actually could even be less than those two given time frames. It's been a case where this race has been almost entirely occupied by downpour. Bit of oversteer there on the exit of Copse Corner for Carlos Deesh in the 112 Aston Martin. They'll be lamenting what could have been of today's event. Ultimately, their progress right now is still to make their way into a podium position. We'll see exactly where they fall into in 32 minutes' time. "32 minutes then left to go here in Silverstone. Looking on with these two here, this is the efforts for William Bajor to try and unlap himself from Connor Letford, bearing in mind every second he spends piled up behind the 30 is time given over to Scott Milbank just on the exit of Chapel. Nat Bennett right behind him at this time as well. Let's see if we can catch on board with the BMW. Right now, moving over to allow the 788 through. So cutting back towards the two Mustangs. Bajor v Letford at this time. Still yet to see any word then over what's gone on from our front runners. Of course, both of them still expected a pit stop. Bear in mind, for the sake of that 788 behind these two at the moment, they'll be at the latest of times coming in at the 12-minute mark. That gives them about 17 minutes of leeway here. The 332 lunges up the inside on Connor Letford in efforts to unlap himself from the number 30 Mustang. Bear in mind, nearest car to him for position, Tyler Vermack, and the 787 is 26.5 minutes up the road. 26.5 seconds, I should say, not 26.5 minutes. That's rally terms. That would be a stage if. 26.5 seconds up the road, for clarification. Looking on when we can catch with them, looking on board with the Bentley there, caught up in the midst of it all. 4th place behind them, a lap down. 10th place in front of them, 3rd place in front of 10th, a lap down. It really does go to show that this is worlds ahead here in Silverstone for that leading pair. The Aston and the Bentley were just so far and away from the rest of the entire grid, it was on no level of comparison that would make sense here in round 4 of the championship. With 28.5 minutes to the line at the moment, they find themselves about a minute through on their current lap, meaning we do the rough maths in our head here, gives them about, this is taking it a bit liberal here, about do the maths in my head, about 18.5 laps left here in Silverstone. That probably is horribly inaccurate. In fact, let me just do the calculations right now, save myself the humiliation. So functionally, about a minute shed off of the current time. That's 27 minutes divided by 2. It's 13.5. Yeah, I'm an idiot. It's about 13.5, not 18.5. It's 13.5 laps thereabouts. Had it been 18.5 laps, we'd be looking at a factor of about 36 laps on track. Not 36, 36 minutes left in the race, not 36 laps. So it's 18 laps makes 36 minutes, 2 minutes per lap-ish, rough estimate. Feasibly 15 laps left to go here, meaning we should see the race end in and around lap 165. I'd say at a push 166. You can see here, for the scope of things on the number 30, this is Connor Letford we're on board with Tempest Motorsports. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, you can see as he makes his way up towards the run of Abbey on the exit of the Hamilton Straight, that's nose damage again on the 30, and I'm pretty sure they came into the pits not long ago to get that fixed. We'll take a second glance at it here, heading down towards Village. It definitely looks to be some form of damage over the nose of that Mustang. Now, question therein, they did come through to take repairs, so one does wonder how have they been able to pick it up so quickly again, and to what did they do to gain that damage? Into the pits at the moment, Josh Wellbeloved with Nexus GT into the pit box, so potentially damage repairs here for the number 222. We may have our answer. Of course, highly speculative at this time. We see here with the 114, speaking of damage, damage on the nose of the 114 McLaren, currently driven by Kyle Jenkins. Swapped in for Ben Cheeseman. Evidently, they didn't get the nose damage repaired from last time out. 25 minutes left to go here in Silverstone, and he looks to be on the final stint. The graveyard shift, as it were, here in Silverstone before the checkered flag. There still remains the question over what is going to happen to the 112 team. Now, they've got a bit of a catch-22 situation here. Under the current stipulations, they have to field all 3 drivers, and currently Yannick Fredericks has not served a single lap of this race. Had they fielded him, they would have had the strategic element over the 788 to potentially go on to lead at the checkered flag and win this race. However, because they haven't fielded him, they have themselves in a very awkward spot. They either don't field him, run all the way to the line and take a 2-minute penalty. This was the same thing that hit the number 9 Race Vision car, Zen Vitus and Sebastian Plotnik, back in Bathurst, because they didn't field their 3rd registered driver, Norbiel Mbele. Or option 2 is they field Fredericks in the last 5 minutes. Realistically, if I were in their position, I'd be gunning for that second strategy, because By the way that it stands at the moment, the gap between themselves and the car down in third place, John Williams, who's currently about half a lap away, they'd have just about enough time to emerge up in front of the 1-2-3 with Fredericks behind the wheel for 5 more minutes of racing and still take home P2. Of course, major speculation at this point. Anything can happen in between now and the checkered flag. So let's not go jumping to conclusions like we did 4.5 hours ago. And note I didn't say 5.5 hours ago because we were already jumping to conclusions after the first hour and how things have broadly changed since that time. Having to back off massively there through Abbey and Farm is the 112 Aston. So I must say that's definitely been a way to kick the wind out of the sails. There was a lot of hype surrounding the 112 to potentially lead on strategy, but that recent introduction of this one caveat they did not field Fredericks has now completely unwoven all of the progress they've made. Meanwhile, the 788 is doing their stint reset about, looking at it here, about 10 minutes earlier than was projected. You see here the 788 coming through. All he has to do, roll on through the pit lane. And across, out of the pits they go. It's the 788 still in the lead of this race. In the pit lane still at the moment is that 222 of Well Beloved. They're on their way out by looks of it here. Actually, no, they've just come back in. So their pit box is just in here on the right. So one does wonder what has brought them back in so soon. It was almost, what, about 3 or 4 minutes ago we saw the 222 into the pit lane. Something has gone awry for Nexus. Regardless, though, they still find themselves up positions from where they started as they've been able to outlive the majority of this grid. It started with about 27 cars on this grid today. And now heading into the final 20 or so minutes, it's 19 cars. We're down 12 vehicles. Not 12 vehicles. So you can see how bad the maths has gotten now. 8 vehicles. Oh my goodness. Yeah, this is why we don't often do 6-hour races, because it does have a habit of making you a bit, how do we say, mental. How long can a car do on a full tank? Asked King Wesley. Sadly, we don't have the ranges up for all of these vehicles. Regardless of it, they would have factored that in on the strategy for the Bentley and for the Aston. Up at the front of this pack at the moment. You can see they're intercepting the Aston. That looks to be the 791 now, admittedly. Completely different length of the track here. 7th place for Gianluca Zamponi on his way down towards Brooklands. Into the pit lane, we just see there, diving in goes the 112. So this is make or break for them, salvaging their chances of being on the podium. Is a very risky entry into the pit lane. Was that a little too brisk, though, for the 112? We watch with bated breath then to see what is going to happen for the 112 car. We'll watch them as they come out of the pits. Right now, we catch on board with the car, potentially set to intercept them if things go awry. It's the 123 of John Williams down the Hamilton straight at the moment with Fats GT. He's on the way out, so he swapped over for Yannick Fredericks. Out they go, and I think they've just about dodged the bullet there. that couldn't have got any more sketchy if they tried. So in theory, that is Yannick Fredericks behind the wheel. Of course, that would be the prerequisite they needed to fulfill in order to not get 120 seconds of penalties. So with any luck, we'll see here on the LED boards. Yes, Fredericks behind the wheel. So they maintain second place on the field right now. A very loose gap when you consider in the next 18.5 minutes they have dropped down significant time over Fats GT. John Williams seemingly just far enough away, about 2 to 3 corners there as he makes his way through Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel. Deesh is on his way down towards Stowe. So just enough to hold on to second place. A great result, nonetheless, if they can hold on to it in 18 minutes for the 5-star esports team. Right now, it still resides solely in the hands of the 788. It's their race to lose now in 18 minutes. As it stands, it'll be 5-star's first podium since the Nürburgring 6 hours, 2 rounds ago. We will quickly update as to whether or not that is the case. As yes, it absolutely will be their first one, because last round in Bathurst was an exclusive 1-2-3 at the end of round 3. The 791, the 787, and the 788. Euro Titans rounding out the top 5 positions, 4th and 5th. It'll also, to note as well, be Fats GT's first podium of the season. Just seen recently into the pits, the 77, Martin Kramer resetting timers there. Out he goes in the 77. Question therein remains, he's lost out time to Til Schwering, so up to 13th goes the 111. That's Yannick Fredericks behind the wheel. John Williams and Fats GT's Ferrari is about 25 seconds down the road from this Aston. So they still hold on to second. To the bottom line of it, if they can stay where they are, they keep the pace that they have. 16 minutes from now, they'll still find their first podium since the Nürburgring, and it's the first for the 112. The previous podium for 5-star esports was the 113, third place at the end of the 6 hours of Nürburgring. In the time since emerging from the pit lane, Martin Kramer has lost 6.8 seconds off of Til Schwering, continuing up the road in the pursuit of 13th place. Just about a quarter of an hour coming up on from not far from now to the end of this race. So with a quarter of an hour left to go, here's your current scope of things. Nat Bennett leads the charge ahead of Yannick Fredericks in second. John Williams in third, with Conor Letford in fourth. Jack Giles in fifth place. Alan Alexander in sixth, with Gianluca Zamponi in seventh. David Tanguay in eighth. Tyler Vermack ninth. And William Bajor in 10th. Scott Milbank in 11th, with Kieran Rudd 12th. Til Schwering in 13th. Martin Kramer 14th. Kyle Jenkins in 15th, ahead of Spencer Brown in 16th, Nick Mask in 17th, Liam Mutz in 18th, and Josh Wellbeloved in 19th. $14 minutes left to go here in Silverstone, functionally looking at about 7 or so laps before the end of the line here, and what has been a very, very bizarre tale here over the course of what has nearly been 6 hours in pouring wet conditions from day to night at the Grand Prix circuit Silverstone. See here, this is their efforts to unlap, well, to lap, I should say, themselves ahead once more of the, looking down the line there, that's the Majestic Motorsports car. That's Nick Mash behind the wheel. You can see they're catching him up, also looking to lap on by. Looks to be there. I believe that's the 115. Yes, that is Scott Milbank up the inside in towards Vale and Club Corner. A bit aggressive there, but nonetheless trying to get a wriggle on here for the last 13 minutes of racing. In terms of the nearest fights on track, we are a little bit starved for options here. Of course, strategy has played a very heavy hand in all things on track so far, and these are the final consequences of them. We see there is your closest gap of a few on track, 4 seconds at the last interval. We also see an even closer gap between, this is Milbank, and oh, hang on a moment, out sideways, that's Scott Milbank. Down out of Abbey and Farm, just before Village. Big trouble for the 115 team. Milbank and Mason out sideways. They lose out position to Kieran Rod. So they now drop down to 12th place. Teal Schweering miles out from them at the moment, so no risk of dropping to 13th. They will not be happy with that one. I think they just want to get this to the end of the line and really just sort of pack it up and move along. It has definitely been a roller coaster of emotions, was one such quote I heard off of some of the drivers today. And you can definitely see where that comes from. It's been a really grueling drive for some. Very challenging indeed with wet weather conditions. A lot of the teams came into today not expecting rain of this quantity. They were expecting a little bit drier, a little bit more favourable conditions, albeit. And it has been anything but. It has been a total onslaught for the senses here in Silverstone. 11 minutes left to go. I mean, it just ticks by at a rate of hours now, surely. It's so... It feels at least very slow into that final 10 minutes. We've been live for, looking at it here in the bottom right of our screens, about 6 hours, 40 minutes coming up on here. It has been a long evening, and this is not our first broadcast on Saturday. We also were live for an additional 2 or so hours with HCCL's Carousel Cup finale. So it's been a busy day for us here. Not long after this broadcast wrap, we are going straight to bed. To answer the question in chat, we are seeing some confusion surrounding the stint timers. Christian LeBay asking if we stop to repair our damage for 2.7 seconds and not put fuel or tyres in for the last stop, does it still count as a stint stop? Yeah, I mean, it's just crossing through the pit lane that does the stint timer. That's all you'd have to do, and we've seen it there from some of the front runners. All you have to do, because right now it's still legal under the current rule set. We don't actually know if it's still going to be legal in the next season. Yeah, so just driving through is perfectly fine to reset the stint timer. That's not an issue. To clarify something on that there. Of course, there is still the 4-hour maximum drive time per driver, but if this is the 119 we're talking about, that is already well balanced out, so there is no issue surrounding that. The question therein remains is, with a drive-through, would they get intercepted by Tyler Vermack in 9th place? 9.5 minutes left to go. We're about to find out then. The 119 was the one asking that question. So as it stands, they might have a stint problem here. They're 18.5 minutes up the road. Not 18, I keep saying minutes. This is how stir crazy this race is taking us now. 18.5 seconds up the road. Oh, Lord. I tell you this much. We try our hardest here on TRTN, but we're just actually losing the plot. Fully losing the plot.
9 minutes left to go. Right now, one of the closest gaps we saw for a while closed in at the last interval to just under 2 seconds. That's Bajor from Vermac. Pressure ongoing for the last of those top 10 positions. 9th and 10th still looking to exchange place. One gap to also consider, Kramer to Schwering. Currently 3.3 seconds at the last interval. 8.5 minutes left to go here in Silverstone. If this doesn't give you a clear and defined demonstration of just how far up the road that 788 was, well, we very nearly had the opportunity there. Well, hang on just a moment. We may have some news here. So we can see this is the 99 coming in to do their drive-through so that they can reset the stint time of the 787 and the 332 in pursuit here. So even regardless of where they emerge, Malwar will still see the top 10, but they do drop down to 10th place then because Bajor and Vermac are up the road from them. Bit of sliding there on the exit. These two could be getting into a fight very, very close from now. 7.5 minutes to the end of the 6 hours of Silverstone. Let's go and catch on board then with the 332 and the 787. Let's get a look on board from the defending point of view here in what could be among the final battles of today. On board with Tyler Vermac in the 787. Obviously, a new lineup for the 787 being Federico Zamblera and Tyler Vermac. Vermac was last sighted back in round 3 in the 791 alongside Fabio Farr, so he's really been able to get around in the lineup here. Now driving in the BMW, 7 minutes to the line. Currently in pursuit then, William Bajor of VEC Esports in what is looking to be among the final fights of today. See, they're running out wide through Abbey. Was the 332. Drops now nearly a whole second to Tyler Vermac before we get towards Village and the Loop. Bear in mind, only about 5 seconds down the road here is David Tangray. See just off in the distance there is the Bentley. Not too far away at all from our two drivers fighting for 8th place. So it could be a three-way clash for 8th place before the end of today's race. Just under 6 minutes left to go here in Silverstone. From the point of view of the race leaders, it'll be a little under 3 more laps. They're currently on their way out through Aintree. Of course, the timing line coming up here on the National Pit Straight as opposed to the Hamilton Straight where the Grand Prix paddock exists. Watching here over the rear view out through Vale and Club Corner, things are still hotting up in the fight for 8th place right at the very end here of round 4 of the NLRL Console Endurance Series Season 2, the 6 hours of Silverstone. Well, it's been a historic first here in the Console Endurance Series. The first ever running of the 6 hours of Silverstone has been met with a very mixed bag reception. It has been one of the most challenging races of the season, and that is a tough act to follow on when you consider the last round was Bathurst. So for a lot of these drivers, it is still not over just yet. We're about to see potentially some side-by-side action here for the battle of 8th place.
LMW85 in chat asking, is there a link for sign-ups? We'll have to get back to you in a moment, because side by side out through Aintree goes the 787. Up the inside went the 332. Bajor up to 8th place. Vermac forced down to 9th. What is the fight back chances here from the 787 into Brooklands and Luffield? I believe I recognise this LMW85 in chat before. I believe our paths have crossed. Would you happen, and you don't have to answer this if you don't want to, of course, for context, we're asking someone in Twitch chat. You wouldn't happen to have competed in the XCL Pro Series, would you? I do seem to recognise you. We'll have the link for you to the sim grid for the Console Endurance Series Season 2. In just a moment's time. Knew it. We've just been confirmed the information that was one of the drivers in the Pro Series. Thought I recognised you. We'll have the link to you here for the Console Endurance Series Season 2 for you just in a moment's time, and that'll be copy and pasted into the Twitch chat right about there. The reason why we have to do that and not everyone else is we have admin privileges on that stop people in chat from just randomly posting links, keeps the bots out. Chances are still there. Tanguay to potentially fight with Vermac, but we are dropping down to the final minutes of fighting here in Silverstone. Now, for the 788's point of view, they'll be heading on to the final lap in a moment's time. That gives our drivers on track from where they stand, a lap down from the 788. One more lap after, I believe, the next one coming. For LMW85 in chat asking, how many rounds are left? Well, you've caught it at a very good time here at the season midway. 4 rounds in, 4 more rounds to go, an 8-round championship with the next 4 rounds set to pick up in 2026. As a matter of fact, just quickly cutting away from the graphics on your screen to give you the calendar, here's where we're at. Round 4 at the Silverstone, 6 hours. The next round coming up on the 24th of January 2026. Then the Monza, 6 hours on the 14th of February, on Valentine's Day, no less. And then rounds 7 and 8 in March, 7th and 21st. So this is the last Console Endurance Series race for 2025, and what a way to close out the opening half of Season 2. Not far then from the checkered flag. Onto the final lap in a moment's time, then goes the 788 of Nat Bennett.
Alright man, the leader is on the final lap. Give it a final push.
So we'll cut away from these three as things start to soften out in their fights. We catch back on with another fight here. Kramer v Jenkins for 14th on track. NRW versus 5-star at the back of the top 15. In through Vale and Club Corner. McLaren versus Ferrari. We'll be catching on board not long from now with the 788 after what has been a very long, very grueling chapter for some. And it's been terrifying conditions, I would definitely say is one good word for it. The 94 is into the pit lane at the moment. I believe on stint concerns, that's Majestic Racing, the BMW currently in the pit lane. So we see here very close margins. Kramer v Jenkins, NRW versus 5-star as mentioned before. Better run out of Aintree though. Onto that final lap, we'll be catching on board with the 788 not long from now. These are among the final battles on track. Just quickly taking a look back in with Vermac versus Bajor. No budge there. It looks like VEC will be seeing themselves to 8th place in this race. David Tanguay currently 10th, not far away from Vermac. One slip from the 787 could give Malwa a chance of ninth place, I should say, with the Bentley. Quickly looking here as they make their way out through Brooklands and Luffield. Now they've got, by looks of it here, one more lap as they cross the line. And very, very close margins there, a factor of, if we do the maths correctly, about 13 thousandths of a second between Jenkins and Kramer on the last lap alone. The 112 running into trouble out in front of them there. That is Yannick Fredericks with Aston Martin. So a little spot of bother for them there, intercepted by these two. It's contact. Kramer crashes into the 1-1-2. He's still going straight. We'll have to catch on with them in due course as making their way out through the last run here of Luffield. It has been 6 long hours in the pouring wet conditions, on conditions they couldn't prepare for, but they have excelled at. To the checkered flag, it's an unstoppable win record by the way it stands for the 788 team. They win here in Silverstone. Exclusive Esports maintains a 100% win record in Season 2. It's the 3rd race win for the 788 team. So, after recent collisions there, another one followed up. Kramer crashes into the 1-1-2. What on earth is Martin Kramer thinking? It's contact between the pair. This is brazen now between the 1-1-2. And what it has allowed is the 1-2-3 to sneak on by to 2nd place. This is a controversial ending of things here in Silverstone. It has gone horribly wrong for the 1-1-2 team. They were looking at the chances of 2nd. They'll have to settle at the best of times here for 3rd. It has been a sudden spur of luck for the Fatch GT team. They're looking at 2nd place, their first ever podium and their best result of the season so far. There will be stern words between the 1-1-2 and the 77 at the end of this race. Not many that I dare to repeat on stream here. On the exit of Aintree, heading down the Wellington Straight for the last time. Hang on a tick here. Oh my word, look at this. Yannick Fredericks is let back out in front by John Williams. Oh, what a sweet, sweet gesture there from the 1-2-3 team, giving 2nd place back to 5-Star Esports after what happened there down at Vale & Club. Well, that is a sportsmanship award coming for them at the end of this season. If we would ever do an awards-giving ceremony, from the gesture and goodwill of their compatriots, it's honour to the end between 5-Star and Fatch. They're 2nd and 3rd at the end of the runnings here in Silverstone. Conor Letford 4th, with Jack Giles and Archie Bowen in 5th. Alan Alexander and Ben Meredith fought it back from the brink here. Previous race leaders here in Silverstone will see the top 10 at the checkered flag. It's 6th place for the 315 team. And there's your full results. Nat Bennett, Florian Oxman and Fazzy Binks, 3-time race winners in this season at the season midway. Exclusive maintains a 100% win record. The Bentley wins again and wins at home. Yannick Fredericks in 2nd. The gesture of goodwill from John Williams in 3rd puts 5-Star 2nd, Fat GT 3rd place, Conor Letford 4th, Jack Giles 5th, Alan Alexander 6th, Gianluca Zamponi 7th, William Bajor in 8th, Tyler Vermack 9th, David Tangway 10th, Scott Milbank in 11th, Till Schweering 12th, Kyle Jenkins 13th, Martin Kramer in 14th. And Kieran Rod down to 15th with a 132nd penalty. Spencer Brown in 16th, Nick Mash 17th, Liam Mutz 18th, and Josh Wellbeloved 19th. There you can see the toll of our DNFs. This is quite the death toll here among them. Charlie Harker, Jorbe Van Herle, Salvatore Borgetto, Jake Goldman, Fabian Zobchak, Anthony Rodriguez. We see Salvatore Borgetto twice there because, of course, the number 5 and the number 6 were both cars fielded by De La Ave Maria. A sudden turnaround there. The 5 abandoned for the 6. Kieran McMillan, Zen Vitas twice. As a matter of fact, we were not crazy in the assumption that it was supposed to be the number 9. And the Fatch GT statement, we don't want P2 off the back of a rogue blue flag. Honour to the end then between the 1-2-3 and the 1-1-2. Great sportsmanship turned around there. John Williams 3rd, Yannick Fredericks 2nd. At the bottom line of it all, another win for the 788 team. Florian Oxman, Nat Bennett and Fazzy Binks with Exclusive Esports. Bentley win in Silverstone. After 6 long hours of competition in the pouring rain, come day or night, the Bentley is once again victorious. Well, that's all really as it stands. 6 hours of racing, and boy, has it been quite the test of strength from both drivers and commentators alike, as it turns out. What a time it has been, though, and we've been looking forward to this round all season, and it has not disappointed. Silverstone gave us a lot to talk about, and we'll be talking about that all the way into the second half of Season 2. From where we'll next join you for the viewers tuning in just for the Console Endurance Series, we'll be seeing you after the new year at the Imola 3 hours on the 24th of January. Then the Monza 6 hours on the 14th of February, Suzuka returning onto the calendar with the 4 hours at round 7 on the 7th of March, and then the brand new Indy 6 hour joining us on the 21st of March at the season finale. Delayed after the outages in the last 2 weeks for PlayStation Network and Xbox Live. Hopefully, nothing left to change in the regards to that. If you're tuning in for just content regarding the Console Endurance Series, we'll be seeing you after the new year. So if you don't hear it from us before that point, or after that point for that matter, have a wonderful Christmas and a wonderful new year from us here on TRTN. For those of you tuning in for content tomorrow, you'll not be going hungry as you're finding yourselves at the 2.4 Hours of Spa, a charity race by the High Caliber Community League for St. Jude's Children's Hospital. And you'll also be finding another round of the NLRL Sunday League. That's all from us here on TRTN. Have a wonderful rest of your evening. Take care and good night.